Yo, guys, welcome to another video of Bronze GM series. Today we're doing Protoss, and this is the Silver 1 to Gold 3 video. Don't mind the fact that it says Silver 2 right here. I know some of you might have already noticed, and you're like, wait, what? Did I click the right video? You did. The MMR is actually Silver 1, even though it says we're Silver 2. The League promotion is bugged right now in StarCraft. It's some weird bug going on. I don't know. So I think we're going to be Silver 2 the entire series now. Like, until we get Mike Masters 3. So, that's what's happening here. It's bugged, boys. It's bug-oled. It's buggered. Alright. Thank you, Doug.
Fan theory, Vibe does the B2GM in March cause he has to file taxes and he's self-employed and doesn't have the money on M.
Yeah. I gotta do it now because I can't pay taxes. Oh my god. Thank you, Doug. Much love, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we're gonna make our pylon. We're making our gateway. Scout his natural. Shift scout my natural. Again, doing everything we've been doing before, but a little more efficient every time. Efficiency beats non-efficiency, guys, as we always say. Chrono boost our Nexus. And we're still, even though this is Silver 1, we're still keeping the trend of Silver. Our average max should be around 1030. That's like the quota. If you can at least hit that, you're doing great. You could definitely go faster than that if you're capable, but at least you can, hopefully you can hit that.
Good, more time for me to drink before Terran starts, as all Terrans do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Burry. Much love, man. I got you, dude. Okay, so let's get ready to throw down our natural, because we have enough money for it right now. 400 minerals. Let's go. We're going to start our core in just a second. Okay, let's take another gas. Build the gas. Right click my probe onto that gas now. Right click my nexus onto that gas. Actually build another pylon while we're at it because we're going to supply block. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we're getting cannon rush, guys.
Thanks for the great guide, smile.
So if this happens, yo, no worries, Orden. Much love, man. If this happens to you, it's okay. Again, it's not the end of the world. Just run your probe. Here's what you can do, okay? This is the easy way you can do this. Run your probe out of your base. Cancel your nexus and build a new one somewhere else. Now, meanwhile, in your base, we're gonna start making stalkers, and we're gonna keep making probes, okay? We're gonna continue to make probes. Keep making the probes. So we're getting cheesed again right now, right? We'll talk about this with analysis when this is over. We'll definitely come back and watch more about this game in a second here. Let's make another stalker, and now, because we're getting cannon rushed, let's go ahead and prioritize this building, okay? Because we are getting all in right now. So we still have our natural, and now we have a robo faster, and we can throw down our gateway when we can afford it. So we're still trying to do the same thing, which is double gateway robo, and we're still making probes and all that jazz, jazzola. Now, this might get cannon rushed. It might not. It's okay if it does. It's totally fine. We're still making probes and stalkers. Now, if this is gonna finish, let's start making probes here too. Okay, never mind. He actually has a cannon there. So, here's a cool trick. Okay, watch this. Cool trick. Watch this cool trick. Let's go and chrono boost out our immortal. Warp gate's gonna finish. Now watch this. We're still making probes, right? Let's grab like 8 probes off this mineral line. And let's put them right here. Now we're gonna warp in 2 stalkers right here. The immortals rallied to right here. Now let's click our nexus that's getting attacked. And let's recall all these units over there. Now keep making probes, keep making stalkers, keep making immortals. Tell these probes to mine minerals. And now suddenly we have now secured ourselves a base versus a cannon rush, and we're going right back into macroing. We can now make a couple pylons here. And that took literally no micro. It was just understanding the concept of, okay, Immortals are pretty good against cannons. Let's make a sentry. Let's make another stalker. That way we can start doing our scouts. We prioritize stalkers as well because we were getting all in. And now, let's go ahead and when our second Immortal spawns, let's take our army and kill this right here. Because again, Immortals are really good against cannons. So A move right there. And now rally my probes down to my next base. And look, this base is getting fully saturated, right? So let's go ahead and build another Nexus because we're fully saturated. Let's go ahead and build a pylon here. And now we're looking solid. We have an observer coming. So again, we're still always wanting to get one observer and we're always wanting to get one sentry, but we're doing it after the all-in is over. An observer or a sentry would not have done anything for me during a cannon rush. So I prioritize stalkers and immortals because they're stronger against cannons. But then the second we dealt with it, I made a sentry and I made an observer, and now we go back again into making immortals and stalkers.
You have not enough minerals.
Keep making probes, keep making units. We have this left Phoenix right here, checking the map. What's going on over there? I don't know. Let's rally all my Nexus to my natural now. And our opponent just now took his expansion. It looks like it. Like there's a Nexus that there. He didn't have it earlier, and he also cannon rushed me. So the natural is definitely going to be a bit late. It's not going to be like down for a long time. We're getting close to supply blocking. This is going to finish soon, and we're also making a few extra pylons. But we're just trying to maintain good probe production, and we can chrono boost our Nexus as well while we're at it. Chrono boost, chrono boost, chrono boost. Keep making stalkers and immortals. Okay. This base is getting fully saturated. Let's take another base. As we always do. Mineral fields are also depleting on top of that, so. And the reason why that's happening is because we had to oversaturate this base and we were stuck on one base longer. Okay, keep building my units. Our money's getting kind of high again as well, so let's go ahead and make our council double forge. Make a couple more pylons in my main base to increase the building area. Keep trying to spend my money. Okay, there's something there, so let's get that out of the way. I want to build my Nexus there, right? Move out of the way so I can build my Nexus.
You have not enough minerals.
Okay, move my army like back over here. Get out of the way. Let's build our Nexus. Okay. Now look at my gas and look at my minerals. Gas is getting high. Minerals are somewhat low, so let's go ahead and get our upgrades going and get a Templar Archives so we can get ready to go into our next unit, Archon. And now my money again is going to start getting really high. And why is it going to keep getting really high? Because I can't spend my money out of my production as well as we want to anymore. We start chrono boosting our upgrades. Let's actually send another hallucinated Phoenix as well around the map on the right side. So we can, again, we just scouted the left, so now we're scouting the right, seeing where his bases are. Does he have any hidden bases anywhere? Let's find out. And I can't spend any of my money. We're fully stocked up here. So that means it's time to make a few more gates. Let's make like 4 more gates. And I still can't, oh, there we go. Now I can spend my money. There we go. There we go. Just made a full round of probes and soccer. Still waiting on my robo. We can chrono boost our forges again. Add these gateways into my control group. Okay.
I absolutely love watching you overcome cannon rushes. Thanks for the great strategies.
No worries, Mormage. Thank you very much, dude. And now we're expanding again because our probe count is looking really good, and it's getting over to the point of oversaturation here as well. And it's going to keep happening even more because we're mining out of our other bases. Keep making immortals. Look at my money, right? Money's really high. Or sorry, gas. I meant to say gas. Gas is really high. Money is really low. So what we can do again? Start adding some Archons into our composition. Let's transfer some probes here to these gases. And let's take a couple probes off this mineral line and send them over to the new base. Put one back on that gas and we're good to go. Make some Archon, make another Archon. And now look at my money. I can't spend it, right? I cannot spend it. So we get some more gateways. Gateway, 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 gateway. Another pylon over here. So some more gateways up here. Gate, 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 gate. Maybe a second robo as well while we're at it. Let's get 2-2 upgrades. Chrono boost those bad boys. Make another round of Archons. Because our gas is still really high comparatively to our minerals. Okay. And then mineral lines looking decent. Fix this one. Send a probe over here. Now let's do one more scout on the left side of the map. And let's go check bases on the left because again we just recently checked the right. Our minerals are higher than our gas again, so we're gonna make stalkers again. Keep chrono boosting our upgrades. Get all my gateways we just made in our hotkey. And now we have 18 production buildings. So we're definitely gonna still need to make a few more. Make a immortal. Make a couple more stalkers. And we're maxed. Okay, so it looks like his most exposed base is this right here. So let's get my army, group it up right over there, just outside of his base. Yeah, let's make a few more gateways. Get another warping spot for it. Shift click the mineral line. Grab a couple of probes off this mineral line. Put them over here. And it looks like we're going to start mining more bases out now. So let's take another base. Get a couple pylons for that too, so we can, you know, transfer probes from other bases that are going to start mining out, and so on and so on. Okay, let's go. A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Grab my observer, tell it to follow an immortal. Good stuff. Now, whatever happens, happens. We can do another chrono boost round at our forges. And we have more minerals than gas. So, we're going to prioritize stalkers first. While we can make immortals too. Nothing's really dying right now, so it looks like our army's doing a great job. Check my base. Chrono boost my upgrades again. Start 3-3. Chrono boost my upgrades. There we go. Stuff's starting to die. Let's go ahead and make some immortals. Let's make more stalkers.
Hi YouTube, I was here when history was written. Thanks for making me play StarCraft.
Yo, thank you very much, Banana Joe. Appreciate you, man. Much love. Okay, make more stalkers. Okay, our gateways are on cooldown. We can make another round of stalkers when the gateways come back up. And check it out. Now, look at my gas, look at my minerals. We're starting to get more minerals, or starting to get more gas than minerals. So now, the next round of units we can make, let's make a round of Archons really fast. Mineral fields are depleting as well. Where's that happening at? Right there. Fix it. Have a couple probes go here. We can even put a couple probes in there. Fix our economy. Anywhere we mine out, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Fix it, Felix! Hit him with your hammer. Okay, now we're out of gas because we just made a lot of Archon. And we have a lot of minerals. So, now go back to the other way. Let's make some stalkers. Okay, economy good, economy good, economy good, economy good, economy good. Everything's looking good. Okay, he's actually attacking us right now. We see it on the minimap. So it's just a move towards the situation with our army. How many probes are dying right now? A few probes are dying. Let's make new probes again. Rally him to a base that is alive and we know is alive. Let's chrono boost our upgrades. And now he's using air units to attack me, so how about we do this now? So, A move the area right there. It's all good. Keep making units wherever we can. Okay. Let's start making a couple cannons and a battery at every base because this guy's going for air and he's harassing the shit out of me. Couple cannon battery is really good versus players who either go stealth units or air units. It helps a lot. Okay, cannon battery. Okay, attack that base. How many probes do we have now? Losing a few more probes again. Let's fix it. Fix it, Felix! Okay, transfer some probes over. And now it looks like he backed off. So if he backed off, let's literally just move the left side of the map now. I mean, we're not going to sit here on defense all game. There's no point, right? But we only did it right there because he was attacking me with Void Rays. And now that he backed off, we're making cannon battery at every base. It's going to help a lot at dealing with random bullshit that can randomly attack us. And we're just fixing our economies. So we fix this. Fix this. This is good. This is good now. This is good. Send him over here, and now we're good. Probe count wise, we're missing 1 probe. Now we're good. Every base has cannon battery as well. Grab my probes that just died on the gas, or expired on the gas. Now look at my economy, right? We have more gas than minerals. So what are we gonna do? High Templar, make Archon. And now, look at our minerals now. Our resources now. We have more minerals than gas. So now we can go right back into making stalkers. And it just repeats. It just keeps repeating itself. Right? So now let's watch the early game here, where our opponent cheeses the shit out of us with a cannon rush. So our opponent starts building cannons in our base. We don't even know what's happening, or we actually did. We saw it with our probe, I think, right here. Yeah, we actually saw it as we left. So, yo, Barry, thank you.
Hey YouTube, tonight's offer is for every like and subscribe on this video I will slap my grandma.
Oh my god, Barry. That's fucked. No one like and subscribe. That's fucked up. Yeah. Thank you for the bits, Barry. And Malpheus, thank you for the 18-month resub. Much love, dude. Thank you, thank you. So we actually saw the cannon rush right away. But again, this is not really oh my god, we have to deal with this. I mean, if we did, let's say we pulled probes. Okay, let's say I actually saw this as he started his first, just as it started, and I was like, okay, maybe I can pull probes now, and then maybe also I can get my stalker out and get my stalker over here ASAP, and we'll be okay, and we'll just save this natural. That is one way we can deal with it. However, just know this: the further away the pylon is from your mineral line that has probes at it, the scarier it is to pull probes. And here's why. If he builds cannons, if he starts building cannons right now, and I don't react within like 2 seconds of that, or like 1 to 2 seconds of him starting a cannon, by the time my probes move from right here down to here, the cannons will already be like 1/3 of the way done. By the time my probes even arrive. Okay? And then if he builds his buildings all on top of each other, there's like minimal surface area for my probes to attack the buildings. Like let's say he builds a cannon right here, and let's say he builds a cannon right here, and then let's say he builds a cannon right there, and let's say he builds like a gateway right there or something, or like another pylon in the front of it, and it limits surface area that my buildings can be hit it limits the surface area that my probes can hit his buildings. Thank you, Cyphobia.
5 years of Smurf 2BM.
Thank you very much.
Boogasm.
Thank you, Cyphobia. Much love, man. Thank you, thank you. It's scary because the amount of time your probes have to run down to your natural increases the amount of time the cannons get to build and get ready to actually finish to then start shooting your probes. And you never will win the fight. You will fucking never win the fight if cannons are up shooting at probes for more than all of like 2 seconds. Like if the cannon finishes and within 1 or 2 shots of its finishing, it dies because it's like that. The probes were killing it as it was being constructed for so long that even if it makes it to finishing, it shoots like once or maybe twice, and then the cannon dies. You can still win if you do that. And how does that make sense? You have to pull early if you pull probes. So you can actually get on the cannons before they're really far along. If you pull too late, and let's say the cannon gets up and it finishes, and now the cannon shoots 9 times before it dies, you're going to lose the game because you're going to lose way too many probes.
Yee daddy VV.
Thank you very much, dude. Aloysius Pendergast for the 23-month resub. Thank you, thank you. So, again, what's the point I'm trying to make here? What is the point I'm trying to make here? The point is, it's scary to pull probes against a cannon rush that is further away from your mineral line. And the main reason is because of what I just explained. Like, if the cannons finish, because your probes have to go so far to then kill them, especially if you pull late, you're going to lose the game. Secondly, if you pull your probes way too early, let's say a guy builds a pylon in your base. Let's just say he builds a pylon in your base. And you go, all right, pull the whole mineral line. Let's go attack that. And let's say he doesn't even have a forge. Let's just say he just thought it would be funny to build a pylon in your base. Because he thinks that you might overreact by pulling probes. Let's say that happens, right? If you pull all your probes because he builds a pylon and then he doesn't even start building cannons, and let's say he just builds a second pylon over here, he wastes all your mining time to start auto-attacking pylons down. And in the amount of time it would take for your probes to get off the mineral line, come over here, kill a pylon, and then go back to the mineral line, that would probably cost you about like 500 minerals or like 600 minerals to do that, because you wouldn't be mining any money at that point. And it only cost him 100 minerals to place it down. So he would already be taking amazing trades against you, which is why I think if you get cannon rushed as Protoss, if it's at your natural, you probably shouldn't pull your probes. The only time I feel like you probably might want to pull your probes against a cannon rush would be if it's in your main base. If it's like literally cannon's like right there at next to your nexus in your main, probably pull probes in because it's going to be scary. Yeah. That's what my recommendation to you would be for Protoss. So anyways, we see he's cannon rushing, and we go, oh, okay, it's a cannon rush. And what do? Our probe that was mining minerals at the natural. Also, thank you, Colton Michael, for the three gifted subs, man. Thank you, Colton Michael. Thank you, dude. Give Vibe gift. So, when we see the cannons built at the natural, and we're like, oh, he's actually cannon rushing me, and I saw them right now. Like, I noticed them right about now. My probe is coming back down to the... my probe is coming back down towards the base. All I do is I go, cool, there's cannons. Let's just go ahead and cancel this base and then take a new base right over there. So we go right by, cancel this base, and then build a new one. And then I don't do anything else. I don't micro this probe anymore. Like, you know, if you want to A-move his probe with your probe, you could try. But if he already hits you first as you're trying to build a nexus and he's just A-moving onto you, you're probably not going to kill his probe. But again, the priority right now is not to micro your probe. It's not like, okay, run in circles, don't die, like kite the probe all over the place and make sure that your probe doesn't die. It's not the priority. That is not the priority. The priority is this right here. It's this right here. The priority is get your robo down. Make stalkers. Keep making probes. That way, when our nexus over here is done, we can come back to our main base and we can grab whatever the oversaturation is and recall it with all the units we've built up to that point while this nexus finishes. And if this guy cannon rushes us again, just like he did, which he probably will, because a lot of Protosses out there will be like, ooh, another base for me to cannon rush. Yeah. Ooh, I like that. That sounds pretty good to me. He can't get over here now. He can't have this. I can just recall, right? Meanwhile, he's over here just building fucking cannons all over the place. So, yeah. Recall's a powerful tool. And now our Nexus is being killed. And again, are we fighting this with 2 Stalkers? Definitely not. Do you want to know why I'm not going to fight this with 2 Stalkers? The reason why I'm not going to fight this with 2 Stalkers is because it's not a guarantee that I'm going to win this. The only way you're going to win this with 2 Stalkers is if you micro. And we're not microing right now. We're not microing. Because if I recall into one cannon that's already done and a second cannon that's almost done, this cannon, if 2 Stalkers fight one cannon, that one cannon guaranteed is going to kill at least 1 Stalker. It might even kill my second Stalker. Or like it's not going to kill my second Stalker. It's going to be very close though. Like the second Stalker and the cannon are going to be really close to both dying. The first Stalker is definitely going to die. But then look at the second cannon. That 1 Stalker cannot out DPS the second cannon's build time, and the second cannon could kill my Stalker. So how would 2 Stalkers win the situation if I recalled really fast? You have to micro in a way that you look at the situation and identify what makes sense here, and it would be, okay, it would be like this. My units recall right here, because you have no choice. They'll recall right there. You run away from the cannon, and no Stalkers die. Only 1 Stalker will take some actual damage. It'll penetrate the shields and probably shoot the Stalker once or twice for real after shields. And you run your Stalkers like this. You go down and around, down, back up, and you fight right here, and you just kill the pylon. Or if the second cannon wasn't done yet, and you recalled right here, you could literally just run like this. Run from here, go left, down, and stand right there and kill the pylon. You could do that, right? Hypothetically. But again, what if the guy counter micros you and he realizes what you're doing and he builds a pylon right here? Like, you know what I mean? So there's, and then that's suddenly once again a problem. That's why I do not want, like, people, because again, people in the chat were like, Vibe could have just recalled his first stalker or his second stalker. No, because that requires micro to win. Then we have to be more technical about how we fight this if we only use a stalker or two. Instead, if we just wait for the immortal, our Nexus is not going to die. This thing is tanky as fuck, guys. It's super tanky. And we're chrono boosting out an immortal right now. So this immortal's not going to be out that far away. And then we pull our probes because we're getting everything ready. Also, warp gate finishes. So now we warp in 2 new stalkers. Immortal pops out. And now this is way more than just 2 stalkers. Now suddenly this is 5 stalkers, an immortal, and 8 probes. Which is really nice. And look at our Nexus. It's not even close to dying yet. It's not like at 2 hits left and it's going to die, or like 1 hit left. It's got 800, almost 900 health left still. This thing has only its shields are dead so far. And it's just now really starting to take real damage. And it has 1,000 fucking health and 1,000 shields. So it's going to last for a little bit. But again, all we're doing is we're waiting till the immortal spawns and then we recall. Right? So how do I recall? Let's talk about that really fast. Vibe, how did you recall? Like, what did you do? I did not have both my nexuses selected and then recall, because if I did that, it would have recalled all my units to my main base. Because the way recall works is it will take whatever nexus is closest to where the ability is being cast. So if I have both my nexus selected, and if both nexus have enough energy to recall, which they do, if I went recall right here, this location is way closer to the main nexus than it is to the third base. So the units would recall to my main. If my units were standing like right there and I said recall, these units are still standing closer to the main nexus than they are to my third base, and they would recall to my main. However, if I recalled my army, and let's say it was standing right there, that now is closer. This is now closer to the third than to the main. And that means it's going to recall to the third. So essentially, all we're doing is so we don't want to have both our nexus selected when we do this. We're going to click our third base. We're going to hit recall onto the army. So we have our third base selected. While this nexus is the only base we have selected in our little category here on the bottom of the screen, click the nexus on the third. Click the mini map back to the main base. Hit recall. Move it over the army and then recall. And then now what that'll do is that will now recall our army and it'll take it to the third base. So that's how we micro it. Again, don't fucking do it with both your nexuses selected, because if you do that, you'll just recall to the main and you'll be like, oh, well, my third's dead now. Because you can't, recall is a cooldown. It's a 130-second cooldown, so you can't do it repeatedly. And 130 seconds, this nexus is definitely going to die if we waited that long. But as it was, the nexus is saved because all of our units recalled to it. As soon as we get here, what do? Do I micro my army? Not really. You could go like this. Select all army, A move towards the back of it. Select all army, A move the area. And that's fine. And then you can just take your you would just take your probes now, you like double click them or hit control F1, whatever, click your mineral line, and now go back to making 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, etc., etc., etc. Also, anyone who's wondering, why do you have a nexus on group 3? Don't worry about it. It literally is doing nothing. It's sometimes I have a habit of binding all my control groups because I don't like having missing control groups, but I'm literally never using 3. I am never using 3. I always use 5, 5, 5, 5. It's the reason why 3 exists is because I bound the nexus early in the game probably to 3, 4, 5, and then I just rebound my 4 to my gateway and robo. I don't actually use 3 though. I just don't like having missing control groups because I'm OCD. So don't worry about 3. Okay, for anyone I know someone out there's probably like, what's 3 mean? Nothing. And then all I'm doing now is we just fall right back into the gameplay we do always. Right back into our bronze style of how to macro and play efficiently, but we're doing it at a silver level, ideally. So we're trying to do it faster and faster and faster. And now we've killed the cannon rush, and now the game is normal. Like it's normal for us at this point. The game goes back to being standard. And we're taking our third base because our natural is fully saturated. Now look at this. Look at the probes, guys. Look at the supply. Game isn't even close. Game is not even close. We are so far ahead now. Again, efficiency beats non-efficiency. We take our next base because, again, we're saturated really well. And now we're already at the ideal probe saturation. And we go into, you know, making our stuffola. Nice. And this guy's making cannons and batteries everywhere. This is such a big investment of cannon battery. And this is exactly why his supply is half of mine. This is way too expensive. Like, when you don't have an army and you're just making mass cannon battery, you can't afford that. So what happens when we show up to his base? We have a maxed army. We have the infrastructure as well to remax repeatedly. He has a bunch of void rays with batteries and cannons. And half our army is immortal, half our army is Archon, half our army, like a third of our army is Archon, Immortal, and Stalker. And yeah. So all that happened here is we recalled our shit to our third base. And then we went, and then, you know, to kill a cannon rush, because he cannon rushed us twice. We had to cancel this one because we had no way to defend that, because there's no way I can defend that early enough. And then we got our third base defended because we recalled to it. We used a recall, and then we just went back into the standard build we've been doing the whole time. And now we show up to his base. Again, he has a bunch of voids. He loses the third. His voids do end up killing me over time. He's like killing my stalkers first and everything like that. And now resources lost. Again, I've lost more than he has. But in terms of supply, I'm going to keep maintaining way more than he has. So, efficiency. And how are we fighting this? I just A-moved my army up there. That's all I did. A-move army. Then he comes over here. Now I A-move my army over here. But now he's running away from our base, and we're also maxed. And this is why I always say add in a couple cannons and batteries at your bases, because it's way better than always running around your bases repeatedly all day, being like, chase him, chase him, chase him, and then you just never attack. You obviously want to, like, we're maxed out. He's at 90 supply. If we attack him, he's going to die. So, I mean, if he's in your base killing you, you can definitely defend yourself. But if he's, like, always running away from you and never trying to fight you, just go attack his base. So that's exactly what we're doing now. We're going to attack his base. And now this time, he's got a good positioning on his voids and things like that. But again, there's just not enough because he tried to defend that another 200 supply army with like 90 supply. And then now he's dead. He's got a whole brand new set of cannons over here. Like, this just doesn't work. It's too expensive. You know, you're going to be on defense the entire game until you run out of money. And then that game right there, that was a huge moment in that game that was about to start happening, which is the guy going cannons. He's so super fortifying himself on his main natural third with mass cannons and batteries and void rays. And if he always has a situation where I just remax and push, and he just keeps rebuilding the cannons that died, he'll never be able to expand again because he runs out of money. And the reason why you run out of money is because mineral patches in this game and Vespene gas in this game does not last forever. It doesn't. You mine out of your bases, which is part of the concept that we've been doing with the whole fucking base management. Upkeep of your base. Check your mineral lines. Make sure your probes are mining well. Stuff like that. They cannon rush in silver. People try to do everything in every league. Let's be real. But again, inefficiency, it doesn't matter what people do. If it's inefficient, it's going to lose. Versus someone who plays efficient. Chances are it's going to lose. Like, very high. Okay, so we made our pylon. Again, now we're playing against the Protoss. So let's try and practice our Protoss wall. Put a couple buildings on the ramp. Like a gateway there and like a core there. So we can have a semi wall here. So gateway. Now let's go scout his natural. Hold shift. Go to our natural. Now we're just checking for expansions. Making Chrono Booster probes. Okay, we're getting cannon rush again. So now here's a cannon rush in my face, right? So wait until wait until the cannon goes down. Don't stop making probes, guys. Don't stop making probes. And now that it looks like we're gonna get cannon rush, let's do this. Let's make a second pylon, and let's go like this. You can build cannons? Are you doing it or what? Let's go check over here. Is there a cannon over here? Okay, yeah, he's building cannons. So move a group of probes. Do another group of probes over here. Move a group of probes. We can start making zealot. Okay, my probes are still moving. We're having my probes move and then shift click the mineral line like this, okay? So they're being told to move and then click and then mine minerals when they're done moving. We can chrono boost our probes again. What's the priority right now? I'm making probes still. And now, let's go ahead and have our zealot go over there too. And let's expand. People love their cheese. So I'm still making probes. Let's expand. And let's make our cyber core. Now we can put our zealot in front of our base because he's got nothing to do. And why did I make the zealot? Because we got cheesed. Like right in my face. And we had to pull probes this time because it wasn't at my natural. This time it was in the main base. Let's go ahead and saturate my gas. Let's go ahead and take my other gas. And let's like make another pylon just around our base so we can have more vision of my base in case he tries it again, or also just increases the building area of my pylons to make buildings with later. And chrono boost our probes again. Add my nexus to my control group. Put 3 probes on that gas. And then, yeah, we can start making stalkers now. We can get our warp gate upgrade. And now let's transfer some probes down to my natural because we are fully saturated in the main base, and natural is finishing right now. So let's go. Let's make a pylon at the natural, and now let's just make, by default, let's make a shield battery at the natural. And why are we going to do this? Because we didn't see a natural, and we have now killed the, like, we stopped cannon rush early, but now this guy might cheese us again. We don't know. We're not scouting. We're just going to be safe and make a battery. So let's go ahead and make a robo now. And let's make a second gateway. And let's make a battery. Hold shift, mine the mineral line. Chrono booster probes. Add these buildings to our control group. And we're progressing as normal now. Keep making pylons around. And we'll talk about how many probes to pull as well. We'll go to the replay again, and we'll when this is over, and I'll describe amount of probes that makes sense and stuff like that. But in general, you probably want to pull about like, if it was only 1 probe, I'd say probably pull like 8 to 10 probes for the 1 probe in the area. And since he split cannon rushed me on 2 different sides, we did about 6 on each side. Because again, we want to have a decent amount of probes that can kill the stuff, but we don't want to overdo it and pull the entire. We don't want to just be like, hold mineral line, go attack. Because if we do that, then we can't macro anymore, and that's not good. We don't want to not be able to macro. Okay, let's go ahead and chrono boost my nexus again. Let's go ahead and build a couple stalkers.
I am here in the shadows.
Okay, we re-rallied our bases to our 3rd base so we can get our economy going. Let's make an observer. And now let's make a hallucinated phoenix. Let's just go scout the right side first. We'll scout left side second. We're checking every base on the right side of the map in a line, shift ordered, 1 base by 1 base by 1 base by 1 base. Okay, 4 or 5, 4 or 5. I'm not able to spend my money, guys. I'm also not fully saturated here, but I'm also not able to spend my money. We're having a hard time now to do it. So now let's add upgrades in a little bit faster. And we'll expand when our third base is at full saturation, which is still going to be really soon. But there we go. I just made my upgrades. Make my units. Now we have a pretty much almost full saturation here. It's very close. Let's go ahead and grab a probe now, because again the money's going up. And let's go ahead and get ready to take our fourth base. Now this next is at 15. So here comes an expansion. Okay, our main's getting attacked. Let's move towards the main with our army. Don't stop macroing. Don't get confused. Don't freak out. It's not time to panic and freak out and go, oh, I can't macro now. It's time to fix whatever dies. So we can go in here and we can just build another pylon. If anything underpowered. Notice how I defended that as well without even looking at it? You don't have to look at it every time to defend it. Like if you're busy doing shit, just move it on the minimap in the area. Red flashes on the minimap. Our base is getting attacked right here. Move the map right there. But I mean, this is another player that cannon rushed us into Void Rays. So, inefficiency. It's just, it was, you know, not that scary. Let's look at supply and let's also look at the idea early game as well, like we did before. Thank you, D4T.
Hey Vibe, I really appreciate you making this series and I just wanna say PP.
Yeah, dude. Thank you, dude. Much love for the 195 bits. Okay, so our probe, if we were paying attention, our probe passing by 2 probes at my base already is very suspicious. I mean, did we realize that was happening? No. Did I care? No, not really. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't even know we we're getting cannons right now. Because again, all we were doing is we were focusing on his natural. We're like staring at that going, click the mineral line. Holding shift, clicking our mineral line. Because all we care about is if the natural exists or not. That's the only scouting we're really up to at this point in time. But we don't have to scout his base to know we're getting cannon rushed when he builds it in my face. He comes in my base and he goes right there. He's like, pylon, cannon. I'm like, okay. That's pretty aggressive. And remember how I talked to you guys about don't pull probes against someone who just builds a pylon, because if they're actually not really cannon, like again, there's a lot of signs that tell me I already know this is a cannon rush. And we'll talk about a lot of these signs with more advanced scouting later on. But for now, in Silver League, I think all we should do as good reactions to cannon rushes, if the cannon rushes are natural, just do the trick we just, like, I actually really like we got cannon rush twice in a row with 2 different versions. If they cannon rush are natural, just take a third base and recall to it if he cannon rushes that as well. We can also recall to it with probes either way, so that we can transfer our oversaturated probes in the main to the third base and bypass the cannon rush. Or, if he cannon rushes the main, don't pull your probes until he starts making cannons. And how do I know he starts making cannons? He starts building buildings near the pylon after the pylon's done. Because you can't build a cannon without a pylon. So, we saw a probe go to the right side of our base. And we see this probe over here. And we're just like, is he building shit over here right now? Is this happening? So we pull a probe and we just go check really quick because we're confused. We saw the probe leave a while ago. And we're like, yep, there's stuff over there from Protoss. Cool. So now here we go. He's building buildings. So what do? I green box a chunk of probes. I do not grab my entire mineral line. And the reason why is because look how close this cannon is to my probes. I will easily kill this cannon. Let me give you guys some numbers to understand, okay? I want you guys to know this. This is a thing you should know when you get cannon rushed. It does not matter what race you are, Zerg, Terran, or Protoss. In terms of how your workers attack, a drone, an SCV, and a probe all do the same amount of damage over the same amount of time. They all have the same attack speed, which is 1.07, and they all do 5 damage. So they all hit just as hard as each other. Now, 3 workers will kill a cannon slightly faster than a cannon will build. So what that means is if I click the cannon right now, if I click the cannon and I hit play on the replay, this is normal game speed. Notice how the cannon only has 15 health and 15 shields. And notice how it goes up over time. The shields are going up over time. If you have three workers attacking a cannon, they will kill it faster than it generates health. And it does not, when the building is being built, it does not start with 300 health. It does not start with 150 shields and 150 health. And it just like slowly is offline and becomes online. That's not how it works. As it goes through the production of building, it grows in HP. But if 3 workers can kill it faster than it can grow, that means that, let me throw some numbers out here for you. Again, this doesn't have to be exact. I'm just giving you an idea. Let's say my workers 3 workers jump onto a cannon at like second number 3. They might kill it by like second number 7 or second number 8. And why is that? Because if the cannon's already really low, and if the cannon slowly dies faster than it generates, when it's really low already, it means it's not going to last very long, and then it's going to die. However, let's say I pulled probes and the cannon was already 12 seconds into production. It doesn't mean I'm going to kill it 4 seconds later like we did. If we pulled probes at 3 seconds and killed it at 7, and there's a 4-second kill time there, it doesn't mean that if we pull probes now at like 10 seconds with like 3 probes on it, that it's going to die at 14. It doesn't work like that, because it now has way more health at 10 seconds than it had at 3. So now, if we pulled probes at like 10 seconds, again, we can still slowly kill it faster than it builds. It means if we pulled probes at 10 seconds, we might kill the cannon at like 24 seconds or like 23 seconds because we're slowly killing it, but it already has a lot more that we have to work through now. And that's 3 workers. That's just 3. We're pulling. We actually pulled right here. We pulled 7, actually. We pulled 7. I just green boxed a chunk of my mineral line and A moved, and it was around 6 or 7, and it happened to be 7. And that's great. That's fine. 7 probes. 7 probes on a cannon are going to fucking destroy that cannon super fast. And again, what are we doing? We're A moving the area and then holding shift and right clicking the mineral line. So what the probes are being told to do, is kill any hostile targets in the area. And then when you're done with that, mine your minerals again. That's what they're being told to do. And then he does the same thing over here. So we do the same thing on this side. We pull probes, A move the area, shift, right click our mineral line. Easy as fuck micro against Cannon Rush. And then what are we doing? What are we actually doing? Am I trying to micro the probes? No. If you happen to have like a bad situation where your AI gets really stupid, I mean, it's unfortunate. But I mean, your opponent who's also Server League is not going to really understand how to abuse you very well either. They're going to have a hard enough time dealing with the strategy you have just implemented with A move, shift, right click, mineral line. Meanwhile, what we're actually doing in the meantime, that's important, because we're pulling probes here and we're not going to just let it happen, is the probe thing has been initiated now. We're going to keep making probes. We're going to stay on top of chrono boosting probes. And we can also make a zealot to help here. And we can tell the zealot, select all army, A move the zealot over to where it needs to go. That's it. The zealot will be like a bigger, beefier version of what a probe is. He'll kill faster and so on and so on. So we make 1 zealot because this guy is going full on all in my base right now. He's double pylon cannon rushing me. And you might feel a little overwhelmed to be like, oh god, this is scary. So notice how the probes just do it by themselves. I am not microing this, guys. Our APM right now is less than our opponents. And our APM is mostly focused. Like, look, what am I controlling right now? I'm controlling the gateway. I am controlling... Like, here's an example. Here's an example, okay? Here's an example. Let me show you an example really fast. Look right here for 1 second. Right after this one. Like, oh, it even happened right there. Let me show you twice. Let me show you twice. So if we're talking about, like, Masters League, watch this probe. Having situations like this probe sucks, okay? Watch this probe I have selected right now. Look at how it micros. It's like, it does nothing. And now watch the next one. So then they all jump on that one, which is nice. They start moving towards the probes. Again, I'm not telling them to do that. They're on a rally command right now, a Q command. Now watch the probes up here. Look at this probe that I now have selected. This probe right here, okay, in the back. He will not attack the cannon. He's like, I can't fit. And that kind of shit's going to happen. It's going to happen because I'm not microing very thoroughly. We'll talk more about how to micro more properly once we get higher league and stuff like that. But again, the priority of this whole situation is not having that 1 probe micro perfectly and just tunnel visioning that, because if we do that in Server League, I don't think you'll make probes and I don't think you'll make gateways. Or I don't think you'll make a zealots out of your gateway. The probes are doing the job themselves, like, really well. And now they're chasing a probe again. And this guy is feeling panicked because he's like, oh my god, I want to cannon rush you. And then suddenly the probe dies. No, like, it's legit still on the rally command of A move, shift, click the mineral line. And now our zealot was made just for good measure, and it seems like we didn't even need it, really, because he didn't really do very much. But he's going to help kill the pylon faster, which is going to help get my probes back to mining faster. And that's fine. And look at what happens, because I was making probes the entire time. Look at the outcome of all of this. We now have an 8-worker lead. I am now up by 8 probes because I never stopped making probes. And I'm also up by 10 supply. Now make that 11 supply. And now we have our natural, and the build goes right back into what it was before. It's just now we have a zealot as well, which can just sit in front of my natural because we were afraid of dying there. We were like, okay, well, let's just, because it feels like we're getting attacked a lot, let's make a zealot. You can make a zealot against Zerg when they 12 pull you. You can make a zealot against Protosses when they cannon rush you. You can make a zealot against Terran if they bunker rush you and you're like, or they proxy rax you and you feel really intimidated by it. If you feel like you really need to make a unit before you have your core out, you can totally make a zealot if you think it makes sense. But we don't distract ourselves and micro the zealot and do all this crazy shit. We just quickly go into our build as normal off of the back of whatever we had to do with the probes and the zealot and all these situations. And then our build's normal again. Our build is back to normal. So now we're going to times 8 it. And just look at the supply. Look at the supply. Look at the probes. Efficiency, right? That was a pretty efficient defense as well. So here's a cool thing as well. Even though it says we killed 937 of his resources and then he killed 0 of ours. And it's like, oh, we've lost nothing yet. That's not entirely true. Because we had to pull like 14 probes off the mineral line. Or like 15 probes off the mineral line early game to fight his cannon rush. But I did it while making probes the whole time, so I was still mining a decent amount. But I would say, off of all the time that we pulled our probes off the mineral line, if we had to calculate how many seconds went by and how many probes lost minerals there, because again, 1 probe mines a mineral per second if it's on a mineral line that's not red. 1 mineral per second per probe. So if I pulled 15 probes off, you know, for like a full 90 seconds to deal with that, do the math on that. What's 90 seconds times 15? That's how many minerals we lost. Or like 90 minerals times 15, rather. That's, I don't know, fucking, what is that? Like 1350 or something? Now, again, it might not even have been 90 seconds. It might not have been 90 seconds. I just kind of estimated it. Because remember how some of those probes went back in mine faster and some of them stayed out longer because they were fighting other shit over here? Again, I'm not being exact. I'm just saying it is 1 mineral per second per probe. And we pulled off the mineral line, so we did definitely lose resources as well because we weren't mining. So it's not like we've lost 0. It's the whole point I'm trying to make here. But it's okay because we kept making probes and kept mining more. And then, you know, it worked out. And now we had way more probes afterwards, and we bounced into a natural really quick. So now we're taking this humongous lead. And he shows up with like 3 Void Rays. He showed up with like 50 supply versus our like 100 supply. And then he died. And he still has not expanded. I don't know who the fuck did this? What is it about? Hold on. Thank you for
Love
the
your
5.
series, man. Still rocking your mech build from 2019, curse-lit.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Palm, for the 5, and I'm glad you like the mech build, dude. If I would have done it again this time, it would have been pretty much the same thing. But much love, man. Thank you. I don't know what it is, but lower level players love to take long distance gas mining. This is like almost every game I see this. Like the average player in lower league has the mindset of going, okay, I'm going to rush my tech. And I'm also just going to rush long distance gas so I can take extra gas. And I'm going to mine it with like 8 probes. Like, I don't understand this. This is the most inefficient shit you could ever do. And it's so common. It's like someone did this and everyone's like, that's a good idea. No, it's not. Don't do that. Please don't do that. It's not a good idea. Don't do that. Don't do it. Okay. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. What race is this? It's Terran. Okay, we'll just build our pylon wherever. Build it wherever. Bible happy. What's up, stream chat? What's up, stream chat? Love you guys. Okay, now let's check our opponent's natural. Hold shift, go back to our natural. So our probe comes back after scouting and starts mining our natural, because by then it'll be doing that properly, pretty much. Because it takes a while to scout back and forth across the map. Yeah, let's rally our Nexus onto the gas because we're fully saturated with 16 on the mineral line. Let's take a probe off and let's go build our Nexus. Notice our opponent doesn't have a natural, guys, and we're about to take one right now. We are still there. We still see no natural. We just took ours, so that means that our opponent's probably not playing economy. Our opponent instead is probably playing... There's more of a chance that it's either inefficient economy, if it's not going to be prioritized, or it's an all-in. It's like an aggressive attack. It's something potentially aggressive. Do we care a lot about what it could be? No. All we care about is going, okay, well, when our Nexus was thrown down, our probe was in his base, and he didn't have a Nexus, so I just make a shield battery now. That's it. That's all it is. So our third, like our next pylon we're going to make will be here, and we'll make a battery next to it. Okay. Pylon's gonna finish. Probes are being made. Everything's all hunky-dory. Let's make probes on Chrono Boost. And now, the next probe that goes down to our natural, we can build a pylon. Because we can actually afford it. So there we go. Because again, why can we afford it? 4-5 priority. 4-5, 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. We're making sure we're making things out of our buildings and not just making buildings and not making units out of our buildings. Chrono Boost our Nexus. Okay, so we're getting attacked. So this is one of those moments where it's a judgment call, right? Let's go ahead and attack the area with our Stalker. Forget about it. If our Stalker was nowhere near being out and that was like a Marine, and let's say our core just started, I definitely would have used something else. Take our battery, and our Stalker can now sit in front of our natural. And look at our mineral line. It's kind of fucked up now, right? Let's fix it. Put a probe back on it. Okay, our money's also not able to be spent anymore. Let's get the next probe that pops out. Let's build a robo and a second gateway. Build another pylon. We can Chrono Boost our Nexus for more probes. Build another Stalker. 4-5, 4-5. Get these other buildings on group 4. Rally point them all to the front of my battery. So my units come to the right spot for rallies. Like my robo and stuff. We can take another base because we're fully saturated here. Throw down another pylon as well because we're getting closer to supply blocking again. Let's build a Nexus. Let's build a pylon as well. Right click the mineral line. We're fine. Yeah, let's start an Immortal. Let's start Stalkers. There you go. We just four is all being used. 5 is all being used. Now let's take our gas. We can Chrono Boost our Nexus again. We're not really under pressure right now. He's not attacking us at the moment, so we're chilling. If he was attacking me, I could have a judgment call to go, maybe I should Chrono Boost my robo or something instead. Okay, we just used 4 again. We're using 5 still. Let's fix my saturation here. Grab some probes on the gas. Probes on the gas. Look at my supply. We're getting close to supply blocking. Let's make another pylon somewhere. Maybe another one like right there or something. Four or 5. We're good on 4 or 5 again. Now let's put out a hallucinated Phoenix really fast. We'll go left side first this game. Again, do I give a shit what side you go? Left or right? No, not really. Just do it on one side and then remember what side you did before. And you can also see on the minimap that you create a path. Do the opposite side the next time. Notice how there's an easy to tell path right there with our mouse. We know we went left side at this point because it's like lighter fog. Means it's been revealed before. Okay, this base is fully saturated. So let's go ahead and start another base. Let's go ahead and start a couple more stalkers. Chrono boost my Nexus. And we just confirmed there is no bases. Even the natural is not even a base right now for the Terran player. Are we freaking out about that? No, because efficiency beats non-efficiency. If this was GM level, I'd be freaking out a lot, being like, how am I going 4 bases versus a 1 base all-in? That's scary. But it's not necessarily what it means. Okay, we're getting attacked by a lot of your Marines. So let's take our probes, right-click the mineral line, shift, right-click the mineral line back again, and keep making probes. Easy peasy. Grab some probes, put them on the gas. Grab 6 probes off. Maybe put them back on our main base. Okay, now we're getting attacked over here, so A, move my army that way. Keep making units, 4 or 5. Don't get distracted. Also, our money's kind of high. 4 or 5 is fully spent, so now let's go ahead and make our upgrades. Let's get double forge and council. Base is good. Base is good. How's the main looking? Base is getting pretty good again. Even though we just lost a bunch of probes, it's okay. Make sure this Nexus is my control group. This base is pretty good again. Let's rally. This base is perfect again. Let's rally all my probes to my 4th base. Let's chrono boost my Nexus. And we're almost done making probes, guys. We're getting real close. 4 or 5. 4 or 5. 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Let's go ahead and get our Templar Archives because, again, our gas is really high. Maybe send another hallucinated Phoenix now on the right side of the map. Let's see if this guy has any bases on the right. And what did this guy just attack me with as well? He attacked me with a medevac drop. So this guy really seems like the kind of player who's going to keep hitting my mineral lines. So what we can do, if he attacks me again, before we move out, we can make cannon battery. But if he doesn't attack me again, we should probably make cannon battery as we move out, just so we don't continue to take damage on our mineral lines. Okay, so we just expanded again. Why did we expand again? This base is fully saturated. Probe count right now is actually done. We're at 85. We're good to go. Also, I have way too much money. Look at my money. 4 or 5 is fully spent and I can't spend my money. So let's explode our gateways. Let's literally make like 6 gates right now. There we go. Now we have a lot more gateways to work with. Take this base of gas. Mineral fields are depleting. Transfer probes wherever they deplete. Over to like the new base or something. Another field again depleted. Got a couple more probes off. Keep chrono boosting upgrades. Now let's use our sentry and find out, can we attack the left side now? Go, go, go. Okay, units are finishing up here in a second. Let's go ahead and take another Nexus because our other base is mining out. So we're going to start oversaturating pretty soon. Things are going to oversaturate really soon. Oh, probes under attack. A move the screen. Where is it? It's that base. A move towards the big red flashes. Chrono boost upgrades. Probe count is 79. Fix it. We're already back up to 85. As soon as those things finish. We have a lot of gas, not a lot of minerals, so let's make some Archon. Also, we just got attacked again. So how about we make cannon battery now because he attacked us. Again, cannon battery.
Can you explain how to defend against proxy racks and factory after this game too? The other day I had a factory flew in and landed in my base and I had Helians running over my probes. I was toasted.
I've already been proxied before, and it's the same exact way we defend against, like all you do, okay. All we do, if you get proxied by some buildings, is just wait until you get your immortal, and just fucking stand there. I literally had it happen to me, like literally just the last video of Protoss yesterday that I made. We got proxy bunker rushed in my main base with barracks, double barracks. And if it's a factory as well, it's fine. We get robo out really fast and we can make immortal really fast. And you just wait until you have an immortal and then you go. That's all it is. These things, I will just say really fast. Thank you for the $1 dono hit, fam. These things though, whenever people ask me, Vibe, can you explain the concept here? I don't really like just explaining the concept a whole lot. I like it way more with visuals. Because again, this is a video for everybody in Silver League, not one person, right? I'm not getting paid by one person to be like, make me a specific B2GM series for me, or something like that. And if I just start doing explanations without any visuals, a lot of people will be like, what? And confused, and like they won't follow along. They're gonna be like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So it's one of those things where I would just highly encourage all of you, whoever wants specific things to you, be patient. I'm sure I'll run into something like what you dealt with at some point, and you know, you'll get examples that way. Okay, so we just A-moved our army, but we're getting A-moved right away, so it's a choice. This is a judgment call. You can either A-move back to your base, or you can A-move his base still. And we're choosing this game to just A-move towards his army. Fuck it. You don't have to. If it's a base trade, all we would do at a base trade is continue to make probes to 85, just like right now. Keep making units at the same time. Keep making gateways, and whenever my shit dies, when group 4 is not at 20 to 24, make more production. Just try to recover throughout the fights. Okay, now he backed off. So now let's select my army. A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move, grab my observer, and have it follow a immortal. This way, if there's like banshees or something there, we're not just gonna die. Let's fix this base, because it died. Fix that. Resources. Economy's really looking really good. Mineral fields are depleting. Fix it. Okay. This one's being rebuilt. GG. But yeah, all you do, like, long story short for like the proxy people, just fucking wait for your immortal, guys. Just wait for your immortal. If you, okay. I feel like I don't want to repeat myself in everything I just said, literally the last game with the cannon rush, but I'm going to just reiterate really quickly. If you have static defense in your base, like cannons or a bunker going down, and it's in your natural, don't pull your probes. If it's in your main base and it's static defense, bunkers, cannons, and you see it like as it starts, you can totally pull your probes. If you scout it when it's done though, like let's say a Terran player builds a factory over here or it builds a barracks over here and then he lifts it and lands it in like the side of your main base, just fucking be patient and wait for your robo to finish and make it immortal. And then once your immortal's out with whatever stalkers you've made up to that point, move towards it. The chances of you winning the fight there like that are so much higher. Like I would never tell anybody, pull all your probes to attack a factory. No, that's like saying, there's really no comparison because the other races don't really proxy like gateways in your base really at this league. Like no one's gonna like build a pylon in the middle of your base aggressively and then build 2 gateways there. Like don't fucking attack the buildings with your probes unless it's like a cannon or a bunker, and only do that again if they're not even close to being done. We just talked about this concept. I don't really want to go all over it again into it because we just talked about it, right? Watch the video if you want to, again, a fresh analysis of it. For people on Twitch, again, these will be uploaded videos, so you can rewatch these as many times as you like. So I don't want to talk about the same exact point like that. That's super specific, like 40 times in a row. But yeah, it's because again, that's not the priority either. That's not the priority. The priority is focusing on you. It's your economy. That is what the priority is right now. It's not about how to micro out of situations, realistically. The priority is definitely your economy. So, again, make an immortal, make your stalkers, and just A-move it. A-move wherever it is, and you will probably be fine, more often than not. Okay. Now, anyways, we'll go back and now look at what happened again this game. So this is when the Terran drops me, right? As we've said before, this guy has a lot of damage he needs to do here to catch up. He's got 1/3 of my probes and he's got half my supply. This drop needs to do a ton. So the way we microed this is I grab my probes, I right-click the natural mineral line, a patch, and then I kept holding shift and I right-click the main mineral patch. That way it's going to give my army time to defend the situation and then come back and mine minerals again. Okay, my probes come back and they get widow mined out again. And then after that rush is over, we have lost 18 workers. 18 workers just died to that rush that he just did. And you'd think in theory, Vibe, that Terran player just killed more than he lost by a lot. He lost the 4 widow mines in that drop and he got away with all his marines and his medevacs and he killed 18 probes. In theory, that's a great trade. If a Terran player at high level can go, every time I widow mine drop you, if I only lose all my widow mines, the 4 widow mines, but I kill 18 probes every time I do that, I'm down. That sounds like a great trade to me. It is a great trade. But it's not a great trade if you don't know how to make an efficient build with it. If your build makes it to where now it wasn't worth it, even though you killed 18 probes with just 4 widow mines, and you're still like half the supply, and you still have less than half the worker count. I just lost 18 probes, and I still have 57 probes to 23 SCVs. If that's the cost of what your widow mine drop was, then your build needs to be reworked. Again, not efficient, right? It's because this is a production focus, like double starport, double gas, all the way into like 3 racks, double starport, factory, all off of one base. And the second base is now done, but it's not actually at the natural yet. So like the mining is ridiculous. So even though I've lost more, I generate so much more every minute. Efficiency beats non-efficiency. You can still widow mine drop, and it's still great as long as your build's efficient. And then it's great. Then it really is great. But if your build isn't efficient and you do a lot of damage, because your attack does damage, but if your build's not efficient, you did so much more damage to yourself than to your opponent. That's just how it goes every time. And then for anyone out there that's like, well, Vibe, what is an efficient build? Guys, this is what we've been talking about the entire series so far. Love you. So here comes another attack. Goes into the base. Widow mine drops me. This is super fancy play. He's widow mine dropping another mineral line, and he just killed another group of probes. Now I've lost 24 probes. I've lost almost as many probes as he has in SCVs in total. And I still have 79 to 25 here. And now, again, this is a situation where the supply is doubled. We are doubling Terran supply. And there's nothing Terran can do here. You just die. You literally just die. And we'll back it up to show you guys what that fight looked like exactly. There's just nothing for Terran. Terran has like, it's like throwing, you know, I don't know. I was gonna say some analogy with like being just like an unarmed man versus like a fucking bear in like an arena or like a cage. But there's no way his army wins. It's impossible. Like 10 Marines are not gonna beat 25 Stalkers and like 8 Immortals and like 6 Archons. It's not gonna happen, ever. Terran could beat this army. Terran can beat this army. That's very doable. But wait, like having 20 units cannot beat having 60 units. It just can't. If my army value, you guys know what army value is? Look at army value. This is army value right here. Let's go back to it and look at this really fast. If his army that pushes me is valued at 1,000 gas and 3,000 minerals, and my army value is at 6,600 minerals and 4,300 gas, my value of my army is 11,000 resources, and his value of his army is a little bit over 4,000. So we have 11,000 value versus 4,000 value. 11,000 could literally fall over and collapse onto the 4K and lose more than what you should, and it would still win. Because 11,000, this is why A move is such a prevalent thing with good macro while we're learning. Because this is the whole, again, this is the whole concept of what we're doing. Bigger army value beats smaller army value every time. Especially when it's this big. I'm more than double his value. 4K versus 11K. He almost has to triple his value to get to what I have. And why am I here? Why did I get this far? Because our opponent played inefficient. That's all it is. He did a build that was really heavily invested in Widowmine drops that ended up killing 24 probes, and he invested a lot of attention into that. But it didn't change the fact that I still have a crazy probe count the entire game. And yeah, then he just gets thrown over. And that's all she wrote. Chief Chimpy. Sounds like a Marvel superhero. It's like the Overwatch gorilla. What's his name? How do I not know his name? I played that game a little bit back when it was earlier. I keep thinking, the only thing I'm thinking about is Reinhardt, and I know that's the guy with the shield that walks around with a big hammer. Why can I not remember what that gorilla's name is? Winston, that's what his name is. Got it. Chief Chimpy is like a Winston. Okay, so it's a Protoss. Wall our ramp. We're gonna put a semi wall at our ramp. Trying to boost our gateway, or sorry, our nexus. Build probes. Take our gas. We're making probes. Our probe is being told to mine his natural. Hold shift. Mine our natural. Nice. 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 There is no natural for my opponent. So, that's fine. That's okay. Means we're going to make a battery. That's totally fine. Again, our scouting is super basic right now. All we're doing is scouting out the gateway and going, did this guy go for early expansion? If the answer is no, we just make a battery. That's all we need to know. Helps so much to not die. Okay, let's make our gas. Right click the probe on the gas. Right click the nexus now on the gas. Make sure as well you don't right click your nexus on a gas like this. Make sure you always right click your nexus on a gas that is currently being built. Because if you right click the gas like this, your probes don't actually mine gas if you never fix it. Because they're being told to go walk to the gas. They can't mine gas when it's like that. So you have to reissue a command to right click the assimilator itself, because that actually tells the probes to mine the gas from the assimilator. So how do you fix what I just said? Make sure every time you build in the simulator, then you right click the gas where the assimilator is, because then it's telling the probes to go into the assimilator, which is on top of the gas, which is how they mine it. Okay, we're chrono boosting probes. Let's make a battery. Again, because this guy didn't have a natural, so make our battery. Okay, I missed our other nexus. Nice. Let's go. Look at my money, right? Kind of high. Let's go ahead and build our robo and our gateway. And my money. How do I know to build my robo gateway? I'm still making shit out of my nexus, and I'm still making shit out of my gateway. And we still had enough money to afford this, which is 300 minerals and 100 gas. I could easily have afforded that, so we did it. I didn't just do it at the cost of gateway units. I did it on top of gateway units. Let's go make a pylon. Make it in the open so we have more room to build. Just again, we can put a lot of gateways over here eventually, or upgrades or whatever. Yo, Fear of the Dark, thank you.
Fancy of you a Eura 2 Vibu. Thanks for everything you do for the SC2 community, dude. We all much appreciate you, mate. Much love.
Oh, thank you very much for the 10. I will definitely, okay, I will at some point be getting another burrito. And you just got it for me, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm glad you guys like I'm glad you and like, you know, people that you know like the series and stuff. That's sick. That's good shit. That's good shit. Okay, let's go ahead and build our nexus because we're fully saturated. 4 or 5 is also looking good. Build a pylon next to it. Right click the mineral line. Add the nexus to our control group. 4 or 5 needs to be looked at again. 4. How's my robo? Okay. Do we have an observer yet? We don't have an observer. Let's make an observer. Okay, we're getting attacked. That's all G. Battery, good, right? Our army's kind of running off in the distance by itself. Let's go ahead and pull it back. Let's go ahead and grab our sentry and go left side of the map first. Are there any bases that exist for this Protoss player that we need to know about? All the way on the left side of the map. 4 or 5. Make units. We're supply blocked as well, so make pylons. Fix my probe count. Grab some probes and send them over to my next base.
21. Wow, already at my average drones per game.
Hell yeah, these are. Damn, dude, you're a big fat macroer. Thank you very much for the sub, dude. Much appreciated. Okay, this base is not looking fully saturated, yet my money, I've just made a group of 4. My money is starting to go up. I can't really spend it again, so what can we do? Let's make our council and battery. Or we could have made a few gates and then made council battery. It goes either way. Because I have not been building 100% of the uptime, which is why our money is going up a little bit like that. So we're adding in the production a little bit faster now because our build wasn't as clean. Now the base is pretty much fully saturated. So what are we going to do? Let's take another base. 4 or 5 is good. All my probes and all my gateways and stuff are building. Let's go and build our nexus. Right click the mineral line, click the nexus, shift 5, 4 or 5, build a couple stalkers, build our immortal. Now we can go back to 5, get our probes, because 4 or 5 is priority. Then let's go ahead and start our upgrades on our forges. We can start chrono boosting those. Let's add our gases here. 4 or 5. We need to do 4 again. Also, we're going to supply block. Look at top right. We're going to supply block. Let's get a pylon or 2. So let's make a couple stalker. Go back to Nexus. Make probes. 4 or 5. We're making stuff out of every building. It's going well. Chrono booster upgrades. Let's grab our sentry and make another scout now. Let's go to the right side this time. 4 or 5. Cool. Let's go ahead and transfer some probes here. Transfer some probes here. Transfer some probes. Probe count currently is just about done, guys. Keep making 4 or 5. And look at my money. I can't spend it again. I'm like, good God, I can't spend my money. Let's add on like 6 gates. My money's going up really fast. We're at 83 probes, so we just need 3 more and we're done. Okay, this guy put bases all over the right side of the map. So he's proxying bases on the right side a lot. So that's why we scout with the Phoenix like that, the hallucinated Phoenix. Our Nexus is fully saturated. Let's go ahead and take another base. Build a couple gases here. And we're at 85 probes already. Go ahead and build this, and a pylon, and maybe another pylon on the other side. 4 or 5. 4 or 5's looking good. Let's grab all these buildings, add it into Group 4, and now Group 4 just got a lot bigger. Let's go ahead and chrono boost our upgrades. They're about done, so let's go ahead and start 2-2. 4 or 5. Also, we need to get our Temple Archives. Look at our gas, right? We have a lot more gas than minerals. And it's going to keep going that way if we keep making Stalkers, because Stalkers are more expensive on minerals than gas, so our gas will rise. Make it immortal. Let's go ahead and scout the sentry again on the left side of the map. Just check, give one more pass on the left bases, see if he's taking bases over there. Look at our supply. We're blocked. Build some pylons. Let's grab some probes and send them over to our new base again. And this is actually a wall in between our bases. We wanted to be able to defend this, right? And this is becoming a wall. So let's grab one probe and just say, hey, mine patches out, so I can actually walk through that. Because it's just, this map particularly has this problem. So if you mine that out, you can actually go through. And these patches only have 10 minerals, which is 2 trips of a probe. So this time it'll mine one of the patches out because this is its second pass. And there we go. Chrono booster upgrades. Look at my money. My money is getting pretty high, right? So let's go ahead and throw down some more gates. Make another robo while we're at it. Make like 1 more gate. We're good to go. And this game, we crushed it. We actually crushed it. We maxed out way faster than 1030. And again, our goal is 1030. Let's do 1 more pass really quickly on mineral fields depleted. That one's good. This one's good. Oh, it's right here. This is mineral field depleting as well. Good. Good. Every base is pretty good. Okay. So 1 final pass now on the right. Base, 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 base. We're checking all the bases on the right side and just making sure we're good to go. We're now maxed out. We can grab all these buildings we made in our main base and add them into our control group. And now we're sitting at 17, so we're almost there. And it looks like there's no new bases. So now let's select my army and let's go like this. A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Go back to my observer. Tell it to follow an immortal. Any immortal. That way it stays with my army. Okay, chrono boost my upgrades. Let's make some immortals. Let's make some stalkers. And now look at my production. It's not done yet, so let's make some more gates. Gate, 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 gate. Shift click the mineral line. Make more stalkers when we can. Chrono boost my upgrades. And again, we're having a priority of making the game continue to flow. The game is running smoothly for us. All these gates are added in. Now we're at 25. We're 1 over what I would say the max would most likely be. That's okay. It's not a big deal. If you're really OCD, you could be like, cancel the gateway. But you don't have to do that. I would say, honestly, if you feel like you're having a hard time to remax, it's definitely okay if you go a little over as well. But really, all we're doing again right now is we're watching our supply, watching our resources, watching our upgrades, chrono boosting them. Mineral field is depleting. Watch our resources, send them over to a new base. This base is getting pretty high. Let's take another base somewhere. Right here is fine. Shift click the mineral line. Awesome. Again, mineral field depleted. Do same thing again. Send some more probes this way. Now this base is looking pretty fully saturated. We're missing a probe on that gas. Let's put a probe on the gas. Let's chrono boost my upgrades. Gateways are all ready to go. All that jazz. And we're looking good. All these other bases are looking good. Everything's looking pretty solid. So everything, like, it's running smoothly. Base upkeep, right? What am I doing in the meantime? I'm just constantly trying to make sure everything's running in a good way.
Get coins at rally.io.
Yo, thank you for getting coins, Rally user. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Now, look, here's the priority. Things are dying, right? I'm making units. I'm making units. Am I tunnel visioning the fight? No, I'm not. I am not tunnel visioning the fight. I am instead just remaxing. I'm making sure I'm producing new units, not microing my existing ones. But notice how, did you notice how at the end of the game there was like nothing I could do? Like all my bases were good with resources. And I was like, okay, well I can't make units because my units aren't dying right now. I also can't fix my economy because I just fixed it and there's no new patches that need fixing at the moment. All my bases look good because, you know, all the probes are mining efficiently. There's no probes that are oversaturated on any bases with no new bases to go to. My upgrades are still being chrono boosted, but I already did that as well. And now I have like 20 seconds before I need to look at that again because that's how long chrono boost is. So what am I doing now? I'm just like waiting. If you start realizing that's good, by the way. That means you're doing it faster. If you ever get to a point in this series where you're like, I'm starting to realize that like all these tasks that I'm supposed to be doing, I'm doing them faster and faster. And I'm starting to have these moments in games where I'm just like, what do I do now? I'm waiting for the next thing to have a problem to fix it. That's really good. Because if you can do that faster and faster and faster, you'll get to a point where like the macro stuff I'm teaching you through bronze to plat, in an average game, you'll feel like 60 to like 75% of the game is literally waiting. You'll be like, I do all these things so fast, and I just wait. Okay, now we do all the tasks really fast again. We wait. You're like, wow, I'm crushing these tasks really quickly. And that is when, like, again, I'm not saying that you're gonna get to that point in fucking platinum. I might have worded that weirdly. You would get to that point if you play with the multitasking style of what bronze to plat offers. If your macro gets to the level of like diamond, which is fast, it's much faster than it is now. You would feel like you have a lot of free time, and what do you do with that free time? Then you start doing shit like microing later on. Then that free time gets filled in with shit like, oh, now I can attack and scout and do these other things on the map that do more stuff than just, you know, deal with my base. Vibe, any building placement considerations at this level? So I already talked about that in previous videos as well. And yes, the building placement considerations are your wall. I make the wall every time. The wall is actually relevant. We've already done discussions about it. If you want to see that, definitely go back and check out like the Silver 1 video. The Silver 3 video. This is the Silver 1 video. Go check out the Silver 3 video. We talked a lot about how to place your buildings and why it makes sense. And we're going to continue to talk more about it as we get higher and better at the game. But don't worry about placing your base in a very nice, like this. Don't be this guy. Don't worry about doing like everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect. Because the more you play like this, the more likely you're going to waste time because you're not fast enough yet. For now, just fucking click your shit all over the place and just build it. Just get that shit done. Don't take forever to macro. Speed your ass up. So let's check the game out, right? Our opponent never expanded to a natural. Our opponent never expanded. Now he finally expanded to a rich gas base, which is fine. I don't care. That's all good. Because look at what's happening already. Our opponent went for aggression, right? And a delayed expansion. And I'm already taking big fat leads in the game. Efficiency versus non-efficiency. It happens every single guy. That's all we should be worried about right now in Silver. Realistically. Can you play efficient or not? And if the answer is yes, well, that's going to happen. I'm already ahead of my opponent in supply by 30. And again, nothing has died yet. Nothing's dead. But I'm ahead by 30 fucking supply. And it's just because I'm doing a more efficient build. I'm focusing on minerals, and I'm focusing on my economy, and I'm focusing on keeping my units being produced the entire time. Here's these crazy examples, right? My opponent is on 5 production buildings. Look at this for a second. We talked about this last time. We'll talk about it again. My opponent is currently on 5 production buildings, soon to be 6. 5 gates and a robo. I have been on 2 gates and a robo the entire game. So my opponent's going to be on 6 soon. Currently on 5, going to be on 6 soon. I've been on 3. These are upgrades as well. These are not production buildings yet. I did not make my other gateways yet. Now let's look at army. supply overall. My opponent is on 28 army supply, and we are on 39. It's one of those things, again, where even though I have less production than my opponent does, I have more supply. And why do I have more supply? Like, let's see how many stock. Just look at stalkers only, okay? Let's actually not even talk about all supply. Let's just talk about, just subtract all my immortal supply here, and my observer, and my sentry. Let's look at just stalkers. I have been making stalkers off of 2 gateways. My opponent has 5. 5th one's on the way, but we has 4 already. What's the stalker count at? We're only down by 2 stalkers. The stalker count is like comparable. And why does that make any sense? Why is it like, well, if my opponent has 4 gates and I have 2 gates, how come I have almost the same stalker count he does? And the reason why is because these buildings are not having 100% uptime, and these buildings pretty much are. I am like trying to 4-5, 4-5, 4-5 as often as possible, and we are keeping on top of it. This is a moment where the supply should not be this low for this much production. The supply should actually be the other way around. He should have more than me, right? Realistically. But the only reason why it's not that way is because he can't afford what he built. So if you can't afford it, it's going to be idle a lot of the time. Yo, Whistler, thank you very much for the gifted sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Much love. Vibe gift in the chat, guys. Like, look at that economy, boys. It's huge. So now, check this out. We're much later in the game, right? We're much later in the game. None of these gateways are online yet. None of these gateways have come online yet. This is like 3 minutes later almost. Or like 2 to 3 minutes later. I just sped it up a lot. Let's look at it again. I've still been running on production off of just 2 gateways. That is all. All these gates have built no stalkers yet. They aren't even warp. They're almost warp gates. He's been building it now since then off of 5 gateways the entire time, because the last 5th gate was finishing the last time we paused the game, right? When we had 12 and 14 stalkers. Now he's making a lot of other buildings and blah, 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 so on and so on. Now let's quickly look at the stalker count. Let's just look at the stalker count. 5 gateways versus 2 gateways. When a few minutes ago it was 14 versus 12. Now what is it? We actually have more stalkers. I have 22 and he has 19. So in the last 3 minutes, out of 5 gates, our opponent went from 14 stalkers to 19 stalkers. He made 1 round of stalkers out of the entirety of 3 minutes or so. It was like 2.5 or 3 minutes. And you can make 1 stalker every 23 seconds, by the way. It's a lot of downtime right there. And now for us, out of 2 gateways, we have made from 12 stalkers to 22. So we made 5 stalkers per gateway. So in the time my opponent made 1 stalker per gateway out of 5 gates, 1 round of 5, we made 5 rounds of 2. So we actually made more stalkers than my opponent because we're doing building uptime and not just making buildings. Why? How do we do that? 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. This is why everyone who's in silver is in silver. Every time. You don't fucking use your production. That's 100%. That's what you got to fix. That is what you need to fix to grow as a player. Check your bases. Check your buildings. Base upkeep. But I think my opponent is way too invested into, honestly, things like he's setting up an aggressive attack on me. He's been warping in aggressive stalkers the entire time for a while. And he's also, you know, like now he's thinking, well, maybe I should tech switch into Sky Toss or something or whatever. I don't know what's going through this guy's head right now, but it's definitely not efficiency. He's not thinking about efficiency. Like, this base is oversaturated. He can't afford everything he's doing. He has no money, and he's adding on way more production, which is just going to sit there idle. He can't give himself enough money to mine for it to actually produce out of it, because this base needs some fixing. This base is looking pretty decent. This base has a couple idle idle probes and is barely being touched right now. Overall probe count at almost 9 minutes. We're done, and he's at like almost half of our probe count. So this is where efficiency comes into play. And this is why our supply is so much higher than our opponents. And this is why what I just said is the real thing you need to work on, rather than working on how to like attack an opponent and stuff like that. Okay, we just inserted a bunch of probes to the new base. And why did we transfer those probes? Because we're not oversaturated on the main base. We're not leaving probes in red all the time. Now here's finally here's the attack. We're on a move. I am a moving. Am I microing this? Am I moving these stalkers to the left to make a bigger concave? No. Will I do that in the future? Definitely, yeah. Am I going to blink micro in the future? 100% yes. Am I going to do a lot more things with my units in the future? Yep, I will. But in Silver League, again, that's not what's important. What's important is actually not wasting time on your production. You have to be able to do that. You have to. That is the priority. And that should be easy as well. You should be able to produce out of your buildings like the snap of a finger every time and then worry about other shit. And if you can't do that, it means you're not good enough at it yet. And like, look at the defense, right? He has nothing. He just is dead. And it's because his build was just inefficient. So again, this guy might not realize why he lost, and people that play like this in general might not realize why they lose, but the real reason why you lose is because if you ever have a situation where you have 5 gateways and your opponent has 2, and in 3 minutes you make 5 stalkers and your opponent makes 10, the 2 gateways make 10 stalkers in 3 minutes, and the 5 gateways make 5 stalkers in 3 minutes. There's a fucking problem with your macro right there. You gotta fix that first.
Yeah. Yo, 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 much love vibe you. Ooh.
Yo, thank you, Pulse Reaction, for the 11, man. Much appreciated, dude. Much love.
Will you be doing Terran Silver 2 to 1 tonight?
Terran tonight is going to be Silver 1 to Gold 3. I didn't actually finish uploading my videos that I made last night. I got to put some final touches on them. Again, this series is very time consuming, guys. I'm sorry. I can't, like, people don't realize how much work gets put into this fucking thing. But I will be uploading the videos from yesterday later tonight when the stream's over tonight, and then I'll be editing the videos from tonight to prepare uploads for tomorrow. So I will be doing Terran today, and it will be Silver 1 to Gold 3, and then later tonight, Silver 2 to Silver 1 will be uploaded because it's already done. I already did it. I just got to upload it and fix and, you know, categorize it and organize it and shit. But thank you very much for the bits, dude. Much love, Poppin'. Okay, we're against the Zerg boys. Let's go make our pylon. Make our gateway. Right click his middle line. Shift, right click my middle line. Chrono boost our nexus. And make a gas. Also, when I told the probe to go mine his patch and go back to mine, I can double tap 5, 5, 5, and it goes right back to my nexus. We'll talk a lot more. We're going to talk a lot more about camera hotkeys in Gold League. But that's, if you're wondering how I just did that, I did that.
In Vibe, you coin from rally.io.
Oh my god, Ethereum. Thank you very much for another $100 dono of Vibucoin. In Vibucoin. Thank you. Jesus. Ethereum. Good God. You're too good to me, man. Okay, we're making our core. Ethereum, thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. And Dr. Ditto, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you very much as well.
Loving the B2GM, dude. Much love.
Much love to you. Glad you like it. Let's go ahead and put our probes on our thingy, on our gas. Right click the gas.
Thanks for the awesome content. Smile.
Thank you, Slaughter, for the 3-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Much love. Okay, we have gateway on 4. Let's make our stalker. Let's make our warp gate upgrade. Let's also keep making probes. This is fully saturated in the main, so let's rally down to the natural. And also, just because this is Zerg, let's go ahead and we're going to put our doorway here with our unit. So, like, we're going to leave the unit in the doorway and we're going to put it on hold position. Chrono boost our Nexus again. We can chrono boost our Nexus again. Stalker's now in the doorway, and we put the Stalker on hold position. Now, when we have enough money, we'll make our second gateway here and maybe make our robo like back here. So let's make our robo right now. And then make probes, 4-5, check 4-5. And then we'll come down here and make our gateway. This way, if the Zerg attacks us, we're not exposed. Because you can't, like, look, perfect timing. Oh my god, right? Wowzers. Now make sure we rally our buildings behind into the base like that, so that way our sentry doesn't spawn like right there. We don't want it to be in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we're going to supply block soon, so let's build some pylons. Chrono boost.
Not enough energy.
Make an immortal. Let's also go ahead and get ready. We're fully saturated, so let's keep making probes, but let's get our probe down to our third base. Mine the mineral patch so it can run through my unit in the doorway. Let's warp in a couple more units, because again, 4-5's priority. And then let's build our Nexus down here. Let's also build a pylon with it, and like another pylon on the other side. And why are we doing this? So we can make gateways and a wall against our Nexus so that it's safer. It's not going to be as easily attacked by like Ling attacks and stuff like that. Okay, let's take our gases. 4-5. Make sure 4-5 is pumping. Make sure, so we got gateways pumping, robo pumping, we got our Nexus pumping. Everything's pumping. This base is now fully saturated. Let's rally down to our third. Okay, let's saturate our gases. 4-5. Make sure it's pumping. We can chrono boost our Nexus while we're at it. 4. Make a couple stalkers. 4-5.
I am here in the shadows.
Make some more pylons in my main base because we're supply blocked. Let's just assort them all around the base. That way I can have a lot more building room to work with, to throw more buildings down when I need to take them. Okay. 4-5, 4-5. Keep producing. Keep chrono boosting our Nexus while we can. Chrono boost our Nexus, the new one. Make another immortal. And then look at my money. I can't actually. I don't have a lot of like. Well, 800 minerals in the bank. I can't spend it. I don't have that problem right now, right? We're doing a decent job of spending our money, so things are going great. Keep making probes. Probe count's getting better and better. We're fully saturated here, so let's take another base. Let's build a couple pylons next to it. Okay, we're getting attacked. Let's go ahead and A-move towards the third base here. Keep making probes, guys. We can chrono boost our probes. Chrono boost our probes. 4-5. Make stalkers. Make immortals. Let's go ahead and make a pylon here. Keep making probes. Place. Keep making probes. 4-5. Gas is getting pretty high. We're spinning 4-5 pretty well though, and probes are being made pretty well. Our money's starting. It's gonna start ramping up faster. Like my money's going up pretty quickly now. So let's go ahead and grab a probe, and let's make our upgrades. This way we can go to Archons, and we can also get upgrades in general. Okay, the space is pretty much fully saturated. Let's go ahead and add on our gases. 4-5. You have not enough minerals. This base is looking pretty good. Supply-wise, we're getting closer and closer to being done with probes. Okay, Okay, let's re-rally all our probes now to this base up here because we're fully saturated on the base down here on our third. Also, money's getting kind of high again. 4 or 5. I'm tapped. I can't do any more. So let's take a probe and let's go gateway, 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 gateway. And what did I just do with these gateways? I just created a wall against my nexus like that. And now Zerglings have to always run up and around to get here. So now if I have a wall like that, let's centralize my army like right here. This way I can easily defend this base or this base. Let's get our upgrades going. Let's get our Templar Archives started. We can start transferring probes to the new base. Keep making probes. We're almost done. Chrono Booster upgrades as well. Soccer, Immortal. And same thing again. Look at my money, right? 4 or 5 is tapped again. My probe count's really high. We're almost done on that too. And I can't spend my money. I'm still waiting. So let's go ahead and do this. Make a couple more buildings right here. We'll just add a little bit more production. We could like tuck a pylon right there. And now this base is fully saturated. So what do we do when we're fully saturated? Let's expand again. Shift the mineral line. Let's take our gases. Look at my probes in top right. We need 2 more. Now we're done making probes. So 5 is done. How about 4? We have a lot of gas, not a lot of minerals. Let's go ahead and make some Archons then. Archons. Okay, we're getting attacked at the top of the map. Hey, select on my army. Go up there and clear it out really quick so I can actually expand. We'll send another probe up there to go build a Nexus again. Chrono boost my upgrades. Keep making Immortals. Grab these probes that are oversaturated and send them to a new base. Like up here, the one we just took. Now let's tell my army to come back a bit. Because the reason why is because like this base is also super exposed, right? So we don't want to die. Like we want to make sure our army is like kind of in the middle of wherever we're going to be. Because again, we're still macroing essentially. Production wise, we're on 11 gates. Okay, oh look, we're getting attacked. Okay, let's move my army down there and fix that. Okay. Upgrades, let's get another upgrades going. Chrono boost them up. Bases are looking pretty fresh still. Pretty nice. And now, where's my sentry? We haven't done this yet. Let's do this. Scout bases. We'll do it twice because we haven't done it all game, so we'll do it on both sides right now. So we did left side with 1 Phoenix, right side with another one. Okay, now we're maxed out. And now, really quickly, while we're looking where the bases are, let's make a few more production buildings. We're at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Hold shift, right click the mineral line. Chrono booster upgrades. And now we've discovered where the bases are for Zerg. We got 2 outer bases and 2 inner bases. So let's just take my army and let's just go like this. Let's attack like right here. Okay, we're going to attack like right here. Why? Because we're right here. We're going to group up my army in this location. Check my economy.
Much love, Vibu heart.
Yo, thank you very much, Serial Killer, for the 5. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now let's go ahead. Now we're here, so let's go ahead and A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Go back to my army. Grab the observer. Right click an immortal with it, so it doesn't fly into spores and just go suicide and die. Serial Killer, thank you very much for the 5. Much love, right back at you. Okay. Grab all my buildings, add them into my control group. We have 23 buildings in my control group. Mineral field depleted. Fix it. This base is getting pretty high in saturation. So let's go ahead and build another base again. Let's build one like down here. Make a couple pylons at it. Shift the mineral line. And look at my resources. We're high in minerals, low in gas. So let's go ahead and make stalkers and immortals. Here we go. Chrono boost my upgrades. We can also, if we have excess chrono boost, which we definitely do, we can start chrono boosting our robos as well. And why are we going to do that? Why does it make sense? Because otherwise Nexus are doing nothing, and we also need to chrono boost more supply up because we just lost our army big time. So we're remaxing faster because of that. Let's transfer some boys to our gases. Check my mineral lines. Check my mineral lines. Go to restore our upgrades. Check my mineral lines. Everything's looking pretty decent. Let's make a round of Archons now. We have more gas. Okay, now let's make all these Archons into Archons, or all these Templars into Archons. Way more minerals than gas now. Let's rotate back into making some Stalkers. Okay, now this time let's hit from the top side. Let's go to
When
the top side.
can we see giraffes? XD.
Not until probably like maybe platinum. Honestly. Thank you very much though for the 5 Aki. Thank you, dude. We're not worried about composition yet. We'll start worrying more about composition in platinum, because that requires scouting, and we're not trying to scout because it's just going to distract the shit out of you. Okay, so now same thing again. A move, shift A move, shift A move. Grab my observer, follow my immortal with it. Okay. Check my bases. Check my bases. Check my bases. Fix that. Send it over here. Check my bases. Fix this. Send this down here. Mineral fields are depleting repeatedly, boys. But we're looking good. Look at my supply. Let's fix it. Immortals. Stalkers. We're maxed out again. What about our upgrades? Let's chrono boost. Let's also start another upgrade right now, because these are about done, and they're 3-3. So when those are done, they're done. We can just start armor in case I forget to do it, right? Because we're gonna still get armor eventually, anyways. And now Zerg's dead. So again, we're winning through sheer macro, trying to be as efficient as we can, getting better and better at managing our economy throughout these levels. So now let's go and see. Let's see how the game developed from a real, like, observing perspective here. So look at the economy again, guys. This economy is so much in favor of Protoss. We're gonna already automatically take a humongous lead from the start of the game here. The supply is gonna start fluctuating heavily in our favor because we just have way more income. And now look, we have a large supply lead again. And why is that? 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. Zerg actually does a counterattack in my mineral line. Zerg is prioritizing me a lot right now with this attack. How many probes actually die? Let's go ahead and see. A couple stalkers die. Like almost all my probes die there. He killed 13 probes right there. And he didn't even lose all of his lings. He actually got a lot of his lings out of the base, right? Like, he made a lot too, though. How many lings did he lose? He lost 19 lings to kill, or he lost really 18 lings and an overlord to kill, what is it? 13 probes. That's not a bad trade. That's not a bad trade. And he also killed 2 stalkers. That is not a bad trade at all for Zerg. Okay? It's not. Definitely not a bad trade. It's actually a good, like, that's the thing, is that's why this game is confusing for newer players, is because a lot of players do make good trades whenever you do attacks like this, where it's like, I'm going to do that attack I saw someone do that's definitely like GM level or like pro level. And you get an idea. You're like, oh, I'll counterattack a mineral line and run away with my lings before all my lings die. And then you wipe out a mineral line with a couple stalkers standing there. And you're like, damn, that was good. I just fucking owned that guy's third base. But again, if you're not macroing at an efficient pace, none of it matters. That's the real thing. So even though I just lost 13 probes and I've killed 0 drones, I still have 11 more workers than Zerg. I'm still in the lead by a lot. And it's continuing to grow. Now it's 14. Now it's 15. Now it's 14 again. Now it's 15. Now it's 16. 17. Etc, etc, etc. It keeps growing in my favor a lot of the time. Because we're actively going 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. We're always on top of it. We're trying to be. That's the whole point. And now these gateways prevent run-bys from going in because this is a wall along the Nexus, so it's harder for our Nexus to die, and it's harder for him to get in and kill my probes now. And look at the supply in top middle. We're taking a resounding lead here of massive supply gain. And it's, you know, the Zerg's going mass Hydras, which is fine. I would recommend the Zerg go Hydras in Silver League. That's what I do in my Silver B2GM videos. The only problem with it is that it's just being done off of way too little drones. It's not enough drones the entire time. And it's also not being efficient either. So look at the income. We're crushing. This is, again, this is only once the whole game. This is what's happened so far up to this point over the entirety of the game. He's in the lead right now by just a little bit, by 650. And we're in the lead here by probably like 6,000. Genuinely. Because this is, again, this is every single minute we're mining over a little bit over 1,000 more resources than he is. And we've been maintaining a worker lead the entire time. And now we scouted where his bases are. Now this is the first attack. This is what it looked like when we got across the map. Our army's on a move. And what happens? He takes a nice concave at the top of the ramp. He actually pulls back to give himself a bigger concave, which makes me go into a tighter choke point. It bottlenecked my units. This is like, he's got less supply than me, but he's gonna win this fight because he took a better micro fight. He took a better engagement. But now let's watch production during the fight. So these hydras were made 17 seconds ago. So he hasn't started anything during the fight. How much larva does he have? He only has 5 larvae. Okay, that's fine. But what does production look like during the fight? What does supply look like during the fight? When the fight really starts, Protoss is ahead by 16. Protoss is in the lead by 16 supply when the fight starts, right? Also, while this is happening, so he did make 5 Hydra. He did produce 5 Hydra. That's good. He's making more Hydra. He is macroing during the fight, but he is also, I think he's moving his Hydras up and down repeatedly, trying to micro this like crazy. He is injecting his hatchery, or one of them is being injected. The other hatcheries are not being injected at all. So again, that's some lost efficiency there. Base mining like crap and no inject. Base mining fine, being injected, that's good. Base mining pretty well, and not being injected, that's bad again.
Thanks for B2GM. Do you have a rough idea of supply we should be hitting at different times for different tiers? Looking to keep myself honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm writing them down, right? Right up there. Up there. Thank you very much, Agent Fish, for the 100 bits. That's one of those things where it's just going to speed up as we go. And once you're in diamond, once you're diamond or above diamond, we're going to stop. We're going to stop fucking worrying about, you know, how fast can you max? Because it should be by default. Like, we'll still talk about it if we have a game that runs like shit. But in general, you should be able to max out at a efficient pace once we're Diamond Plus, because we're going to understand that concept at a higher level. But when we're in Silver League and Platinum League and Gold League and all these things, we're worried a lot more about how fast you can max, because there's a lot of players in these leagues, like everybody in these leagues, they just can't max properly, ever, because they don't know how to play efficiently. So we'll keep going with it. And again, all you got to know is the timestamp is going to be on all the videos. And right now for a silver, it's just 10:30, roughly 10:30. If you can do that, you're doing great. That's going to get you out of silver. You're going to definitely, it's not the best in the world. It's definitely going to be a lot better than that, but it's good enough for silver to keep progressing and keep working on it and keep making it better. So don't fixate on it too much. Don't worry. We're definitely going to keep going with it. Just try your best. Literally, don't be satisfied. Try to always make it faster. Every game. Don't be like, well, 10:30, I'm good. I'll never be faster than that. No. Think about it like this, okay? Think about it like this. You have 2 guys, right? 2 guys that are playing StarCraft 2, and they don't know how to macro. And let's say the first guy sees 10:30, and his whole goal is to hit 10:30, and then as soon as he hits it, he's like, oh, yeah, I can just now relax because I know how to hit 10:30. I don't have to try anymore because now I can hit 10:30, so I'll just hit 10:30 every game. Sick. Like, that guy will definitely get out of Silver League, but he'll probably be stuck in Gold or Platinum forever, realistically, because he's still playing inefficient. But now let's say you have another guy who goes, the timer says 10:30, and I hit 10:30. Fuck yeah. Let's see if I can hit 10:20. Let's see if I can hit 10:10. Let's see if I can hit 10. Let's see if I can hit 9:50. And he keeps pushing himself. That guy is going to be fucking Diamond or Masters because he doesn't ever get complacent and go, I'm done. And again, I just want you guys to know the level of skill in this game never stops. You will never, ever, everybody listening to me talk right now, I don't even give a shit who you are. This game never stops making you work harder to grow your skill level. It never stops. And that even applies to pro gamers. It never stops. Because this game There is way too many things you could be doing all the time, and you physically are capped out by a human body and your brain. Like, you're not a computer that can do like 5,000 tasks in the snap of a finger. You can't do that. You're a human, and you have to do one task at a time. You can just do them really fast, which is becomes multitasking, but you're still capped out by a fucking human body and a human brain. So, but you can push yourself over and over and over and keep trying for better and improving yourself, because the more you master something, the faster you'll get at it, and then suddenly you can add a little bit more to it repeatedly. So always just try to do better. That's my real answer for you, for like a real growth answer for you. Don't worry too much about the timer. Just use that as an indicator for how you started out, where you're like, well, 1030 is acceptable. It's like acceptable for efficiency in silver, but it's definitely going to get harder and harder and harder as you go. Okay. So anyways, yeah, the Zerg, I would say the Zerg definitely over-micring a little bit here. Focus firing maybe a little too much, and he's like stacking Hydras and getting killed in here. But I mean, he wins the fight, right? The Zerg wins the fight. I lose more resources than he does. I lose more than he does. And at the end of the fight, remember how we only had a 16 supply lead? Now we have a 63 supply lead. So, brutal. It's rough. And now we're pushing again. And this one, it doesn't matter how good the Zerg micros. He's still going to die here because there's just too much Protoss. There's just too much for Protoss here. The idea isn't not to improve. I think it's, well, I'm hitting max fast enough. Maybe there's another issue. I'm telling you guys right now. I'm telling you right now. Again, I know I always preface this the same way, but I feel like people always doubt what I say every day. And it's fine. Let's talk about it again. Guys. Efficiency beats non-efficiency. It does. And you want to know why? That makes sense. The more efficient you play, the higher league you will get to. And the entire series of what I'm doing right now is proving that point. I am not doing anything remotely close to what I'm going to be doing in Masters League or in Diamond League in these lower leagues, because people in lower leagues can't even play the game properly. They fucking can't. So, he's dead, right? He's dead. He just doesn't have enough. Did I micro this? No. Did I do anything else? No. I just made units and attacked them.
Thanks for pushing us to be better.
No worries. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the bits, Agent Fish. Thank you, man. I need to get out of these little leagues. I think like this series, because of the MMR bug and it's taking so much longer, I think I'm losing my mind this time around. It's too repetitive. Okay, it's Protoss. It's Protoss. Let's go ahead and build a pylon on our ramp. Rally our nexus to our mineral line. Come down to the probe. Build a pylon. There. Put it there. Let's grab our probe again and come down and build our gateway.
You must construct additional pylons.
Okay. Click his mineral line, hold shift, click our mineral line. Again, we're scouting for the natural. Okay, so we haven't seen a natural yet, so we'll still make a battery. Because just because he's building here doesn't mean he's going to have a natural. We don't know. He might go for a natural late. We don't know that. We didn't see the nexus. That's what we care about. So if there's no nexus, we're going to make a battery now. The goal now will be to build ourselves a battery. Build our nexus. Let's build our cyber core. And let's build our gas. Let's build a pylon.
You must construct additional pylons.
Let's build some chrono boosted probes. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Alright, we're getting attacked. So let's go ahead and build our second gateway. Let's build a robo. Why do we do it? Because we can afford it while doing 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. And now he's really attacking me. Hard.
Don't forget to visit your local Arby's and order a number 4 and 5 with a large side of curly fries.
So let's build a battery in our main base this time. Because we're going to build it on like the ramp. And the reason why is because he killed my pylon. I want a pylon. Let's also stop rallying my probes to their death. Also, let's wait up here. Let's just wait up here. Just wait. I'm in no rush, guys. The Nexus is not going to die in 2 seconds. I'm in no rush. We're making probes, though. And we're making units. This time now, we're going to do the same thing we always do. Whenever we're getting heavily attacked, also thank you, Poppin, for the bits. When we get heavily attacked, we're going to chrono boost out our immortal. And when the immortal finishes, then we'll go. Okay? So when it's done. Keep making probes. Let's make another pylon. Because we're getting close to blocking. I'm doing a macro focus right now. Okay, let's now attack towards the natural because we're waiting for the immortal. Get down there. And let's build ourselves a new nexus because it actually died. Okay, let's A-move my army up here. Green box my probes. A-move the ground and shift the mineral line. Keep making probes, guys. Don't freak out. Okay, adepts are dead. Let's go ahead and take my army and go back to the natural. Let's make another pylon. We'll try to make another battery here because this battery, it's not in the greatest position. We definitely want to have it in front of our natural in case this guy's super aggressive. Let's saturate our gases properly. And now the build goes once again right back into what it was before. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Grab 5 probes off. Send it down to our natural. And now we're fully saturated, and the space is about to finish again. Make another immortal. Probes are priority. Gateways and robo are the second priority. And then finally the last priority would be building more buildings. So we're not ready to build a fucking a council right now. We're not ready to build 2 forges right now. We can't afford that shit. We're not ready for a 3rd nexus yet. We have to grow our money again. Efficiency. Chrono booster probes. Let's make a couple stalkers. Get ready. My immortal's probably going to need to be made again soon because we just made it a while ago. So now let's make another immortal. Wow, we just made probes again first, and now we're making another immortal. Probes priority. Keep making probes. Let's make another pylon. Because again, we're close to supply blocking. This base is fully saturated, so now let's get ready to take another base. Our money's gonna ramp pretty quick again, so we can now afford to expand our economy again now. So let's take another nexus. Let's take another pylon near it. Shift click the mineral line. Grab the nexus. Shift it into our control group. Make probes. 4. Make units out of 4. We could also make a battery now, because I mean we said we would make one, and what if he attacks again, right? We want one here because he was playing aggressive. Make probes. Make an immortal, and after we're the immortal, we'll make our gas again. Unit priority over building priority. Okay, he's attacking me again. So, look at his shades. This unit will shade into your base like this. So let's A move into the main. Okay, and now that he's like on the side of the main, we can run our probes like this. Right click over here, and then shift right click into the mineral line. Chrono boost our probes. Chrono boost our probes. 4-5, 4-5. Make some stalkers. Make an immortal. Select all army, and go down to my natural. Okay, this base needs to be fixed. Rally the main to the main, because it's got a bad probe count. This base is still pretty good. Okay, he's leaving again. He's in my main again. A move here. With my select all army, go. Grab my probes. Click away. Shift click the mineral line. Keep chronoing probes. Keep chronoing probes. Keep chrono boosting probes. Rally the third to the third, because again, natural is fully saturated. A move here. He's in the middle of the mineral line, so we're going to A move it, and then shift the mineral line. Have my army on select and A move down towards it. Okay, the probes are getting kind of far away, so let's just tell them to go back now. Chrono boost my probes. Probes priority. Okay, he's going back into the main again. And now here's a final trick you can do, okay? If your opponent literally just does this all day and you're like, oh my god, this guy is so fucking annoying. Check this out. Look at your army. Put it into the middle of your base, right? And go like this. Okay, what's about a third of this? That right there. Go to the main. What's about another third of this? Maybe that right there. Go to the natural. And this is about another third. Go right here. Go to the third base. And now suddenly, we no longer have to go, oh my god, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. We have now dealt with someone who is constantly running us back and forth and back and forth and back and forth by now. AFK killing shit. And now it would make sense wherever he attacks, maybe we build units there. So go, hey, let's build a couple stalkers here because he's attacking right here. Keep building immortals. 4 or 5. Now look, he's gone. But now look, he's killing these, or these units are now fighting him. Much easier at this point now for us to not have to be like running up and down, up and down. Because his whole plan is literally running us back and forth and back and forth and back and forth onto our mineral lines. Okay, let's make a sentry because we need one for scouting bases. Probe count is currently at 39, so we're still making probes. Every base is looking pretty decent though. Let's go ahead and chrono boost probes whenever we can. Let's go ahead and take our gases now because this base is fully saturated on minerals. Also, this base is fully saturated, but this is only our third base. So instead of taking gas here, because this is our natural, this is our third though. And what do we always do when our newest base is fully saturated? We take another base. So 4 or 5. We need more gas, so we actually can't make immortals right now. We'll fix that in a second. But now we take another base again. A couple of pylons, shift click the mineral line, add the nexus in our control group. Go up here, fix our gas. Fix our gas. We need pylons. Pylon. Okay, let's make a hallucination and let's go to the right side of the map. Right, 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 right. This base is getting up there. Let's grab some probes and put them on our gases. Probes on the gas, probes on the gas. Again, we have a very high mineral line saturation here, so it's okay. This base is going to be done. This base is also going to be done. And we just took this base, so now we can take gas on this base because we just took another expansion. 4 or 5. Money's starting to grow a little bit now at this point. Money's definitely starting to get up there a little bit. Make some more pylons really quickly. 4-5. 4-5's looking good. Okay, natural's oversaturated, main's oversaturated. Third base needs to be fixed. So let's fix our probes at our third. Keep making probes. Fix our probes in our main. Grab 2. Fix our probes in our natural. Grab 1. This base needs 1. Take 1 off. Go here. All nexus come here. And we have now fixed our entire economy. Every base is running like it's supposed to. 4-5. Look at my economy. Way too much money though. Let's go ahead and grab a couple forges. Our council. And maybe even add on. We'll make our immortal. And we still have a lot. 4-5 still tapped out. So maybe now we also make like an extra like 3 gates. Just to increase our production again. Because our probe count's also getting really high. Let's grab a couple of probes here and send them away. Come down here. It's all about just understanding how to manipulate the economy to your advantage. Let's grab a probe because we're fully saturated here and do what? Let's expand again. 4-5. Okay, let's start some forges for the upgrades. And 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. Probe count's at 82, guys. We're just about done. And what has this guy been doing all game? And what does it look like he might be doing again? He's been attacking all my economy. Fucking non-stop, right? Super annoying. So here, if you play against someone who plays like this, if this is their playstyle where it's just like they keep running you around your base trying to kill your workers, it's a good idea to do what we do whenever we fight against air units or whenever we fight against people who go cloaked units or harass in general. Let's add 2 cannons and a battery to every base. Like when we start pushing, we'll do that. So don't do it before. Do it when we start pushing. So I'll show you in. Okay. Now he's attacking my base again. So let's go ahead and select my army and I go attack him. Let's make another forge. Another 2 forges because he just killed my forges. He's literally target firing my buildings. I'm watching him kill what he kills in my base. I'm not trying to micro. I'm just watching what dies. Let's make 5 stalkers. Money's still pretty high. Let's go somewhere else with open pylon area and let's make a lot of gates. Okay. Probe count is still good. We're back to 85 right off the bat. Every base is looking optimal, looking nice. Let's get our upgrades once again. Start chrono boosting them with our nexus, with shields and weapons. Chrono. Unit. And now we're maxed out. Now we didn't get fully to see all the bases because our sentry died. So let's just do this. If you don't get to see what they have, A move one of his bases on the outside. Like so we'll do this first. A move and group up my army like in the front of the bases on the map. At the same time, let's make cannon battery. Let's make cannon battery. Okay, I'm under attack again. So we haven't moved out our base very far. Let's go back and defend myself really fast. Because what are we doing? We're setting up cannon battery for this bullshit right here that's happening right now. Make cannon battery. Shift the mineral line. Cannon battery. Let's also take another base again too, because it feels like we're going to start mining out again. So let's take this base right here. And now cannon battery's all finishing. Now it's once again, let's just aim move the right side now. What we're going to do is we're going to aim, but because we're not going to look to wait a long time here, we're just going to assume he might have this base and he might have this base. The 2 nearest expansions to what he has. We're just going to go. Okay, we're not going to waste a fuckload of time. Production currently is on 11. We need to fix that too, right? This guy's pushing us to the limit. It's like, oh god, it's hard to keep up with this guy. He's so aggressive. Let's make some more production. Let's make another robo. Make more gates down here. Fix the probes. Send them somewhere else. Let's make more gates over here or something. Again, we're looking for more production. Shift the mineral line. And now our army's fighting, so it is what it is. Cool. Fix our probes. And let's make units. Look at my gas. So much higher than my minerals. Let's actually go to Archons now. And make immortals. Grab all these buildings I just made. Again, we can just grab the robo as well to make it super easy. Make our life super easy. Let's just grab the robo for now. And we'll grab the gateways through the warp gate feature. It makes it really easy not to have to scour your base all day if you feel like you're being overwhelmed. So if we're going to do the warp gate feature, all we do is go like this. Warp gate, shift 4, Every time we're gonna make units. Okay, cool. Make units. See how this warp gate number has a number on it? It means a gateway's ready to go. So I can click warp gate, shift 4, make a bunch of Templar. Okay. Now let's make a lot of these bad boys into Archons. And now look at my gas and minerals. Way more minerals than gas. So what are we going to do? Let's go back into... we also need one more probe. Let's go back into making Stalkers. Also, we're getting attacked right now, so we can take our army, A move towards him. Select our army, A move towards the area. Start making Stalkers again. Make more Stalkers. Okay, select all army, A move towards him. Gonna boost my upgrades. Fix my economy. And he's killing bases, right? So we're not gonna just sit here and do nothing. Let's expand again. Somewhere else on the other side of the map. Don't just sit there literally with your thumb up your butt and go, I don't know what to do right now. We'll make use of our time. Yeah, make more Stalkers. Let's go ahead and chrono boost our upgrades. Grab more probes that are oversaturated. Good. Oversaturated. Fix. Go down to the new base we just built. Okay. He's attacking me again. Let's select my army and go over there. Attack that area. Probe count. We are actually still good. We're still good. Chrono boost my upgrades. Let's go ahead and get 3-3 started. And just keep building. Again, it's all about macro, guys. It's all about macro. We're basing everything off of macro right now for us. Making sure all my bases are mining optimally. Mining optimally. This base is mined out. Send a probe down here. Mine optimally. Okay, he's looking like he wants to step in and attack on us again. And move everything towards it. We can make some Templar, make some Archon. We're just macroing as much as we fucking can. Chrono booster upgrades. Also, this base is like a shit show. Let's make another pound over here and just warp in on the south end because it's so cluttered. Chrono boost our immortals. Chrono boost our upgrades. Where's our other robo? There it is. Chrono boost our upgrades. Fix my economy. Main base is mined out. This base needs fixing. This base is good. Go there. This base is all my bases are starting to become fully saturated again, so here pretty soon. We'll go back as well into taking another base. Okay, keep making immortals. Chrono boost my immortals. Chrono boost my my upgrades. Grab my probes that are oversaturated, or they're not mining anything. Let's go to a new base again. Let's take another probe and take another base. Make an Archon. Make some Stalker. And chrono booster upgrades one more time. I can start an armor upgrade on one of them. Keep chrono boosting my immortals. And chrono boost out another immortal. Why? Because we have chrono boost that needs to be spent, right? Okay, this is send the probes here to a new optimal base again. Maintaining optimal saturation. This base is not good anymore. Fix it. Send them over here. Let's take the gases here so we can actually mine the gas properly. Good. Not good. Fix. Send them up to the new base we just took. This base is good. This base is literally empty. Chrono boost upgrade. Chrono boost immortal. And then we can go back here and chrono boost our other immortal. With the rest, let's make Stalkers again. Make an Archon with those bad boys. Now let's take one Stalker and let's just A move like back to the original sequence we were doing because we don't have a sentry. One Stalker goes on the south side, one Stalker goes on the north side. How many fucking bases does this dude have? How many bases this guy got? Probes are still good. Again, let's add some cannon battery though, because this guy was aggressive as fuck all game. So that's the plan. What we did for all of our bases was we added cannon battery. So let's do it to this base as well. Cannon battery. Now let's go ahead and add in some probes to our gases here because we're fixing our economy. And we now see where his bases are. He's got literally every other base on the map that we don't own. So let's go ahead and move our army forward. Move our army up. We can make like one more Archon or something. And now, let's A move it. A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move. Grab my observer and follow an immortal. Okay, now let's go ahead and macro during the fight. And make sure my probes are good. Probes are good. Probes are good. Probes are not good. Fix that. Probes need to be good over here. Probes are good. Okay, cool. Make a bunch of stalkers. Make some immortals. What's happening down here? Okay, so he's got a stalker attacking me right there. Interesting. What's happening here? He's got another stalker attacking me here. Okay. Go and chrono boost our immortals again. Chrono boost our immortals again. Let's make some Templars this time because we have more gas. Now we can go back to making stalkers because we don't have enough gas anymore. Managing our resources. Chrono boost our immortals again because the chrono boost is over. Chrono boost our immortals again. Make a bunch of stalkers. We're getting tapped out to the max this game with our macro, right? We can go back to our upgrade, make sure that's good. Okay, it looks like he's going to attack us, so let's go ahead and A move towards the area. Keep making immortals. Chrono boost my immortals. Chrono boost my immortals. Fix my economy. This game is an endurance game right now. It's not ending. Make our gas here. We can take some more units here. Am I microing at all? No. If I would have been microing throughout this game, I probably would have lost already because I would have probably fell behind on my macro. And I wouldn't be able to multitask it. That's the whole point, right? We're just trying to overwhelm this through sheer production. Let's go back to chrono boosting out our upgrade. Let's chrono boost out immortals again. Immortals are quite strong units. They're really nice to use. Let's make another immortal. Chrono boost that bad boy. Okay. Let's make another Archon. Take our gases here. Take our gases here. Chrono boost out our immortals. Chrono boost out our armor upgrade. Chrono boost out our immortals. Nice. Make a couple Archons. Macro, macro, macro. It doesn't ever end. Maintain. Look at my bases. Fix it. Bases needs fixing. Fix this base. That base is good. That base is fully saturated. Put 2 more on it. Now it's fully saturated. And put the other 3 up here. Okay, cool. Make some more stalkers. Make a couple Templar. Let's chrono boost our upgrades. Let's chrono boost our immortals. We have probes doing nothing again. Send them up here to mine minerals. We're running out of patches, guys. This base is getting split map at this point. Okay, so make another Archon. Go back to our main base. Let's start our final armor upgrade. Chrono boost it. Chrono boost our immortals. Chrono boost our immortals. Fix our probes. We're now getting oversaturated. So now, let's go ahead and group up my army one more time, all over again, just like we've been doing. Group it up right here, and let's get ready to smash into his base on the top again of the map again, because we need another base to expand to. Let's just kill his bases and take his bases, because the map is literally mining out. So now A move my army, A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move. Go back to my observers. Make sure they follow an immortal. Call it a day. Go back to macroing during the fight. I would love to transfer these probes somewhere, but I can't anymore. We're starting to mine everything out, so the map has no more money left. Keep making immortals. Chrono boost our upgrade. Chrono boost our immortal. Chrono Booster our Immortal. We can make Stalkers again. Chrono Booster upgrade. Chrono Booster Immortal. Chrono Booster Immortal. Okay, we have a big army again. It's not really going down that fast. Let's reinforce. A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Shift A move. Grab my observers. Follow an Immortal. And now look, we've cleared out a base. Let's take a base. The macro continues. Mineral fields are depleting everywhere, guys. Mineral fields are legit depleting everywhere. Grab a bunch of probes. Grab some probes. Grab some probes. Put one probe back on that base. Put all these probes on this new base we just took. We'll just long distance mine it because we need money. We're literally drying everything up on this map. Grab a couple of probes. Send them over here as well. And this base is already going to be fully saturated, but look, we cleared up another base. Let's take another base. It's all about those economies. Let's go. Let's start making units here. We can make Archons because we have more gas than minerals. Now it's balanced. Now we have more minerals than gas. So let's go back into making Stalkers. Nice. Now let's rewind this game because this game was literally an endurance. This was a endurance game, 100%. This was massive endurance. This is what you have to be able to do. You have to be able to literally never stop macroing until the map genuinely mines out. It's not about attacking your opponent once and being like, oh, I'm done. Well, if I win or lose, it's all based off this one army. So far, what's happened? What's happened so far? We'll even go back further because we missed an important part about this game. We missed our Nexus dying. So we're doing a build, right? We're open up all hunky-dory. It's all beautiful. It's all nice and easy. Then we have our Nexus gateway. Everything's standard. Our opponent opens up with really aggressive zealots off of double gateway. He kills my pylon, so I can't make a battery here. So instead I try to make a battery up here. And then I realize, okay, my Nexus is dying. So I stop putting my probes down there. Like, I don't literally just keep feeding my probes to death. I just re-rally my probes to the main base. But I keep making probes. And they just go to the main now. They oversaturate my main base. Meanwhile, I'm also making units out of my Immortal, out of my Robo, out of my gateways. I'm still making shit. He actually kills my Nexus. I come down, and then my units eventually push him away. He actually goes to my mineral line. If he was behind the mineral line, anywhere behind it, or on the bottom of it, or the top of it, all I would do is I would right-click away, or I would right-click the base down here, and then shift right-click the mineral line up here. I would run away from him if he was around the side of the mineral line. And if anyone asks, Vibe, why would you do that? Why does that make sense? Because he can just kite your probes all day if he wants to. If you A-move Adepts and they're behind or like on the side of the mineral line, he can literally attack you, run away, attack you, run away, attack you, run away, attack you, run away, and finally send shades out and then entirely just teleport away. And you don't want to do that with your probes because you're never going to kill the Adepts that way. However, if he does this with his Adepts and he goes right into the center of your mineral line, like that, and he lets it finish, and now you can, if you just green box, A-move the ground, shift, right-click the mineral line, you fully surround him, and suddenly he can't kite you anymore. And anyone out there who's like, Vibe, what is kiting? I don't understand what that is. It's where a range unit shoots a melee unit and then runs away and creates distance and shoots the melee unit again and runs away and creates distance and shoots the melee unit again. It makes the melee unit just run after the range unit repeatedly and never attack and just be like, I'm just dying over and over. That's what kiting is. So if he's in my mineral line though, suddenly he can't kite me if I just A-move the ground and he gets surrounded. And then our probes will do a citizen's arrest here on the Adepts. Yeah, I'm going to lose a lot of probes here, but again, we're not microing. It's not the point. We're just A-moving and mining the minerals. It's like literally two actions. Really easy peasy. Either run away and shift click the minerals or attack and shift click the minerals based on where the Adepts are standing, like we just talked about. And now let's see what's died so far. Up to this point in this game, I've lost a little bit more than he has. I've lost 11 units. He's lost 7. I've lost 950 total. He's lost 825 resources total. In terms of economy, I'm still ahead by 2 probes. In terms of supply, I'm still ahead by 6 supply. And in terms of workers killed, I've already lost 9 workers to this, and I'm still in a decent spot of 27 probes. And we're still making probes the whole time. We're supply blocked right now, unfortunately, because my Nexus died and everything, which is expensive. But we're just rebuilding. Now fast forward to the next attack. And we're still maintaining a supply lead the entire time. It's close though. Now he shows up with his second attack, and he's got a bunch of Adepts attacking a bunch of Stalker and Immortal. Now, again, what the Adept does, the special thing the Adept does is it has an ability called Psionic Transfer, and when you see a bar above the Adept, it means it's currently on a transfer. Like the Adept shade is going somewhere, and when this timer ends, the Adept is going to teleport to where the shade is. Now the Adept is a cool unit in the sense that it has the ability also where you can select the shade itself and you can say cancel, and it will literally cancel the shade and the Adept will stay where it is. So these units are more annoying to deal with at lower levels, 100% for sure. So at first the way we dealt with it is we go, okay, he's in front of my base. We're fighting him in front of my base. Now they teleport away, and as soon as they teleport away, we know they went to the main base because that's where they were. So we A-move the main base with our army first. We A-move the army first, and then we grab the probes second. And because he's not in the middle of the mineral line anymore, and he's on the side of it, he can now kite me. So instead what I do, instead of A-moving and just going back to the mineral line, I tell my probes to right-click over here because it runs away from the Adepts, and then go back to the mineral line. And now my Stalkers and Immortals go back to attacking. They're on, again, A-move. Half of them stopped fighting because we're not microing. We just A-move the area. And now suddenly he's in my natural. And we're warping in Stalkers in the natural, and we're making units still. We're still making our Immortals, we're still making our Stalkers, and we're watching where the Adepts are going, and we were going 4-5, and now the Adepts are in the natural, and we go, okay, well, we're ready to make gateway units. So we made Stalkers out of our gateway, and we have our army coming back down. We'll select the army, go attack. And at this point, our army's here, so we're fine. But now look, Adepts are once again going to the main base, right? And now he's on the side of the mineral line. So what are we going to do? We're going to run away again. He's literally killing all my probes. Also, at this point, there's not even enough probes anyways to stop the Adepts. Then we come back in mine, and now he's in the natural again. And now look what happened when he came to the natural. He went right into the middle of the mineral line this time. So when he comes back to the natural, he goes right in the center. And now that he's in the center, I can do a work or arrest here again and be like, cool, attack. But I'm realizing, you know what we're realizing? And that like while we're playing this game, right? We're like, okay, well the Adepts are super annoying units. And we need to like figure out a better plan than what we're doing right now. Because he keeps running away from me and killing probes, running away from me and killing probes. So what if we just spread up our units? Even if my army is a smaller size, I will still kill these Adepts, no problem. So that's what we're going to do. We see Adepts, and now we're like, okay, cool. We're just going to spread our army out. Easy peasy. And now at this point, he backs off. All the Adepts are finally dead. Workers killed at this point is 53. We've lost 53 probes, guys, at this point in the game. Yet we still have a supply lead. We definitely don't have a worker lead because we lost 53 probes, but we've been doing 4-5, 4-5, 4-5 throughout this process. And our money right now is not 3,000 minerals and 1,600 gas. It's 180 minerals and a little bit more gas because we've been losing minerals like crazy here. We've been losing probes like crazy. We've been macroing during the fight, and now that the fight's over, we can just go right back into macroing again. Adept comes back again. He kills even more probes. He kills another one, so now he's killed 54 probes right there. Definitely doesn't feel good. Now he's doing more fucking prison pressure with Adepts. This guy's all about it, right? So now this is when we go, cool, to leave some units there, leave some units there, leave some units here. And more probes are getting killed again, right? He's shading away down to here. Now he's at the other army. He's focus firing more probes for a second there. And then all the Adepts are dead. And now in terms of resources lost, we're definitely in the negative there. In terms of resources gained, we're also still in the negative here, mostly, because we have less workers. But again, but look at the supply. We're massively in the positive here. So again, we're still trying to prioritize and fix our probes. But, I mean, his whole strategy is about killing my probes, killing my economy. He's not trying to kill my units because Adepts don't really kill units very well. So we're still actually maintaining a good position here of throughout the game, even though we've taken a fuckload of damage, and I've lost 57 probes to this adept attack. 57 probes. I've lost more probes than what he has in total, and our probe counts are still very similar together. They're still super close. Yet we've lost 57. I'm within 10 probes of him right now. Now we're about tied. Now, once again, I have worker lead. This number for him has not changed in a while. Macro is important. It doesn't matter if you do an attack where you go, I killed 57 probes, man. I fucked that Protoss up, dude. Oh my god. I fucking owned him. That was such good micro. I feel like I you know what? I'm getting promoted. I'm definitely getting, I'm playing such a beautiful mind style game here. I might as well be Russell Crowe at the moment. It feels good, right, when you do that to people, when you just destroy them. But I feel like it would blow his mind if he knew that we were ahead the entire time. Definitely not in probes. We've recovered with probes. We were ahead in supply the entire time. And again, the reason why is because we macroed the entire time. Now, fast forwarding again. Worker count now is insane for us, right? He just now is getting to the point of workers, and throughout 12 minutes in the game, he is just now finally getting to the point of workers that we've lost earlier this game. He's still 2 down from what we've lost. Yet we're at 78. So in total, this game, we've made 135 workers to his 55. And now he's attacking me again with charge lots. And he killed my upgrades. We just rebuild them. Don't get annoyed. Don't get frustrated. Don't get flustered. Just macro your way out of your situation. Like, out macro your opponent. And suddenly now, no matter how much, you know, stuff your opponent tries to do to you, you just keep recovering. And now finally we go for an attack. And this is what this attack ends up looking like. We both end up maxing out right around the same time. In terms of resources lost up to this point, it's actually pretty much dead even. It's 25 mineral difference, and we're actually the ones who have lost less because he's killing all my probes all day, and we're keep killing his units, which are more expensive than probes. So in terms of resources lost, we're actually in the lead. In terms of resources gained, I would say this game is actually super close up to this point. It's definitely going in our favor from now. But there was a while in this game when he killed a lot of my probes that I was actually mining less than him. So I would say we're probably about even to what we've mined in total. It's pretty close. But our infrastructure now, investment-wise, is better than his. So we're definitely going to surpass him from this point on. And now we'll back it up and watch the fight. This is how the fight looks, right? So look at it. Look, again, we know for a fact our camera is not looking at these fights. Like, we never watched any of these fights. Not once. So now we're going to watch them in the replay. And let's look at our opponent's camera. Look at supply. While you watch this fight, just take a quick glance repeatedly at the top middle of the screen. Just take a glance up here at the top middle of the screen, okay? Let's watch the top middle of the screen while this fight's going on. And we'll watch our opponent's camera.
Perhaps it's time to consider a upgrade complete. Your forces grow
Okay.
more powerful.
So there's a lot of pullback micro going on, going forward, pulling back, going forward, pulling back, going forward, pulling back. One of us is now, we were both maxed. There we go, there's a warp in. We were both maxed when this fight started. And now one of us, well, now my army's starting to get thinned out a little bit. It's okay. I mean, again, it is what it is. And he has supply lead, guys. I mean, that fight went pretty well for him, not gonna lie. But I will say this, I am surprised he macroed during that fight. I'm impressed. I'm impressed that he macroed during the fight. Most people don't do that in Silver League. It usually doesn't happen. It usually doesn't happen. And then from this point on, I know that this dude abuses choke points repeatedly on us. I know he does, and we'll see how it happens. So now let's just look at it for a second. Now with that fight, we took a massive loss, right? Now we're 3,000 in the negative. Yet I am still mostly keeping up my supply. We are still producing. We have all these other buildings we made. This is why the B2GM style works the way it does. We made all these other gates, and now we're going into the hardcore unit production mode. Like, the final gates are coming online right now. And now our base just got killed. Resources lost. We're definitely down. And we already have another army that is ready to go. Now let's see how it goes micro-wise. Our army has like a traffic jam. It's not ideal. This is a terrible fight for us. This is like, oh god, my units are taking the worst fight of their life. Definitely not ideal, right? Definitely not ideal. But again, look at what's look at supply. Look at supply up top. Look at resources lost. And look at how even though we're throwing away fucking army after army after army, we're still maintaining juicy fucking supply counts against our opponent. It's not magic, it's macro. It's the other M word. And look at how shitty my micro is. Because we're not doing any of it. This is like the most awful fucking engagement we could ever have. His entire army is shooting in volley after wave at my Archons that are just like they're just like stuck in the building being like, let me go. No, let me go first. No. It's like two fat guys trying to like squeeze through a doorway. And then now this is what kiting is. He's shooting and then he backs up. He shoots and then backs up. He shoots and then backs up. He's trying to kite me. And again, that's fine. Half my army stops over there. And now he's abusing the choke point. All my units in the back aren't doing anything. This guy's doing a great job of microing abusive spots. He definitely is. He's doing a great job of abusing location in this game. Like my units are fighting like derps. And again, some of them aren't even helping. A lot of my units aren't even helping. But even though we're being this wasteful, guys, look at our supply. We are still able to be this way. Again, I'm not trying to be like, being wasteful is good. I'm not saying that at all. So I know there's a lot of people out there that are in Silver League that don't understand this concept. It's not about this fight. This fight is definitely going to become important later on in our StarCraft career, okay? When we become a higher level player. Microing units will become more important. But setting up infrastructure right now is more important. Because look at, like, our opponent actually has a lot, dude. This guy's actually playing pretty well overall, not gonna lie. But the point is we need to get to a point where we can macro through all these different kinds of situations. And then we can once we can do that fast, and we just feel like we do it so fast that we don't have to do anything. We're just like, okay, well now I do nothing. Then we add on the micro elements to it and the free time moments that we have. Because again, the biggest mistake people have at lower league is that when you micro till the fight's over. That's it. You just micro. You're like, okay, I'm going to micro for the next 50 seconds, and then I'll go back to macroing. And that's not what you do. You literally micro, and then during the micro, you macro in spurts of moments where you know there's nothing you can do. Like if 10 stalkers are shooting 10 stalkers, and you don't have blink, and you're waiting to see what stalker you want to pull back or something, and you're like, okay, well now I need to see what stalker I need to micro here. I'm just chilling for a second. I have like 3 seconds to just figure out what I want to do. Or like even furthermore than that, let's say you have like Archons and Stalkers versus like Archons and Stalkers, and the fight's kind of just like both armies are just smashing each other, and you're just waiting to see what units need to be pulled around and stuff like that. Those are the moments where you're like, cool, I can just hit my control group hotkey for my robos, and then just make my immortals, and then make my probes, make a quick warp in round, and then come back to my army, and then continue to micro. Like these things are so much more important, because again, time is super valuable in this game. So again, now we're down by 7,000. We are down by 7,000 resources lost worth of value here. Definitely shitty fights for us. We're still ahead in supply. Because I am mining more than my opponent is. And I am spinning better than my opponent is. Now look, it's another terrible fight. Our units are fighting like idiots all over the ramp once again. We were down by 7,000 a second ago, and now we're down by 8,000. It keeps getting worse. We're taking worse fight after worse fight after worse fight after worse fight. But we still macroed our way through the situation, right? So now, again, throughout this situation, check it out. Somehow we have supply lead again. And how do I have supply lead? Because I don't stop building units. I don't stop spending my money. And suddenly my opponent overinvests into micro and goes, okay, I'm pushing you now. And I'm fucking building units the whole time. And before he knows it, my army grows to a point where it's bigger than his again, and it starts taking a good trade. Now look at that. Suddenly we have a fucking 30 supply lead. Now he's building units, and our army's getting stupid once again. But again, is this the priority? It's not the priority. The priority is having perfect spending. Because you have to be able to have perfect spending to progress as a player. This guy is playing pretty good, though. Again, yo, Ravi, I give you credit, man. You're playing fucking pretty goddamn good. You're trying to micro, and you're also macroing pretty decently. Excuse me. Okay. Back it up for a second. We'll go back to that fight really quickly. So the next fight, again, we're both maxed out. And then upgrades are 2-1-2 for him. They're 3-3 for me, 3-3-0 for me. So very, very similar upgrades because he has an extra armor upgrade. We have an extra weapon upgrade. We have a little bit more advantage of upgrades because we have a weapon upgrade and shield upgrade that are 3. And he's got a shield upgrade to level 1, but he does have 2 too. So it's 5 upgrades to 6. So it's super close, but we're a little bit favored here. Now he's also microing disruptors. Goes forward, kills a couple stalkers. And again, look at the concave, right? He keeps abusing our concave. He keeps putting himself on a ramp that is larger, and we're A-moving. So our army keeps getting bottlenecked on a choke point with only a few units attacking at a time, and then the rest of our army runs around like derps in the back. And I'm not, again, if you want to micro this, if you're like, Vibe, I'm fucking not doing that, dude. I'm not going to throw away my army like you're doing right here over and over and over. If you don't want to do that, just know that the only way you're not going to do that is if you're both trying to abuse micro of each other, you're both going to stop macroing because you move back. He moves forward. He's over microing. He moves back. You move forward. You move back. He moves forward. One of you you're both going to try to like prioritize your position, right? You're both trying to micro. And the more you both try to micro, the more you're both going to just stare at this and be like, oh God, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you're going to be like, oh, we both have fucking thousands of minerals in the bank and we're not maxed. Whoops. Because again, look at the fight. Look at production during the fight, right? Look at production during the fight. Watch production. He's taking a better fight than we are because he's abusing my location. He's throwing another disruptor into my army. Blowing my ass up. He's microing like crazy, right? I'm losing so much more supply than he is. This is fucking crazy. He's getting nuts. I'm losing a lot of resources and it keeps going up, right? Over what he's losing. But yet I'm still ahead by 27 supply because in production, I am building units and he is not. Micro versus no micro. Macro versus no macro. He did a really good job this game, honestly, but it just comes down to the fact that he's microing his heart out every single fight. And he has not built a single unit other than the disruptor for this whole fight.
Just wanted to check if Twitch can say fake, 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 fake. You defo deserve a burrito vibe.
Thank you.
Or 2 smile, much love.
Thank you, Fear of Dark. Thank you, dude. Look, guys, now we have a 50 supply lead. I definitely don't have an economy lead at the moment. He's got a good probe count, and we both have a split map situation going on. But I have a massive... So I had a massive supply lead because he's not spending enough. He just isn't spending enough. Now we fast forward to the next fight. And now he's pushing right here again, right? He's pushing with 137 supply. And 7,000 fucking minerals in the bank. If he would have macroed, I would have lost this game. 100%. I should have lost this game if he macroed. Because I have been playing so much more inefficient than him the entire time because I'm not microing at all. But this just, I feel like it just proves once again that macro trounces micro as long as it's efficient. Our macro was efficient. His macro was very inefficient. It was decent at times, but then it got really inefficient at times. And now he's continuing to go down the micro road with an army that is like half the size of mine. We have a 94 army supply versus a 50 army supply. 50 for him, 94 for me. And I'm still building units during the fight. I am still building units during the fight. So he just threw away a big chunk of his army before the stalkers arrived. And this is where he just lost the game. He had it until that point. And he's abusing the ramp again, just like he has been before. But now it's like, oh shit, I have so much money and I just don't have any units. So even though I'm abusing the ramp like that repeatedly, I can't actually kill it anymore because there's just too much. And now they push through and kill me. Over micro. Look at the macro. We're spending. Our opponent is chilling a lot of times. More disruptor shots on my face. More disruptor shots again on my face. Like, dude, he's fucking owning me, right? Like, these disruptor shots are pounding my ass. That was 8 stalkers killed right there. And he even hit a couple of mortals. Like, he's doing a great job of microing. He honestly is. He's not doing bad. But he's still got fucking 6,000 resources in the bank, pretty much. So I'm getting my ass kicked every fight. But I am just literally overpowering him. Like, think about it like this. Here's an analogy, okay? Here's an analogy. Pretend that there's this, like... Pretend that there's this guy. He's like a ninja. But he didn't do ninja training. He's like a ninja that knows how to do all the ninja moves. He can do backflips. He can do like these like high kicks and like kick someone's head really hard. He has like weapon mastery and stuff like that. He knows how to be accurate and throw like ninja stars and stuff. He's like a full-fledged ninja. What like stereotypical ninja. And then I am like a fucking blob of glue that just walks forward and is like, oh. And he cuts my arm off and it just grows back. He cuts my leg off and it just fucking goes and it grows back. And then he like his weapons, like he starts getting tired. The weapons even like maybe like drops the weapons or something because he didn't do enough ninja endurance training. So he starts getting exhausted and then he starts doing these like half-assed attacks because he's like winded and shit. And he like punches my glue head and then his arm gets stuck in my head and my head just starts consuming his fucking hand. And I'm just literally like a blob just like walking forward, just consuming him as he tries to like stop me. And yeah, he's definitely got a lot more technical shit going on because he's trying to do a lot more micro moves than I am. But I just consume his ass because he doesn't fucking have enough endurance to keep up with me. Again, that's the whole point of the series. You can't play a proper game of StarCraft 2 if your endurance is not at a high enough level to do it. Look, he's fucking owning me every fight. But yet we're doubling his supply.
Nom 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 nom.
That's right. Thank you very much, nom nom nom, for the biddies, dude. Hell yeah. We're nom nom nomming his base to death right now. Thank you very much, dude. And now he's just super dead. Like he has no supply. So now the game is over. It's done. And like look at the for instance, look at some probes. Super oversaturated. This base is fixed. This base has been fixed. This base is oversaturated, and this bases are running well. I mean, I guess you could say these bases are oversaturated as well, though, to the point to where I feel like he never transferred them over here. Like when we took this base over, I don't feel like it was a fully saturated red base, whereas this base was definitely a fully saturated blue base. We're doing the things that have priority. And now he did. Now he did. Macro, guys. Macro is king. How does this guy lose so much? He's lower MMR than me, but he played good enough, I feel like, to be gold. I'm surprised. Ravi, you played really well. If you ever watch this. You were the hardest opponent I've had so far. Shit, my headset's gonna die. Fuck. That's not good. Yeah, plug it in. All right. Got a Terran player. Nice. Okay, build our probe. Build our freaking probe, dude. Blobs beat ninjas. Yes. They do. In StarCraft 2 they do. Because if you're a ninja who doesn't have proper ninja training, you're going to get exhausted fast and you're not going to be able to keep up with what you're supposed to do.
Just consume his ass. Got it.
Yeah, literally. That's exactly what you do. Okay, let's go to our to his natural. Shift, click go to our natural. Yeah, there's something fishy about that last game. I'm not gonna lie. That was not your typical server game. Like that's why I'm surprised that guy loses so much. I'm like, what? And he's not leaving games either. He's like losing like 15-minute games. Because that's your typical server player is just gonna be a guy that's like, why do I have 120 supply and my opponent has 62? That's a typical server player. That guy actually played really well. I feel like that guy might watch B2GM series, legit. Like it's very realistic. Again, 1030 is a realistic max for Silver League guys, and he maxed the same time I did. So maybe he watches B2GM, the previous one. I don't know. It's all good. He played really well. I don't want to discredit him and be like, that's a massive smurf. Because he definitely was missing the key point of not macroing, which is a huge deal. So I would never be like, oh, he's masters. He's smurfing. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's all good. Okay. Let's go ahead and build our stalker, chrono boost our probe. There's no natural for my opponent, so let's get a shield battery. Get our warp gate.
I'm here in the shadows.
Let's get a shield battery. Let's also get our robo and our second gateway. Robo second gate. Grab our buildings. Make probes on 5. Grab our buildings and put them here. 5. You think you're ever gonna take the light off for the series at any point? I'll probably reduce it quite a bit when I get to like Diamond or Masters. But I'm definitely not taking it off right now, guys.
I am the voice of the eclipse.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, my chat is exhausting to talk to in lower leagues too, because everyone disagrees with everything, the whole philosophy of what I'm saying. On YouTube, everyone agrees. Like on YouTube, whenever they watch it on YouTube and people recommend it on YouTube, everyone's like, this series is sick, dude. Because the only people who are gonna watch it on YouTube are people who actually want to watch it. But on Twitch, you get so many people that like just want to watch a GM ladder, and they think that this should be played like GM ladder, and you're like, bro, it's not fucking GM, it's silver. So people literally don't believe anything that they see. Like still, even that last game where I still won the game through macro, people, I guarantee there's probably gonna be tons of people that still think you should still micro though. At like Silver League. You should still play that like that. You should still the micro units. It's better. And it's not, because you can't handle it. You can't multitask.
I am here. Let our enemy.
Okay, let's overpower our shield battery. Because we're getting attacked.
I started
Keep making
playing
units.
this game 3 months ago and just hit Diamond.
Nice.
I still remember winning my first game with Mass Thor after watching your
Pull back
B2GM
to my battery.
guide smile.
Thank you very much, Chinese FOD. Chinese food, I imagine, is the name. Thank you, man, for the bits. Hell yeah, well done. Thor B2GM is pretty fucking strong, honestly. That was probably the easiest way to get to diamond out of all of them. I think Terran mech is probably the easiest. The Zerg, Protoss are pretty close to behind that, and then Bio is probably the hardest. But all of them are roughly around the same, though. Like they're not. It's not like one's way harder than the other. It's just if I really had to categorize it, I think mech easiest, Protoss and Zerg in the middle, and Bio hardest. Bio definitely is. And again, this is also, if I made a series that was like fucking Stargate to GM with like Phoenixes and stuff and Oracles, or if I made a series that was like Speedlings to GM, it would be just as hard as Bio. Just keep that in mind. Zerg and Protoss are they just flow easy with roaches into in-game and then stalkers in in-game. But Terran with mech, when people learn mech and then they eventually get to a point where they want to play Bio, that's way harder to transition, and I totally understand it, which is why I did Bio this time full on. But Bio is super hard to do because it's so that style is super micro intensive, and you can't micro early game, so early like league, so people like just don't do it properly, which how it's supposed to be intended, which is. That's how it's supposed to be for B2GM, though.
Which of your B2GM races would be top in silver? Which would beat the others?
What I was just saying, Freeze. Thank you for the bits. I think Mech would beat the others, and then Protoss and Zerg would be possibly win. Protoss and Zerg would beat things often, but I think Mech would win the most, and I think Bio would probably win the least. But they would all win a lot, though. The thing about Bio is, and here's the thing about all of it, okay? It's not even just. That's a scary question. Please don't fucking freak out, okay? For people that are like, oh my god, Bio sucks then. Bio is harder, but just know that if you just get better at macroing everything, they're all very viable. And Bio is actually super effective later on. Like when you can actually micro. That's when it really shines.
A lot of us still got you vibe. Macro alone and a move got me to diamond from last B2GM. Chat FR in shambles toe.
Chat. I think honestly, this time around with this series, chat is kind of exhausting. I think I can only take so many hours of chat before I lose my mind. Thank you very much though for the 3-month resub. Best of Willie or Wolfie, and then also thank you for Wow for the 300 bits. Freeze, thank you for the 400 bits. Thank you guys. I think the only thing that exhausts me mentally to like keep talking about this with chat is that it's like I explain it. I'll like it's a live stream, so people join and leave it as time goes, and it's understandable. But I'll explain a concept, and I'll prove the I feel like I'm proving the concept repeatedly, and then 3 minutes later, someone disagrees with it once again, and they're like, "No, you shouldn't be doing that." And I'm just like, okay. Why doesn't he do this instead? Why is he not microing? It's a little exhausting. Alright, let's go ahead and take our gas. Oh, sorry, take our probes off the middle line and put them on another base. We can take our gas here. Probe count is done. Keep making immortals. My money's pretty high, guys. I can't spend my money, so that's why we added more gates on again. Because I literally can't spend it. Also, we were talking this game, so I got distracted. I didn't make a sentry. Or it died or something. I think it died to the bio earlier. So let's A-move a stalker on the left side and A-move a stalker on the right side. Fix my economy. That's oversaturated. To a new base. And current boost my upgrades. Let's also maybe throw down another robo bay or robo facility right now. Maybe like another 2 gates. Because again, our money's really high. I can't spend it. We're not macroing super on point right now. But again, it's still good enough for the quota. So we're just making production as we can't spend our money. And we're like, cool, let's do that now. Okay, we made a bunch of Archon. Get 2 upgrades, and now we found out where the guy's base is. We know there's no bases on the map anywhere except for the 3rd at this point. So we know he's got a 3rd.
return to serve.
Okay, and now we're gonna make immortals. But yeah, don't get me wrong though, guys. I don't want it to sound negative. I do appreciate you guys, the fact that you guys like the series. First of all,
Thanks for streaming Vibo.
no worries. Thank you for watching, Pine Dog. I don't want it to. I don't want it to sound negative. It's just this series with like how long I've been in silver and bronze and gold, and having to answer the same questions like 500 times, and then people still don't agree with it. You know, with how the series is going, it drains you. It does drain you.
State thy bidding.
But I do appreciate that you guys like the series. So much love. Thanks for watching. I do want to be in higher leagues. Okay, so we're gonna A move. We're gathering our army at the front of his base,
I am the voice.
and we're going to A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move,
Let our enemy
and that's it. Now we're gonna go back to our production and make more because we need more. So let's go ahead and make some more gates.
My annual B2GM cheer. Thanks Vibe for doing this series.
Oh, thank you very much, John Chua, for the 1,000 bits, man. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it, dude.
Love me some Vibo.
Yeah, and Chasing Mingo, thank you very much as well for the thank you very much for the 37-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so what, you know, this one was really straightforward. This is kind of what I expect in silver. It's, you know, how'd the build go, right? Double gas, triple racks. Again, I'm not trying to make fun of the guy's build. It's all good. It's just it's efficiency, right? So before any fight has even happened, nothing has happened yet. Nothing has happened. Income-wise, we're already almost doubling economy. And then it's about to happen too. It's getting really close. Supply-wise, we're already ahead by like 20 supply, 10 supply, 15 supply. He shows up at the base. We make a battery because he doesn't expand, and suddenly the battery fucking owns. Battery just owns it. He leaves, he runs away. It's all G. And then now suddenly more than double economy. And remember how we talk about mineral priority over gas priority? Remember how we talk about that? Notice how both of us have the same amount of gas. Okay? Both of us have like the same amount of gas. And both of us have less minerals than gas.
Yeah.
Now, it's thank you very much for the Prime Carnival. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, this is a situation where look at production. Right now, for the
B2GM love.
thank you very much, where I top at. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The mineral expenses, right, are SCVs, depots, probes, pylons, marines, and you know, buildings, like building more racks or whatever. And for us, it's like building more gateways, and then also, you know, we're making stalkers, which have a gas expense, but still, like the main mineral expenses we have here are the nexus, the pylon, the probe, the SCV, the command center, and the supply depot. Those are the super mineral heavy expenses, and we are both making those things. We're both expanding and stuff like that. But you have a situation where one player is on one base fully saturated, and on a natural that is not saturated yet, but he doesn't have gas, which is good still for him. But he just hasn't been making SCVs. And we have a base that's fully saturated, base that's fully saturated, base that is fully saturated, and now taking gas, and now setting up another base again. So again, it's just constant worker production with a lot of income. So now if we go to the income tab, it's just crazy. Like the gas is somewhat close. Still, it's going to get a little bit more advanced for us once these finish. But the gas is like double. But the minerals, I mean, it also is like double, but this is like a much bigger margin, right? We have a lot more probes mining minerals, and it's just really because all we've been doing is making probes the entire time, because that's been our focus. Now, he was producing out of 3 buildings early on. He has, like, how many factory units does he have? He has 0. He has no tanks. He has no Hellions. There's nothing out of this factory yet. There's nothing out of the starport yet. It's all been out of the racks. He's been producing out of 3 racks the entire time, just like we've been producing out of 3 buildings the entire time. 2 gateways and a robo. Army-wise, 31 versus 36. Our army supplies out of, like, he's doing a pretty decent job producing out of the barracks, Because even though he lost the fight earlier and we lost about the equal amount of units, looking at the total supply of army, it's very close. So his production of barracks has been really good this game. Super good. It's very, very, very close to what we have. It's 5 supply off up to this point, and we've lost almost identical amounts of resources. So super good. This is really good. The only problem this guy has is he doesn't have a mineral focus. This guy's all army focus. And because he doesn't have a mineral focus, it's like I said before, now it's creating a problem where we're at more than double his worker count. We're soon to be tripling his worker count. And now he can't keep up with it. And it's going to only get more extreme. Because he's not building... Like, look at the command center uptime. It's not ever happening. Like, building SCV, stopping. SCV, stopping. SCV, stopping. SCV, stopping. And now, look at their economy now. Now we're 85 for Protoss versus 36. Like, it just gets out of hand so fast if you don't keep on top of 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. It's the whole point of everything. It's so important. Yeah, that's how we have such high supplies every game. We just keep macroing. We just keep on top of our production to make sure our utilization of our buildings is like as high as possible. And everyone always has obsessions with this kind of shit. Like, he's going battle cruisers. Everyone fucking loves battle cruisers. I get it. They're fun to use. But it's so inefficient just to be like, I'm going battle cruisers right away. And the build isn't even supporting it. Because you have a situation like this again where, like, let's look at the natural. Go back to the natural. Watch this. Remember the mineral priorities, right? Remember mineral priority. So this base has 12 SCVs out of 16. It's not that bad. But he's already making the gas. And now watch the gas here. 14 out of 16, right? This could be 16 out of 16. And then 17 and 18 could build the gases. That could happen. But it's only 14 out of 16. And 2 of those are also mining gas. Like, it could be 16 out of 16, but 2 of those are mining gas. So now it's 14 on the command center mining minerals. Again, the number above the command center represents minerals only. The number above the gas represents each gas. So this 14 does not include the SCVs on the gas. At the moment. Or ever. And now he rips off. Right? And he rips off again for the other gas. So now he's down to 10. And this is again what we're talking about with gas priorities. This is the kind of shit where it will ruin your economy. If you're not doing a timing or an all-in, this will slow you down. Every time. Because while he's only got 10 SCVs on the natural, we have 16 already on the third, which doesn't even exist. And we already also have 12 on the 4th base. And we have 9 on the 5th base. You see what I mean? Like, if you don't make enough workers and then you also don't prioritize your minerals, it's going to prevent you from making workers, which is going to slow down your gas. The more money you make, the more minerals you make, the more SCVs you can make, the more command centers you can make, and the more of those things you can make, the more bases you can take faster. And the more bases you can take, the more gases you can set up. So the way it sucks for lower league players who don't understand that is they go, oh, I want to make gas units, so I'm going to do a gas priority, which slows down all the gas income they could possibly have. Because even though he's doing his build, right? His build is a gas priority. It's prioritizing the gas over the minerals, yet my build is mining more than double the gas he's mining. This is what a mineral priority build does for you. It just gives you a lot of workers really fast, so that even though your build wants to use gas, you get it so much faster because you keep saturating bases so much faster. This is the biggest, like, confusing concept to players in low league. They go, well, if I need gas for units, I need my gas, right? Well, if you prioritize gas, it means you're going to have a low SCV count. And if you prioritize minerals, it means you're going to have a high SCV count, which indirectly gives you gas because you saturate minerals first, and then saturate minerals first, and then saturate minerals first. But every time you finish saturating minerals, you add gas. Saturate minerals first, then add gas. Minerals first, then add gas, and suddenly you have an economy, again, that looks like that. Where it's like, instead of 500 gas every minute, you have 1,300 every minute. And now you can afford way more production of battlecruiser if you wanted to go battlecruiser. This is the hardest thing to teach people in lower leagues because they don't believe it's true until, like, eventually everyone does. Eventually everybody does. And once you do, then you realize, how the fuck did I play like this before? And then suddenly you're not playing games where it's like this and you go, Vibe, how do I beat Stalkers? I made Marauders and I lost the Stalkers. I guess Marauders suck against Stalkers. And it's like, no, that's not the case. Marauders are actually super good against Stalkers. Marauders are actually really good against Stalkers and stuff like that. They're really good against Immortals as well. But the problem is Stalkers and Immortals are also good against Marauder. So it really comes down to who has better positioning and who has more supply. And now, and we're talking about Server League. Positioning goes out the window. It doesn't matter. It's really about who has more supply. And this is more supply for us for sure. Yo, Surrey Spark and Used Silly Putty. Thank you for the subs, guys. Appreciate the 12 months, Surrey Spark, and the new Prime Silly Putty. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Much love. Thank you, thank you. Vibe, once I'm done feeding this baby, I'm going to donate to you. No, thank you, man. I appreciate that. You don't have to. But if you want to, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Hi. All right, the boys. All right. Oh, is it again? Terran? Oh, it's Protoss. We built our pylon in the wrong spot. But it's okay. I just remember if it's Protoss, you want to build probably on the ramp. Again, we'll actually utilize why we do that later. But just know for now, if it's Protoss, we should probably be building on the in front of the main ramp. It makes more sense. Okay, let's also go scout the natural. We built our gas, currently boosted our nexus. Let's scout his natural. Hold shift. Go back to our natural. Nice. 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 Rally our nexus onto the gas so we can start mining gas. And our mineral line's already at 16. Let's never touch it again until we need to fix probes that mine out. But for now, again, let it be. Don't rip off probes and put them on your gas. Just let it be. Mineral priority. Because again, we're expanding. So now let's take a probe off the gas. And let's go down and take our expansion. Not off the mineral line. Okay. Take another probe. Build our cyber core. Vibe, why do you always saturate minerals before gas?
You have not enough minerals.
Because our build is a mineral priority. And again, think about what we're making, right? What are we making? Pylons, probes, nexuses, gateways, a shield battery. Like all these things I'm going to be making, not shield battery, that's one, but because he doesn't have a natural now. But all these other things, probes, pylons, and nexuses, I'm making a lot of them. I'm making a lot of them. And what do they all cost? Just minerals. So why would my build have gas focus if my plan is to go for mineral expenses? It makes no sense, right? So that's why, that's the whole point. This is the whole point of the series, is teaching you, starting to build an understanding of what things cost and why we prioritize one thing over the other. If my build was all about doing a timing attack and I needed gas to get those units to do a timing attack, then yeah, I would get gas. But if we're not doing a timing attack, which we're not, we should definitely be prioritizing our minerals to make nexuses and probes and stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and get our robo and our gate. Let's get a battery because he doesn't have a natural and we don't know what he's doing. No expansion means aggression. Oh shit, I didn't mean to cancel that. Build it again. Whoopsies. I accidentally canceled my second gateway. Mineral line's getting pretty well saturated, guys. And what am I going to do? Go back down to 8 probes and mine gas on it? Fuck no. I'm going to take a third base. because we're doing things that cost mostly minerals. Like, look at my gas. I can easily, I can't even spend my gas with the production buildings that I have. Even though I'm only mining 2 gases, it's not time to take more gas. It's time to take more bases. Okay. Now again, now we're fully saturated, so now it doesn't matter if we take gas because it's not going to disrupt my mineral income. So now we can take our gases, and by the time they're done, we're going to have still 16 to 16 on the mineral line, but it's going to just be excess goes to the gas. Meanwhile, we're going 4 or 5, 4 or 5, 4 or 5. Make sure we're making units. Make those fucking units, boys. We're getting close to supply blocking, so let's go ahead and build a pylon. Now look, by the time the gases are done, I'm at 22. So now if I rip off 6, rip off 3 over here, 3 over there, that's 6. I'm still maintaining 16 to 16. And why am I doing that? Because my focus is minerals, because I'm making probes, pylons, and nexus mostly right now. I'm developing my build right now. I am adding on stalkers and immortals over time, and I'm able to spend my gas relatively. And now my gas is going to keep going up a little bit more again because now I have 4 gases instead of 2. But now I can do things like add on my upgrades. I can do things like add on more gateways to make more units, which spends more gas. And like, look, I'm fully tapped out. I can't spend my money. It's going up. I've fully committed everything, and I literally can't spend it. So now I can actually do something like we said. Let's add on a couple of forges and my my robo. And the reason why, if you're like, Vibe, what do you mean by you can't spend your money? I don't get it. What does that mean? It means all my production 4 or 5 is literally producing stuff, and I just started another cycle, and my money continues every time I start another cycle. My money maybe the first time's at 200, then it's at 290, then it's at 370, then it's at 550, then it's at 700, because I can't spend my money fast enough with every cycle because my probe count keeps going up, which keeps increasing my income. So as that happens, I need to add more expenses onto it, and then it's gonna get really crazy when my probe expenses stop. When I'm at full probe count and I no longer have to buy probes because I'm at max probe count that I want to be at, which is 85. Once I get there, it's gonna get really crazy. Because then my money's going to really explode, because then now I'm getting all the money possible that I can, and I'm not having the expense of you know, the nexus anymore. Okay, so let's build ourselves let's keep building our probes, and let's transfer probes to the mineral line, or to the gases, whatever. It's not supply block. There we go. Get our gases, or let's get our upgrades, chrono booster upgrades. And we're getting attacked by some stuff, so let's select my army and go over there. Go fix that. Transfer some probes over to this base. We're almost done probing, but look at my money. Money's crazy. I can't spend it, even with upgrades now. So let's get our more production. Just add in like a few more gates wherever we want to put them. Shift click the mineral line that we just took it off. And now look at my money. It's spent for a little bit. I'm done making probes. We are done making probes. We're at the probe count we want to be at. This space is fully saturated, so we need to expand again. Let's go ahead and expand down here. Let's go ahead and take our gases here too. We can also take a Templar Archives because I have a lot of gas, right? And not enough minerals, so I can start making Archons. What is 4 or 5? 4 is my hotkey for production. 5 is my hotkey for Nexus. Again, guys, as well, if anyone out there is listening to this right now on Twitch and they're like, Vibe, I don't understand anything you're telling me right now. Can you please start from the beginning? I do have YouTube videos of bronze, silver, like bronze 321, silver 321. These are all video. Like this is actually silver 1 right now, so we're a little bit more advanced in the very beginning of it. If you find this interesting and you really want to know more about it, I highly encourage you to go check out the YouTube series. It's posted on my YouTube channel, and all you gotta do to get to it is literally type this in. Like for Protoss, just type in Protoss GM, all one word with an exclamation point before it. If you're Zerg, Zerg GM, 2 G's because Zerg has a G in it. If you're Terran, it's Terran GM. Go check out all those videos, and I guarantee it'll help you a lot.
Peepoo, peepoo, I sure do love to learn from you. 4545, I want to suck your toes dry.
Nice. Thank you, dude. Take my gas. And now, guys, now some of you might be like, well, Vibe, why'd you now do a gas priority instead of mineral priority? Why does this have less than 16 now? It's okay now, and here's why it's okay now. Probes are done. Pylons are done. I'm supply capped here. And are we getting attacked? Let's deal with this really fast. And now this guy's going DTs, so let's make some static D. We'll come back to that point I was going to make in a second. Okay, cannon battery. Fix this base in a second. Grab some probes and send them down. Come here, cannon battery. Okay, this base is now under attack, so let's move my army down there. Let's make cannon battery up here. Let's make more probes because we just lost probes. We can make units off of 4. Make an immortal. And now we again we can Chrono Booster upgrades. And now we need more production because I can't spend my money. I just did everything and I still can't spend my money. So let's really increase our production again. Okay, fix my probes. Send them over here. This probe count's good. This one needs some more. Send a few more over here. And this base needs cannon battery. So now, why? And now we're at 85 probes. Why is it okay? Why is it okay that I started at this point in the game now? Why is it okay that I started getting gas as well, instead of just minerals? Like if I ever go, oh well, this mineral line has less than full and the gases are full, because now I have the option to make Archons or Stalkers, and one is a mineral spender, more heavy on the mineral spender, one is more heavy on the gas spender, and I have options. These are options now. I don't have to make Nexus really anymore. It's only when like a base mine's out, which is very rare now. And it's also, I don't have to make pylons anymore. I don't have to make probes anymore. All my heavy mineral expenses that develop my economy are done. And now it's just army. Which is why we don't care about the whole concept of it has to be mineral first. Now it's totally fine if it's gas first, because if we go gas first, it just means we can make more Archons, which is a good unit. Okay, we're getting attacked on the top of the screen, so let's go up there now. He's attacking my base over here, so let's go ahead and reinforce that. And then now, after we kill that, we can just move his bases, because we found out where his bases were a second ago. There's a base over here, which we'll attack first. Okay, so probe count. He killed 1 probe. He's going to kill my cannon. Let's go ahead and rebuild that. And fixed. Now, A move, shift A move, shift A move. Grab an observer. Follow an immortal. Grab, now hit my warp gate hotkey. Shift 4. Now we're not fully done yet. We need a few more gates. So let's go ahead. Make a few more gateways. Maybe make like more pylon for new warp ends. And now we can even take another new nexus over here. Shift the mineral line. And easy peasy. Easy peasy. Chrono Boost my upgrades. Fix my mineral lines that need fixing. Fix this one for sure. This one is good. This one is good. This one is... We can send them down here. Grab some probes. Put them on the gas. There you go. Now we got a nice saturated base and nice saturated gases. Everything looks wonderful down there. Now we can make Stalkers. Or Immortals. Or sorry, we can make Immortals. Usually we're going to make Immortals regardless. The only time it ever makes sense, if you might want to skip Immortals a little bit, would be if like your opponent is flying air units all around your base and you're trying really hard to kill them with Stalkers and Archons. Immortals can't hit air. It would make sense then if you might skip a little bit of Immortals there. But if he's not doing that, then it's okay. Okay, so now we have 24 production buildings because we added in all these gateways to our control group. And our army's not really dying, guys. So it's, yeah. We can make it, again, but does that matter? It's not the focus. Let's make cannon battery up here. Cannon battery. Or, sorry, probes with cannon battery. Go ahead and Chrono Boost these bad boys. And now let's get an armor upgrade. GG. 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 Okay. So rewind. Let's see. What happened, right? What happened? What happened? Look at the supply. Nothing's happened, right? Nothing's happened. This is we accidentally canceled our gateway, which is why I have 37 resources lost. Then we rebuilt it. But nothing's happened, and we have a nice fat 35 supply lead. Efficiency. And now he's going for mass C2s. He kills a lot more probes again. Now I've lost a total of 9 probes, but the probe count still is in favor of us heavily. We're losing even more probes again down here, or somewhere, maybe up here. I don't know. But yeah, we've lost 12 probes. We're back to 85 again. Now look at the supply. Suddenly, the supply was like a 35 supply lead a little bit ago, and now suddenly it's almost 100. Efficiency. And it comes down as well to the things of like, it's just uptime. Like this many, guys, this many gateways, having 9 gates, 10 gates, having 10 gateways. If you stay on top of it, you can definitely spend your money with 10 gateways and stay relatively high supply. And now let's just take a quick moment, okay? Let's watch this for a second. Just watch. I want you to look at uptime of these buildings, right? We'll go back a little bit. So look at these buildings. I want you to watch and see look down here. When the gateway goes gray, it like fades out, it means he used it, and then it has a timer that says when it's ready to go again. Look how long the gateways don't get used for. This is just how it is in lower leagues. This is just how it is. Nothing's being used. Nothing. There we go. There was a round, right? That was a round. This is on ×8. Look how fast. Now look at the clock on the middle right of the screen. Let's see how fast seconds go by on ×8. It's like 8 seconds in every real second goes by. Because it's ×8, right? Makes sense. Now look at the gateways. Every second that goes by, literally, if you look at the gateways in your head, go 8, 16, 32, or 20. Jesus. Okay, that was a fail. 8, 16, 24, 32. There we go. I can do math. Sorry, I'm exhausted. Okay, but the point is there's no production. Just watch it again. It's not a priority, and it's fucked if it's not a priority, because it means your macro is going to slip super hard. There you go. There's a round. Idle. There was a round. That was good. That was 2 good rounds. Now idle. There was a round. Most of it. Now more games are getting added on. There was a round right there. Idle. This is a lot of idle. That right there has been, honestly, like a minute already of the game. Almost. Like 40 seconds or so. Or a minute. Like idle. There we go. That was 2 decent rounds together, but some of the gateways aren't even being used. This is the point of what it means to be efficient or not efficient. Now, really quickly. So you saw how there's a lot of idle time, right? There's a ton of idle time. Let's go back and just quickly, for fun, now let's look at our build. Efficiency. Look at our build. Let's see how long our build... we gotta wait for Warp Gate to finish as well, though, because it's harder to see without it. So Warp Gate's finishing right now. And now, here we go. Let's see ours. Or supply block for a second there. That's a long one right there. There we go. And now we have more gates as well. And now we're maxed out. Like, again, am I saying, I'm not trying to praise myself here, guys, and be like, my macro is just better. Don't take it that way. Because my macro could definitely be way better than what I'm showing you right here. Okay? I don't want to sound like I have my head up my ass here with a big ego, but it definitely could be even better, like way fucking better than what it is right now. But the real situation is on average, there was only like once, I would say, where our gateways went kind of idle for a little while. And then it happened, I feel like we watched his build like 3 times. Like, it happens a lot more, which is this is the whole reason why one player gets a higher supply than the other. It's the whole reason why that happens. It's because if you keep up on top of 4-5, you crush your opponent. Again, but here's the thing, right? 5 is the priority. Nexus is the #1 priority. Gateways is the secondary priority. And then finally, anything else is the 3rd priority. So if we ever have a moment where like we're not building a gateway unit, maybe it's because we needed to build a pylon and a probe first, so we didn't supply block and we didn't stop building probes, and then we go into building a stalker, things like that, and it's fine. You just have to really understand that, I feel like, and you'll be so much better off. So much better off. All right, probably 2 more games, unless we get a big win here. Jeez. Yeah, you should definitely also... Oh, by the way, we're not going to be making 24 production facilities when we're higher level players. It's not going to be like the standard in like Masters League to make 24 gateways or something, or like 22 gateways and like 2 robos. We're going to definitely make less production because we can actually maintain good production out of it. Like, we're going to maintain 8 gateways constantly rather than making 20 of them. But for now, it's expected that people are going to miss cycles a lot in this league, so we make a lot more so we can recover faster. Okay, let's make our gas. Try to boost our probes. Make another probe. Let's also tell our probe now to mine a mineral patch. Hold shift, mine a mineral patch. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on the gas. That way we start mining gas with this Nexus. Okay, we're getting close to 400, so let's take this probe. The next time it pops out, let's grab it, and let's go build our Nexus with it, because by the time we get there, we're going to be around 400 probably. Nice. Make a probe. And let's get ready to build our core. Again, anyone out here who's like a fucking Masters Protoss, don't worry. We will cancel probes at 20 later on. But for now, it's just about understanding efficiency, I feel like, for a lower level player. Just understanding to like keep building shit. Don't worry about that, silver players. Not something you need to know yet. We'll talk about it as we go further. Like probably like in Diamond League. Maybe Plat. Okay, now let's make another pylon.
You should cut the Ravi game into its own VOD, perfect example.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Thanks, man. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get lots of examples like that. It's all good. We'll get a lot of examples in general. And the examples like that will happen more often as we get up to like gold and platinum as well. There'll be a lot more common around there. Like gold a little bit and then platinum definitely a lot more. Okay, let's go ahead and make our robo. And let's make our gateway. But oh wow, thank you for the bits, dude. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hate to be needy, but for the sake of the children, could you leave general chat? You get automatically put in general chat, I'm pretty sure, every time you just log into StarCraft. I mean, like when I come out of the game, I can try. I don't really care. I don't know. I'm not even reading what general chat's saying, so I don't even know what the hell's being said there. I imagine it's probably like racist and like super degenerate and vile, because that's how people are on the internet, like when they just want attention. Even though like you'll get like the nicest guy who turns into this big racist for 5 seconds on the internet. It's because he wants attention. Okay, so he doesn't have a natural, so let's go ahead and build our battery. Vibe, are you doing Zerg today? No, I'm doing Terran Protoss today. Honestly, I'm debating if I want to do Terran today because this is taking forever. I feel like I'm going to be streaming for like 10 hours today at this point if I go Terran as well. That's a long stream. If this keeps me so busy because it does. Like I'm not done either when I'm done with the stream today. I got to edit the VODs. I got to post yesterday's VODs. I got to edit replay packs. Like, I gotta change all of my replays to the proper game. I should actually do that during my day. It would make it easier for me not to do it after. Just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And honestly, I'm debating if when this is over for Protoss if I want to continue. We'll see when I get there. But Zerg is gonna be tomorrow, guys, probably. Because I'm already in Gold 3 with Zerg, and I have to catch up my Terran and Protoss to it. Okay. Keep making units. Keep building our boys here. Build a couple more pylons because we're close to supply blocking. Transfer a probe. Transfer 3 probes over because now we're 3 over, and put them over here. Take the Nexus and put them over here as well. We can chrono boost our Nexus as well while we're at it. Okay, let's overcharge our battery. Let's go ahead and make a couple of new units. Make an immortal. Okay. Check my economies, right? Good. Good. And good. Everything's looking good. Okay, my army's running rampant. Let's just regroup. Come back to the battery. Stop running in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I can't spend my money. It's going up constantly, so what are we gonna do? Let's add something to it. Let's just add some upgrades and a council. This base is also fully saturated, so we can also now take a probe off and get ready to take a 4th base. Keep making suckers. Hey. Let's make a Nexus. Make a couple pylons. Make some more pylons around my base so I have more build room area. And let's take another probe off my mineral line and send it to my 4th base. Because we're oversaturated. Let's fix our gas here. And let's make sure we're only at 22 probes in this base so I can take 6 off and put them on the gases. Total probe count right now is 74. Total probe count is 74. Now it's 77. It's getting up there. Let's go ahead and build a few more gates. Gateway. The reason why is because I can't spend my money, right? I have more income than I have expenses. So I need more expenses. Now, our probing is basically done. We're going to be at 85 in just a second. I'm at 84, and I have one more probe in queue, so that's now number 85. And, yeah, we can chrono booster upgrades. Let's get our Templar archives. Fix our base here. And now, this base is oversaturated. So let's take one of these probes you just sent over and tell it to build another Nexus over here. Also, let's take a sentry. And let's tell it to scout across every base on the map for this with hallucination. Do the same thing on the other side of the map with the second hallucination. And now we're scouting all the bases. Okay, all these gateways are coming online. These upgrades just finished, so let's start 2-2. Make more stalkers. Fix these gases like we talked about. And now check my other economy up here, right? This one's good now. This one needs fixing. Fix that. So we gotta put 3. You can even do it right now as well. Be like, cool, I'll grab 6 probes. Right click one gas. Shift 1, 2, 3. Right click the other gas. And now both gases are gonna be saturated as soon as they're done. Cool. And look at my money, right? I'm like, okay, I can't spend it. It's really high. All my production's tapped out. I can't make probes anymore because we're done. So now let's go ahead and just add on more gates. Gateway. Just added on like another 8 gates or something. Cool. Chrono boost my upgrades. Nice. Okay. This is good. This game is super laggy right now. Super fucking laggy. Okay. Now let's take our probes here. Our base is under attack by Dark Templars. So another Dark Templar user. Send my army, select all army, and move down there. Oh my god, it's so laggy. And let's go ahead and build cannon battery at every base. Cannon. Battery. Cannon. Battery. I don't connect them, I always leave a gap. Cannon. Battery. Cannon. Battery. Cannon. Battery. Chrono booster upgrades. And now we have a lot more gas than minerals, so now let's go into some Archons. Because we can. And our opponent has had enough. I mean, this lag is fucking extreme. I can't blame him. But again, another example, right? We'll times 8 this one. We don't gotta go too crazy. Like, it's the same concept as we keep talking about. Our opponent gave himself a terrible economy to go for a Dark Templar Warp Prism all-in. Like, the whole build is based on that Prism all-in, hopefully killing me. Also, this attack right here. This is the first part of the build, right? It's one base. This is a one base attack. It's one base. Total supply, we're already in the lead by 24. Just because we're macroing. 4-5, 4-5, 4-5. That whole concept. He shows up. We overcharge our battery. Our battery owns here pretty hard. Does a great job. We actually lost 0 units there. That's how good a battery is, guys. It's fucking amazing. The overcharged battery is such a good ability on the Nexus. And now suddenly we're doubling supply and we're going forward. And the guy goes for a follow-up one base Dark Templar all-in, essentially. The reason why I say one base is because he is not making any more probes. There is no probes being made, and there is only enough probes right now for one base saturation. Plus 1. 22 is perfect for one base, so there's only 23. There's 71 for us. This is not the time, like, you know, this is not a build that's going to take the long game very well. It's a build that needs to kill me right now. So when he shows up at my base, right, he then goes forward with his prism eventually. Look at the supply. It's insane. We're growing at such a fast pace. Now we made a couple probes for this base, but again, it's not making probes, so it's kind of stopping. Now DTs show up in my base. And he kills a couple of the building gateways. And we just have so much shit. We just A-move it. Again, no micro required. I'm not blink microing. I'm not doing all this crazy stuff. I'm not force fielding. I'm just A-moving. And then after the Prism dies and the DTs die in my main base, the Protoss, he doesn't even have a large bank. It's not like, oh man, he's got like 6,000 minerals. He doesn't have any minerals because he has no probes really. So we have a situation where we're going to max out and he's going to just die. Like, this cannot defend a max. It can't. No fucking way would it ever happen. Like, army supply right now is 32 versus 100. And it's going to get only bigger because it's going to be 15 bigger as well. So it's going to be 115 because we stop at 85 probes. So that brutal, right? Brutal, rough, intense. Yeah, we got to play one more. We're not quite there yet. So, or one more win. If we lose, then we got to play a couple more. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. But 2400 is the gold 3 promo, guys. 2400 MMR. Okay, we're against a Zerg player. Zerg player. Zerg. So let's go ahead and take our first Nexus to the natural and build a probe. Sorry, dude. Now he makes me feel bad. I do it for you guys, okay? And Sonny, I'm doing it for you too. This will help you. It's just one game, but it'll help you for years to come. Rally on my gas. Oh, whoa, no, stop. Go back to my minerals, because we don't want to scout his main. We just want to know if he expanded or not, and he did, so that's all we need to know. Let's take another probe, and now let's take our Nexus, because we're getting close to building a Nexus, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Build our Nexus. Now we can go back and build our probe, and then we can build our cyber core as well. So cyber core, and now go back to our base, and we'll build our second gas now with our new probes. Rally our Nexus onto that gas, and build another pylon as well, so we don't supply block for long. Okay, the probe spawns. Let's rally this Nexus now down to the natural. Why are we doing that? Because we're fully saturated on the gas, fully saturated on the minerals, fully saturated on the gas. We don't need any more probes in the main base. So we got Stalker, Warp Gate, Probe, Chrono Boost Probe, and we're good. Now let's make, we'll make our, here pretty soon when we can afford it, we'll make our Robo and our second gateway. Second gateway will go there to wall it off, and Robo can go like in the main or something. We can do it right now, because we have enough money for it. Okay, so Robo goes down. And second gateway goes down. Now Stalker goes in the doorway. And hold position it. So now my Stalker isn't going to chase a Zergling or something. It's going to sit there and hold the door so that no Lings can just rush in my base. Because that's what Zerg can do, right? Zerg can totally do that at a moment's notice. Okay, let's Chrono Boost our probes. Chrono Boost our probes. Let's make another pylon. Because we don't want a supply block, and we're getting closer and closer to doing that. Doug, thank you for the bits.
Lol at this guy shitting his pants that you're playing against.
Oh, it's all good. I mean, to be fair, right? He's like, God damn it, I'm playing Vibe. But again, it's B2GM series. It's I still can lose a B2GM series. It's not like it's unrealistic that I like. It is kind of unrealistic if a player who's genuinely in silver is going to beat me, because I'm giving you a guide of how you could strive to be in silver, and if you do it, you won't be silver for very long. It teaches you how to play a way where you can handle it in silver, but it's going to take you way above silver. So, I mean, to be fair, I'm going to play harder than a silver player right now. Like, by a bit. Not by an insane amount, but by a little bit, because, again, it's all about priorities. And if you learn the right way to play the game, you can definitely get more shit going on for yourself. But yeah, anyway, Doug, thank you for the bits, dude. Much love. Okay, let's go take our third base. Let's take our third. Build our pylon. Okay, so he killed it. So let's take our units and let's just go clear it out. Because again, we want to expand. So let's try again. Build. Build.
Many can play, few can teach. Thank you.
Yo, Savongla, thank you very much, dude, for the bits, man. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Keep making probes. We can keep chrono boosting probes while we're at it. And let's make our gases now, because again, we're oversaturated, so we're gonna easily be able to afford it. Like to take our probes and mine it. Let's rally our nexus to our third base. Keep making units. And make an immortal. We can chrono boost our nexus again. Let's not supply block. Let's make another pylon somewhere, just so we don't block. Maybe make another one like right over here or something. Start spreading out some pylon room in my base, so I can build more buildings. Maybe make one more pylon like right there for now. Grab my probes, put them on the gas. Keep chrono boosting probes.
I'm here in the shadow.
Okay, now let's add on a couple production facilities. And why am I doing that? You can do upgrades right now, or I can do production facilities right now. Here's why I'm doing it. Number one, we're tapping out. I can't keep spending all my money. It's getting hard to spend my money. Like it's gonna keep growing at this point because I'm not actually hitting zero anymore. It's always gonna be in the hundreds, and it's gonna continue to be in the hundreds over time because I just mine too fast now. I could make upgrades, or I could make gateways. If I make gateways, what we can do here is we can do this, and now suddenly, like we talked about before, Zerg can no longer kill my mineral line. So now by doing this as a priority first against Zerg, I have now secured my mineral line and no longer have the fear of losing all of my fucking... I no longer have the fear of losing all my probes here by a run by of Lings or something like that. And then now, either way, we should be taking our Nexus, another base. And we should also, after that, while we maintain production at a 4-5, then we should probably go into our upgrades because we need them either way. We could have gone upgrades first too. It would have been fine. It's just it would have been more exposed here for longer because we don't have gateways there for that economy. And the whole point of all this is keep making probes and keeping them alive and mining minerals with them and gas. Okay, we need more pylons. So make a pylon, 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 pylon. We just made a few pylons here. Okay. We're also going to be oversaturated on that base as well. Transfer some probes around. This base is looking good. Transfer a lot of probes off this base. 8, now 9, because 9 minus 20, 25 minus 9 is 16. Okay, we're getting attacked over there. So we can honestly go, you know what? I can let my probes die, or I can go, hey, probes, wait for a second. Hey, army, go attack that. Suck the army, go attack that. Chrono boost. Oh, I don't have upgrades, so now we can make our upgrades. Upgrades, upgrades, upgrades. Make an immortal. Our stalkers are tapped. We're about to make more in a second. And my base is dead, so probes, go back there. Make a nexus. And we can even maybe have another probe make another nexus, because we're going to be oversaturated by a lot now. So we definitely need more economy going on. Also, now that we're going to take this base, because it's the next closest base to my base, let's start mining these out with one probe, because it allows us to defend properly like this. We can just move in the area. Okay, now let's go ahead and go into a Templar Archives. Again, grab 2 probes off this base and come down here. Grab 2 more again, because it's still mining out, and come down here. Keep making probes. Keep making stalkers. And keep making immortals.
I'm here
Let's get our upgrades going. Chrono boost them. Okay, maybe make like another pylon like here and here. Okay, he's attacking this base now. So, that base is dead. We can try and re-expand again. Let's maybe go here this time. And now, make sure our army gets together. A move in the area. Start making some Orcons. Probe count is currently 81. Almost done here. So we're getting really close to being fully saturated, which is nice. Chrono boost upgrades. Let's make it immortal. This base is now oversaturated again. Because again, we're having a hard time here spending our money. He's attacking it, so let's A move it. And let's take another Nexus. Okay, Chrono booster upgrades. Make a round of Stalkers. Okay, you killed my base again. Let's A move in the front of my base. Have another probe come clear this out. And this guy's all about killing my expansions. He's just not letting me have money, right? So, but the thing is we're about to take the game aggressively to him because we're about to max out. So am I going to sit here all day on defense? No. But am I going to move out before I max? No. I'm going to definitely max first. That way I'm not pushing with a weak army. Okay, so I'm scouting the bases. He's now there. Okay, so what we can do now is we can take our army and we can now move down to this area and go attack that. And now we can see our opponent has legit like every base on the map. So what we can do now is we can go like this. A move, shift 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 A move. I just did a whole pass on the whole left side of the map. Take our observer, wherever it is. I actually don't have one, so we need to make one. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now he's counterattacking me again. If someone counterattacks you, check this out. New technique right here. This is something we'll do at Gold League more.
How come you never build vultures in the B2GM? I tried them in Coop and they seem great.
Thank you very much, whoever that. Doug, thank you, dude. Much love. Okay, so he's going full counter all in here. Okay, full counter all in. So let's re-rally and let's try to keep building stuff wherever we can. Like re-rally to my main or something. Keep building probes. Can make a couple more gateways because we're losing all of our gateways over here, so we need more. And we're about to lose gateways here as well. Okay. Now we're just trying to make a stand in our main base. That's all we're doing. Because again, this is a base trade. This is a base trade, so we're trying to not die in a base trade. That's all that's happening right now. Chrono boost my immortals again, and chrono booster upgrades. Keep making probes. This guy's killing literally every fucking base we throw down on the map.
Our pylon is under attack.
Keep making immortals.
Our pylon is under attack. Additional pylons.
Okay, so I can't actually do much now. We can't make probes anymore. Like this dude's killed all my bases. He has killed all my fucking bases. So this is full on base trade. So what are we gonna do now in a full on base trade? We're gonna slowly try to recover, very slowly try to recover. We're gonna try and hold our base up here. But here's what we can do. Okay, check this out. Make this right here. We're gonna make this actually a control group. Okay. This is control group 1. Now, we're not panicking right now, but we're going to do this. We just hit the whole left side of the map. So let's go like this. Select all army, A move, shift 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 A move. Go back to group 1, put it back on the ramp. So we just told our army to attack every fucking expansion on the map that we have not hit yet, which is this base, then that base because it's fogged out, then this base, then this base, then this base, then this base, then this base. We're just sitting here now because we have no choice. This guy has not tried to fight my army once. He's going full base trade. Let's try and slowly re-expand now. Again, we're focused on the macro side. We're not focused on the attack micro side. So whatever happens, happens. We're not focused on trying to micro the army. We're focused on making sure every second we can do something, we're always maximizing our money. Like expanding. And if he ever attacks me, this way we're not going to die. Because if he attacks my base, we don't have any buildings on the map. We would just lose the game. Okay, let's go ahead and start building units because we're losing supply. We're losing supply. So now we can start building probes again. We can chronomist our probes, transfer our probes, and we can start making some archons and stuff. Make an immortal. Again, we're on a gas priority right now. We have so much more gas than minerals. So probe priority, and then, okay, we're actually like almost out of money entirely there. Probe priority right now, and then we make archons and immortals after. Probe priority. Yeah, let's make an archon. Okay, gas is mined out. Let's take more. So this base is fully saturated. So now what can we do? Let's expand again. Let's take another base again. We're trying to recover our bases. We're gonna have to wait a little bit though, because so probably stop. Like we're oversaturated and we don't have a lot of money. So let's stop making probes for a second, because if we keep making probes here, the bases are mining out. So it doesn't really change a whole lot. So let's go ahead and build another nexus. Okay. Make probes. We can transfer the excess off of that up to the new base again. Again, we're macroing our way back into this game. We're not tunnel visioning going, I have to attack, I have to attack, I have to attack. We just have the army that's already attacking is on a big path around the world right now. Okay? So now I'm going to take more of these archons we just made, and I'm going to put them in control group 1, okay? Control group 1 right here. That's all we're doing. We're still making probes, and we're adding to control group 1. And just in case we're going to die, like we're able to have a select all army go somewhere, and now we have control 1 to stay here. Because we're trying to protect our probes. Now here's what we can do. Do the exact same thing again. Go like this. Select all army. Every base on the fucking map that we don't own. A move. Shift A move. 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 Group 1. Come back and sit here. So our army that's not in group 1 is going to sit here. And our army that's not in group 1 is going to go around the map, and our army that is in group 1 is going to sit here. Keep making archons, because again, we have resources to do that. Makes sense. Go and repower this gateway. We've retaken our base.
Loving the B2GM.
Thank you very much, Russ Bucket. Much appreciated, man. Okay. We can now start taking some gases while we're at it. Take our gases. Take our gas. Be careful. Now we can take another base. Why? Because we're fully saturated on our bases already. And we're gonna keep making archons. Let's take our thingy. Okay, so he just killed my probe. He's not allowing me to expand. And my army's still going across the map though, guys. But he's not allowing me to expand. He's really, really, really gung-ho on not letting me build bases. So here's a cool thing we can do. Let's just do this. Let's prioritize one piece of the map of where we want to go, okay? And what I mean by that is I can go down or I can go up. Let's go up, and if we're going to go up, let's do this. Check this out. Make another archon. Now grab a probe and go like this. Gateway. 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 And now what we just did right there is we just created a choke point that is hard to abuse. So now let's take our army and go to the right. And let's go clear out our next expansion because he's crept fucking everywhere. Meanwhile, let's keep making immortals. And let's make our new units rally right here. So if things trickle through the wall, our Archons will guard our base, right? We can start making stalkers, or we need to actually make a core for stalkers. Oh yeah, now we can make our next nexus again. Let's make another nexus. Right here. There we go, make a nexus. And we've been working on recovering the entire time. Now let's transfer excess probes over to this base. Keep making our boys, our Templar. And now again, here's a cool trick we can do as well. Here's something we can do. What position are we in? We're in a position where we're trying to recover, and we're trying to not die. Right? We're trying to not die. We're just sitting here waiting for things to happen. So now, remember how you know how our army died walking on the map? Let's do the same thing with the Dark Templar. We made a Dark Shrine because the game turned into a base trade. So now take one DT. A move, 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 A move. The entire map. One DT is gonna go scout for us where he is. Okay, this army is right here. Let's defend our base. Just sit by your base and just wait. It's not time to panic. It's not time to be like, I'm gonna die. It's time to just build my economy. Let's kill some more creep because I mean it's right in my face. It's all right here. Get it fucking out of here.
For the reckoning.
Okay. Keep making units. And this base is fully saturated. We definitely want to expand again. So the real question is, where are we going to expand? We've already been clearing the north side, so let's continue to clear the north side. Let's go up here. Let's get rid of the creep so I can take this base, so it's easy to defend these bases. Okay. Kill this, all this creep right here. And now we're getting attacked on this side, but again, remember how we left an army there? We're fine. Now we're getting attacked over here. Let's A move back down to this base. And he's once again focus firing a nexus. Okay, so what are we going to do? Rebuild it. Am I angry about that? No. It's annoying, but it is what it is.
Vibrators unite.
Kill this creep up here.
One with the shadows.
And let's take another nexus up here now.
You require my skills.
Okay, so his creep is all dead in my base. That's actually in my base. And let's relocate my army, mostly like right here, so I can guard both bases. And we'll keep making Archons. Let's get our 3/3 upgrades going, because we're starting to get a bit more money to work with here. Okay, let's go save that. Transfer a probe down here. Our army is just guarding the front of the base. We're guarding the front of our base. What's happening over here? We're getting attacked heavily. Okay. So just stick around and wait. Select all army, go back to the natural, take this army, and just wait here. This guy is really trying to micro his way out of the situation, like hardcore. So what are we doing every time? We're selecting. Well, this is how we're setting this up. Select all army, A move the doorway. We can double tap 1 and go here. We could also make this group 2 if we wanted to, but for now we're just using 1 control group. Okay. Okay, now let's transfer some probes. Oh, there we go. He's attacking my base up top. So now let's select all army, and let's go up top. Okay, he's running away. Select all army, go back to the door, group 1, go back to right here. Just stay there. Just sit there and wait. Because again, this guy is all about counter, 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 counter. Let's do another round of a DT. Make two High Templars for an Archon. And why am I doing this? Because my DT died. So this time, let's go the other side of the map. Let's go on the left this time instead of the right. And now look at my money. I can't spend it. My money's going up. Let's go ahead and grab a probe and let's make like 5 gates. Cool. Grab some probes off this base and transfer them over. Okay. Grab all these gates. Chrono boost my upgrades and my immortals. Let's make some stalkers. And now we're pretty broke, so let's just make 1 cannon per base. Because again, this guy's going to counter me all day, and I imagine he's going to continue to do that. Main base doesn't have any probes, so fuck it. Let's make 1 cannon here. Now let's get ready to take another base again. Probe count's not done yet. We're still only at 62. Let's go back into making Archons and Immortals because I don't have enough money to make other things. I can't make mineral priority units when I have a gas, too much gas. Okay, he's got this base over here now. So, select all army, go back. Group 1, stay here in the front of my base. This guy is all counter attack all day. Now here's what we can do. Take my army. We'll do 1 more round of Templar Warp in. Get our last few Archons here. And now my army's getting really big, guys. We're basically maxed out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. And we're going to take my army. And we're going to go like this. All of it now is going to be, like, it is what it is. I just grab it and I go like this. A move. Shift A move, shift A move, shift A move, shift A move, A move, A move, A move, A move, A move. I just A move the entire map again. Grab my observer. Follow an immortal. Now what am I going to do behind this? Same thing we were doing before. I'm going to try and expand wherever I can. Let's take this base because we just cleared it. And we'll make units as units die. So let's make immortals. Let's make some stalkers. Okay, this guy's once again counter all-inning me. Right on. It is what it is. We can try and run. The probes are dead. It's fine. Okay, we go back to repeat the process. Save the main base all over again. Round 2, save main base. Because that's where all of my tech is. Chrono boost immortals. Get an armor upgrade and chrono boost that. Oh boy, this guy's strategy is obnoxious. Run our probes away, if we can. We can run our probes back to this base we just built earlier. This base we can try to run our probes away, if we can. Again, maybe run them over here or something. And again, same thing. Grab all my units we just made back at our base and make these control 1. It's how it has to be, guys. It's how it has to be, because this guy is all about just fucking counterattacking me all day. Okay, so now probes are now mining this base. We can maybe try to take this base as well while we're at it. Because, I mean, we killed it already with our army, so let's take this base and let's start mining it. All our probes are dying up there, unfortunately. Take our gases down here. Now, we can try and, just keep mining minerals, essentially. But, I mean, it is what it is. It looks like it's getting kind of dicey right now. So here's what we can do now. Let's run our probes away for a second. Run our probes away. Let's A-move my whole army to my new base that I just made. Let's now go back to my army and let's green box, like, try to get like half of it. Get like half the Archons and get like half the Immortals. Let's now tell these guys to A-move what we were doing before. A-move, shift 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 A-move. These guys are now on a world tour, and these guys are now coming back to defend my last Bastion base here. Okay. Okay, that base looks like it's gonna die as well. Okay, it died. Let's try and rebuild it. Tell these guys right here to just chill the fuck out. Let's wait. Oh boy.
Base is under attack. I am the heart of darkness.
This is ridiculous. And we're going to do the same thing again. The process repeats itself.
Base is under attack. It shall be as you say.
Okay, we've cleared out this base with creep earlier as well. That's nice.
Intriguing.
Let's send like an Archon back to my base to go kill all that Zerg. Just because he's killing all my base right now.
You require my skills.
Actually, you know what? Let me explain it like this. In this situation, if you find yourself in this situation, you might be best off just going for it. So we have a base we can mine from, right? We have a base we can mine from, but here's the problem. This base has shit resources at it because the Zerg had it for so long. So how about we do this? We can keep making probes here. Don't let my army go out and die. But we have two choices right now. Number one, we can mine up a bank of resources and just go. And try to kill the Zerg's base. And we can bring pylons with our army. Or number two, we can just sit here defensively and try to remax. But again, how our opponent plays is he always counterattacks. He never actually takes a fight. So there are multiple choices we can do here about how we can play this out. And it's really up to you how you want to play it. And I would say it wouldn't be the worst idea to just mine up some resources for like 5 more pylons, which is 100 minerals per pylon, and then go and bring your probes with your army and just build pylons as you kill bases so you don't die for your buildings being eliminated. Because these patches are low. These patches are out. Patches are out. Patches are getting low everywhere, guys. We're running out of money. And he had these patches for a long time too. And this was his main base. And we're going to have to expand this direction. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's take probes. Turn in all our minerals, have them go with our army, and we're just going to go directly to his base that we know exists. We're going to go to top right.
For the reckoning.
So we're not going to chase him. We're going to go to his base in top right.
Our pylon is under attack. It shall be as you say.
I still have... And all we got to do in this position, if we're in a full-on base trade scenario, all we got to do is make sure we don't run out of buildings. And he's not even trying to kill my buildings right now, so we're fine. So here's a cool trick we can do now. If he doesn't want to kill this Nexus, start building probes. Like a probe. Just build a probe. Build a probe. Look, there's creep here. Let's kill this. Okay. Now, let's go to the next base. And the only reason why we're doing this is because we're being forced to do it because we have no fucking supply. We have nothing to really fall back on here. So we're A-moving his army right here. We're A-moving everything. We can even use the probes at this point because he's not killing my buildings. Okay, regroup my army. Don't let it super scatter all over the place. We can make another probe because he's not killing my Nexus. Let's attack this base. Okay, now he's killing this base, so that base is dead. Let's just keep going down the list of bases here. Now let's kill this base. And we're doing this because we're running out of time here. Like there's not a lot left for us. And it's like a crapshoot here. We might kill him, we might not. Okay, don't forget our probes. Let's go down to the next base. Let's go here, and the reason why is because the natural. We'll come back to the natural eventually. We'll just make a pass. Okay, we're here now. Okay. Now we just expanded to the left, like right there. But well, again, we'll take a pass. We're killing a bunch of drones right now. This is nice. Don't let my Archon split up. Don't do that, because again, we don't want to let shit get isolated and die. Now let's attack this base. Let's just make sure there's no base here. There's no base here. Now let's make sure there's no base here. And if there's no base here, we're gonna take another pass around the fucking world again. Okay, no base there. Now let's go down. And meanwhile, let's also try to make our passes go over creep if possible. That way we can kill all the vision of Zerg, so you can't see where I am anymore. Let's do another pass right here. Jesus. Okay. So, guys. Well then. That's what happens. Now, I'm going to tell you something really fast, okay? I want to just throw out an opinion here. This is my opinion. I don't think the average Silver Zerg is going to be a counterattack guru where he's going to be like, I'm always countering you with creep spread every time you leave your base. I don't think that's always going to happen to you in Server League. And if it does happen to you and you fall into the same position I did this game where you're like, well, fuck. Like, I'm kind of running out of money here and I can't really start over again because there's no minerals on the map anymore. I can't really do anything. You could do what I did here. And why does that make... Let me tell you why that makes sense. Why do I always tell you guys, don't micro? Why do I always tell you don't micro? I always tell you don't micro because you don't multitask and you don't macro at the same time. But if the game comes down to a point where the guy fucking won't ever fight you and he always kills your economy, guess what? It's totally okay now if I tunnel vision my army. It's totally okay if I just tunnel vision my units because I'm not macroing behind it. I'm barely, like, I had the moment where I was like, maybe we can make a probe. And then he killed my Nexus and I was like, never mind. It's dead again. So it's fine. If you tunnel vision your army in a base trade scenario where you have no other option, then that's your best option, right? It's just you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you tunnel vision your army when it doesn't have to be your only option. You don't want that to happen because that's just going to fuck you over for no reason. So now if we go back and look at this game. Let's go back and look at this game for a second. Oh boy. Okay. And yeah, the Zerg forced it out of us, right? The Zerg is constantly fucking attacking us. Yeah. I don't know. I won't say anything about it. It's okay. It was definitely not silver. But again, we're about to be Gold League, guys. Maybe Gold League's really hard. Okay. So we're on. This is when the game is developing, right? Nothing's really happening. Nothing's really happening. This guy is falling behind a little bit, but he's keeping up with us mostly. He is falling behind just a little bit.
Yeah.
Non-stick pan, thank you very much for the extenuation of that sub through April. Rust Bucket, thank you for the 14. And right here, this is the first attack, right? This is the first attack. Our opponent attacks us with Ravager Baneling, or sorry, Roach Baneling. And he catches our expansion before we're ready for it. And we're like, okay, fuck. You know, I'm not ready to defend that because I'm over here. I was way over here defending my natural and stuff like that. This is what Zerg can do to you. This is why I tell you to build buildings on the side of your base, because it reduces... I don't want you to wall off every location, but I do like it when you build buildings on the side of your base because it reduces the amount that Zerg can do this to your Nexus. You don't want this to always happen to your Nexus repeatedly. It's really annoying. But he kills my Nexus. My Nexus dies. And now that reduces my income a little bit. It definitely sucks. But we just rebuild it. I don't panic. I expand over here as well. And then the Zerg now breaks in and goes right to this base. And then he goes right back to this base and he kills, or, you know, he rotates around and he comes back to this base and kills it again. We just keep losing Nexus after Nexus, right? And it's annoying. This is going to happen to you in Silver League if you're not comfortable microing two armies at the same time. That's just how it goes. This is how it goes, right? If you can't multi-micro multiple locations, which again, we're not doing yet. We're not really trying to do that yet. It's going to be hard to defend this kind of a playstyle, but the best thing you can do for yourself is genuinely rebuild. Just rebuild. We built over here now. Now we built over here, and now he goes right there and he kills it. Okay. And just keep trying to build. It doesn't matter, guys. Build again. And what's he gonna do? He's gonna try to kill it again. Right? So he kills my Nexus again. Just keep rebuilding. It's fucking annoying. I'm sure it is. But now at this point, again, this guy's all counterattack, all counterattack, all counterattack, all counterattack, right? And we are in the middle of, we just maxed out, so now we're in our march of death. This is our march of death, essentially. So now he's killing my whole base, and we're like, okay, well, this is rough because he just killed all my bases at the same time, and now he's killing my natural and my fucking third base as well. So it's rough, it's brutal. But then all we do here is, again, we just like tourniquet. We set up a fucking tourniquet to stop the virus of Zerg, right?
Guys, we should all make free accounts and smurf these stream snipers like V for Vendetta as Vibey so this bullshit doesn't keep happening.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate it, dude. Much love. Thank you. So, you know, our opponent pushes into our base, right? He's everywhere. He's got roaches in the natural. He's got roaches in the third. He just killed my base up here. He also just killed this base right here. He literally killed every fucking base. And what am I doing? I am making another base, and I am making another base. I am expanding around it, trying to recover it however I fucking can. And I'm making a tourniquet in my base. And the best place to do it is at my main base because he's already compromised every other base. And at least my main base also has the robo, which I can't choose where the robo spawns immortal. It has to spawn here. It has to spawn here, okay? So I chose to tourniquet my main base. Be like, okay, let's see if we can hold the line in our main. See if that works, right? And so far, yeah, it does. We're actually holding the line in our main. It's holding for now. And he also just killed this base, and he just killed this base. So he's literally finding every base as I build it. And he's everywhere. This guy is fucking everywhere. Like, he also, like, while I'm tourniqueting my main, he found all of my new expansions. So, it's okay. Like, he's giving us no option. We can't fucking macro, guys. If this guy kills every base, 4 bases at a time, I can't fucking macro. Again, we don't have the micro. We don't have the micro available at the moment to fucking be like, all right, let's just micro everything all at once and just take this guy on everywhere. No, it's not about, we're not at that stage yet, right? We're not at that stage yet. We're at the stage of fucking A-moving our army, and we're building up new units as we A-move. That's all we're doing. So our army, again, this army is on a fucking warpath right now. It is killing everything Zerg at the moment. The Zerg's main just died entirely. Every base of Zerg just died in the back. He's re-expanding behind me. He's re-expanding behind me. He's re-expanding behind me. As I kill shit, he's rotating around me and taking new bases. That's correct in base trade scenarios as well, by the way. And now he establishes a massive spine crawler, mutalisk, roach, this big fat fucking defense up here in the middle right of the map, right? He's trying to hold it. And am I microing this army, guys? No. I mean, it'd be nice if I did, right? It'd be nice if I did. But I'm not microing this army because it's not the priority. It's not what's important right now. What's important right now is actually getting our shit fixed in our base. So, our army now engages up a ramp with a bunch of Zerg. This is not a good... Like, imagine, for instance, imagine if I engaged... Imagine if I saw this and I engaged like this. Let's go this way. And I engage from this angle. Suddenly I can kill a hatchery and get the fuck out of there and not even have to fight spine crawlers. And it's way easier rather than engaging into a ramp with like 14, 15 spines on it, right? With an army that is bigger than mine. So, and again, is this the priority? Am I panicking? No, I don't give a fuck. I don't care because again, if I'm a silver player, this is not the priority. If it does a good job, that's wonderful, but it's not the priority. This is the priority. Getting my shit fixed in terms of macro. So, my army walks forward. We start engaging the Zerg here. Not a good engagement. A lot of my army is being stupid. They're all standing in a line just getting pounded by spines and not really taking the most efficient way to fight here. Every once in a while he engages me and then, you know, our army fights more, but then he falls back and blah, 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 whatever. But look how this army is doing, even though we haven't touched it once. I have not microed this army at all the entire time we've been here. And it's pushing through. Right? So, I mean, that's really nice. That's great that it happened for us. This actually turned this into a real... Because that happened, this now turned this into a real game. Because we broke him at this point. And now we're starting to kill drones up here with the rest of our units. The rest of the spine crawlers seem like they're dying. And our army actually just won the fight. That's awesome. Meanwhile, the Zerg is recovering in the middle of the map. He's recovering in the left side of the map. He's recovering in the bottom of the map and over here as well. He's re-expanding all over the place. But our army is still on a fucking warpath right now of a move. Meanwhile, look at us. We're recovering at our base again. We're taking our third. We're just recovering as much as we can. Because what are we focusing on? We're not... This is just AI. AI is going to do it for me. Whatever happens, happens. This is what I'm doing. I'm making a second round. So again, I did not base the game because I still, for now, I still had the option to macro. I still had the option to macro. I chose to macro. I didn't micro fucking anything. Right? I chose to macro because there were still patches. Because there are still patches. I still have an option to macro here, so that's what I'm prioritizing. Our army finishes off the situation. And then now, like, the game's kind of reset here. And our army once again goes on another A-move warpath because I don't know where he is. I have no idea. I'm now doing it all over again. A-move every base on the map with this army we have right here. This group of Immortal Archon Stalker. Right? So now they're going around. They're checking everything. They want to see what's going on. He actually catches some of my units with a bunch of speedlings in the back. He just killed my my Immortal. He killed a Stalker. My Archon is in the back here. It's coming forward. Now look at this, right? So now he starts kiting me, running away. It's whatever. It's all G. Now he goes forward again. This army is going to die because it's definitely a big advantage for Zerg here in terms of supply. But we're definitely killing a lot in the process. It's not like we're doing nothing there. That army got shrunk down a little bit, and we're still maintaining supply lead after that happened. Meanwhile, me and the Zerg are both trying to recover wherever we can. And now this is when we're going to get ready to take our next expansion. Again, we're focusing on the macro side of things. So now we have an army that's going to guard the new base, and we have an army that's going to just be made on the other side. The other side. Macro is still an option. Okay. Zerg keeps trying to just kill my Nexus repeatedly. Now Zerg's taking supply lead. This guy's doing a good job. He's trying to continuously counterattack me every fucking way he can. Now he finds an opening, right? I'm killing his creep in the top of the base. And he uses that as an opening to immediately go in and then snipe my Nexus. He did it again. It sucks, right? You're like, oh my god, my Nexus is dead again. Am I freaking out though? No, just fucking rebuild it. Try to recover. Just keep trying to recover. There's no reason to freak out. If you die, you die. Okay, he's trying to go over here. And what are we doing again? All I do is I go select all army, sit right there. Group number 1, stay right here. Because group number 1 only selects these, and select all army selects everything. So select all army goes first, group 1 goes second. So select all army goes here. Everything goes here. Then group 1 is retold to stay here, and we're good to go. Now I separated my army into 2 locations. No micro, but I'm standing in 2 locations. Okay. Now the Zerg is maxed out again, and we're almost maxed. We're at 140. Zerg is now rotating his army up to the top to once again kill my expansion on the top again. And now what I did was I just selected all army, and I attacked up to the top. The Zerg now runs away. So now what I can do is I can reinitiate, select all army, go attack there. Group 1, stay here. Why did that? And here's the thing. Why did it make sense that I did select all army right here? Why would this make sense? The Zerg attacks us like this. The Zerg attacks us right here, and I go select all army, attack up here. Why would it make sense? It would make sense because if this guy chose to go to the left instead of going to the right, my other army that's sitting right here would catch him right here. Meanwhile, this army would follow him from right there into it, and I would sandwich him because he would go in my base, and 2 halves of my army would connect while he's in the middle in my base, and he would be stuck and he would die. He actually chose to go the other way, though. He chose to once again rotate out. So I didn't let my army group up there anymore. because he's running away. And instead I went, what if he runs away all the way down this way and he comes back this way? I need to make sure I'm still standing there because this is the other entrance into my base. So now we're almost maxed. And now we do that Dark Templar thing where we start sending one DT around the map. And this guy has once again expanded to every fucking base on the map again. Always sunny. Oh my god, man. I like how you put a sad face in the game. Ugh. It's clearly not fucking silver. But look, guys, the silver fucking mechanics win anyways. If I had to guess what league this guy is, I'd say he's fucking like Diamond League. We just beat a fucking Diamond player probably with silver mechanics. Isn't that crazy? Do I expect you as a silver player to automatically be able to do this your first try? Definitely not. I definitely don't think you can do this first try as a silver player. But I do 100% think that if you follow the idea of always prioritizing your macro as long as you can, you're definitely going to have a better chance. Like, look how good our units are when we just let the AI take control. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. Okay, so we actually managed to max out, and what do we do now that we're maxed out? We once again now set up a new A move and go around the world all over Zerg, and what does he do? He runs around and counterattacks my base again. He actually, like, look at that micro, right? He like, we're on A move, okay, guys? We're on fucking A move. A big chunk of my army is still on the A move warpath, and another chunk of my army is caught by the roaches. Like, he literally did a aggro maneuver. I'll teach you guys about aggro again when we get higher level. But what he did was he pulled back enough to get out of the aggro radius, the aggression radius of this part of my army, and this was still in it. And what he did was he turned back around and then he saw the army was splitting, so he capitalized on killing a chunk of my army. This is like 4 Archons and 2 Stalkers that are going to die right here. That sucks. That's literally 20 supply just deleted for me because it's just getting outnumbered. And why is it happening? It's because I'm not microing. It's because, and what am I doing in the process? I'm rebuilding units. I'm rebuilding new units, like I'm making a new immortal. I'm going to make new units out of my gateway when it's ready to go, etc., etc., etc. And now he once again counters my army. He does it again. He pulls another Archon away, and he kills it. And he gets all over my bases. He's multi-pronging this base, multi-pronging this base, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's all over the place. This is overwhelming. You're like, okay, this guy is fucking killing all my expansions right now. But again, we're on the warpath. Our entire army is just not being contested either. He doesn't want to fight my army. So it is what it is. Our army just runs his base over. And now it's once again a second base trade. All my probes are dying. I'm trying to build whatever I can. And now at this point, we have one final chance to macro. Okay? We have one final chance to macro. So here's what it is. Here's what it is. He just killed all my reinforcements. He literally just killed all, like, once when we attacked here, when he picked off my Archons here, and then I went around the map like this, and I killed all these bases along this way, and now I'm all the way over fucking here at this point. It's been a while since we fought right here. It's been about over a minute, like 2 minutes since then. And in those 2 minutes, I was building a new army back here. So we'll see what it looks like, okay? We'll go back to where it happened. I was making a new army while our army is counterattacking his base, and he's killing my base, and it's a base trade. We were making a new army. And he actually ran my army over, so the tourniquet is over. This time we tried to tourniquet our natural instead of our main. But it doesn't matter, because he has too much. He just had too much, right? So he's got way too much in my face, and we're dead. And now, you know, like my base is compromised once again. I can't look at my money. I can't fucking build anything. I spent all my money. That was it. Like, if that was either do or die right there, and it fucking died. So now we have a choice. The choice is, do we want to just A-move around the map repeatedly and just keep trying to find the Zerg, and he might just keep expanding around me? Or do we want to try and guard our macro one more time? And what we choose to do is what I actually do is I take my army and I take half of it I take half of my army and I say half of my army, go home and defend my base. Because there is a chance, if I can keep this base alive, that we could turn this game back into a macro game and have the other half of my army go aggressive, and we can keep resetting the Zerg as well. Are we going to micro anything? No. We're just telling half our army to sit there at our base and the other half of our army to go kill bases of Zerg again.
Sup vibe.
Yo, what's up, Chow and Fa? Thank you, dude. So that we just grabbed a chunk of our army and a chunk of our army. And now these guys are on a warpath, once again, all around the world. And these guys are on a move back to my base. He kills my Nexus all over again. And we have only enough minerals to rebuild it one more time. We are now down to our last 50 minerals, guys. We're fucked. We have no more money, right? That's it. Now this army is pushing.
Someone else pointed out in chat in the past people have complained about you never getting cheesed or all-inned. Well, no more chat.
Yeah, I'm getting all in like every game. It almost feels like it's like half the games of these series is all in, all in, all in. And now this army again, is it being microed? No, I'm not even looking at it right now. I'm not even looking at that army. It's doing whatever it's doing. I'm trying to macro. And up here, what's happening? I'm getting fully surrounded by Lings. My Archons are trying to do whatever they can. But again, it's just too much Zerg, and we're dead. Like, our army is going to die up here. Now, here's a cool idea, okay? This is something we'll do later on. This is above Silver League in my opinion, but later on we can use things called aggressive recalls, and we could actually do something like kill some bases, and then as soon as the Zerg arrives, group my army up and recall it out of there, because we do have a Nexus that we can recall with. But again, that is a little bit more intense, and we're not doing that yet. We're gonna probably do that a little bit later, probably more around like Platinum League. But for now, just know that that could have been an option. So someone that could have been like, Vibe, why don't you just recall? Again, the reason why we didn't recall is because if we were going to recall, it would have been more attention to this army, and we still have the mindset of we're trying to macro. We're trying to rebuild our macro. We're trying to recover. And then it comes down to this point right here. Our army, we realize, okay, because again, we're not watching our army, where we have the intention to macro behind our army going around. And now we go, okay, well, my army is dead. On the minimap, my army is dead. My main base is currently dying. And this is all I have. And this base doesn't even have good mineral patches. It's like legit mined out halfway. Like one of these patches has fucking 200. And it doesn't even have full 16 saturation. It's got 10. So some of the patches are gone. So this sucks. This base is definitely dry. What we could do now is we could finally now, if we want to, it's like, okay, well, we're definitely not in the greatest spot here. We're not in the greatest spot. We could turn the game into a base trade, and that's what we did. So here's how that goes. We mined enough minerals to either do one of two things. We can either rebuild a Nexus, or we can build a few pylons. That's the point, okay? We can either rebuild a Nexus or a few pylons. And what we ended up stopping at was around 500 minerals, because that's enough to build a Nexus and also one pylon. So then we mine about 500, and we stop mining. Or sorry, we actually mined almost 700. I actually went higher than I remember. It's whatever though. We went, you know what? This game is looking fucked up. And we know he has a base there because my army just died at it. So at this point, because also you gotta look at this too. This base is pretty fucking fresh, right? The Zerg can mine so much faster here than we can mine here. This base looks like shit compared to that base. So we know that if the longer we wait, the more likely Zerg is going to definitely take an advantage. So also Zerg has, we don't even know how many harvesters Zerg has because we don't know what Zerg has. We haven't been looking at it really. We have not been looking at it throughout the game. But now, shift gears. We've just now at 31 minutes in the game went, you know what? We're dead at this point if we keep macroing. And the reason why is because I have no base. My base is dead and this base is garbage. Like this I can't even build fucking units if all my pylons die in my main base. And because like he's killing it right now. He's currently killing all my base right now. If this whole base dies, what can I do? I'm going to be supply blocked and I have to build pylons slowly at a time with 11 probes mining minerals. Not only that, but I have to also build another Nexus somewhere because this base is empty almost. So it feels like this is like a feels bad man macro situation. So we chose to say fuck the macro. let's just let my base die. If he kills it, we'll kill his base. And if it comes down to it, we can just like build a pylon or build another new nexus somewhere else after we also reset the Zerg. So we just choose, we don't chase him. We just go right to his top right base, and we happen to find another base in the process. And while we were going to top right, we discovered creep right there. We just killed this creep earlier, and we went, okay, because now we're actually looking at our army, so we're paying attention to details. And we go, okay, there's creep right there. All right, let's go kill this base then. There's a base there. And if we look further to the left, we know there's not a base here because we have a pylon, a gas, and a gateway there. So we know there's no Zerg base there. And now we go back to our original location, which is where our army died, which is over here. And now we can kind of micro this a little bit. We're not really microing very much, by the way. I am totally fucking A-moving. And what I mean by saying we can micro this is if my army goes like, if it's clumped up, that's good. But if my army starts going like this, like fanning out all over the place, we can be like, no, recombine, like reconverge into one spot. Don't just let my army go all over the place and have like 4 units go that way, 2 units go this way, 3 units go that way. No, we don't want to have a bunch of our units going different directions. So you can see, like, again, this is no micro, guys. Half of our, like, we have 4 Archons, right? 3 of them are fucking hitting buildings. Or one of them's hitting a queen, one of them's hitting a hatchery, one of them's hitting a fucking roach warren. And then one of our stalkers is also hitting the roach warren. And then down here we have a stalker that just died. We have 2 more stalkers and an immortal that are helping. And 1 Archon that's not helping yet because it's currently like trying to run around and find a spot to fight. So our army, like half our army is fighting and half of our army is not fighting. And then we regroup our army. We go, okay, let's just click our army together, reconverge, because he was starting to pull me down as well. Recombine my army, and let's go again. Let's attack the base again. And now, again, we're on a warpath. We're killing every base one by one by one by one. And now right here, the reason why I chose to go here instead of here is because this is his natural. And his natural is guaranteed. The funny thing is the natural actually has more money than this. He actually expanded here first. But yeah, the idea would be, and like we actually made the wrong choice, which is funny. But the idea in a normal game would be, this would be more likely to have less resources because look at our natural. It's fucking depleted, right? It's more likely that this base is going to be depleted than this one. So what we were going to do, because we just killed the top of the map and we're doing a big swing around the top of the map, we would have gone like this. Swing around the top side of the map, go through the middle, do a swing around the bottom of the map, and then go back through his main base. And the reason why we do that is because we're killing every nearest new base that could possibly be owned, and the ones that are more threatening are the ones with more minerals, and the ones with more minerals are, generally speaking, going to be the bases that are further away from the main base starting area, generally speaking. So we go this way first. We actually find a base of Zerg. We keep going down. The Zerg actually runs drones right into us, which helped us a lot. We go down here. We see no base. We go over here. We see no base. We go up here. We see no base. And now we go right back down. And again, we're keeping tabs on like every base that we need to go check, because we just checked the side of the map. We just checked the side of the map. And we also just checked the center of the map. And now we got to check his corner of the map again. And then we end up finding this hatchery right here, which was his last hatchery, and he dies. This is definitely, so we can micro a little bit. Only if macro is not an option. And 99.9999% of the game, you know what? Let me give you a real answer. Let me give you a real answer. The statement was, so we can micro a little bit. And here's the real answer. If you are genuinely playing somebody else in Silver League, the answer to that question or that statement would be no. You can't micro a little bit. It's going to always be macro, because no fucking player in Silver League is going to play like this. However, if you play against someone who doesn't belong in the league you're in, and they're playing at a level that you're not fucking used to at all, and you're like, holy shit, this guy is a counterattack guru. He's a fucking master of counterattacks, and I can't ever have any economy. Then yes, it's very possible for you to micro. Because why? He's killed our base to the point of having no macro. We have no choice. I have no fucking nexuses. The only nexus I have is the main base, which is so far away from any resources. I'm not going to mine from that. And even if I did, he would just counterattack my mineral line, kill my probes while they're like long distance mining. That's what this guy's doing. So I don't, macro is no longer a choice here. It could become a choice again, and once I actually throw down a Nexus with these probes, if that happens, like if I chose to go, okay, we check the whole map, and I don't see, let's say like the Zerg built a hatchery right here in my base. Let's say Zerg built a hatchery right there, and he was currently camping the ramp while he killed my entire main base, and I built a new Nexus like fucking, I don't know, right here, for instance. And I go, okay, Zerg has no economy now, and I have an economy. I could turn the game back into macro again then. That'd be totally fine.
Yeah.
But for now, again,
Holla.
we have no actual mining going on. This guy counterattacked me repeatedly over and over and over all game. Over and over and over all game, he counterattacked my base. But we took a super cost-efficient game here because Archon Immortal is better than Zerg.
How's
With
your
roaches.
neck, old man?
It's okay. Vitamin C. Thank you very much for the $2. And Hammy the Chimp, thank you for the 2-month resub. But yeah, if you're playing against like a Smurf, for instance, and the guy does this to you where he fucking owns you, yeah, if you have to go to like a base trade, like I only have one army, that's it, then yeah, that's what you got to do. This game was not a traditional server game, just to throw it out there. This game was legit, like me trying to do server league mechanics versus someone I feel like who is like fucking high plat or diamond league. Probably diamond league. Anyways, guys, much love. That's gonna do it for this video because guess what? We're 2,400 plus. We're currently at 2,419. And guess what, boys? Guess what, boys? Guess what? It is promo time. Oh my god. Whoa. Look at it. Right there. It's amazing. Gold 3. Do you see it? I'm sorry. This is the ghetto way we have to do promotions because Blizzard is bugged. And although we are at Gold 3 MMR, the game still thinks that I'm a Bronze 3 player playing at a Silver 2 tag. StarCraft's a little bit buggy right now, guys, so I had to use a video from my previous B2GM to watch me get promoted. But this is Gold MMR. 2,400 is Gold 3 MMR. So, guys, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I hope this makes sense. That last game was really intense. But again, just know this. If you lose a game like that, pick your ass up and just play again. It's totally fine. It's a fact of reality. Sometimes you'll play someone who doesn't belong as your opponent. Don't get too mad about it. It's okay. Just play another game, and you'll play somebody else. There's a lot of people in the world. A lot of people play the game. You're not going to play one guy every day, all day. So don't worry too much about it. It's okay. Just do your best to keep trying to improve your own skill. And the better you do that, the more you focus on yourself, you'll actually overcome people who, you'll start becoming stronger than other opponents who would otherwise have killed you. Now you overpower them, and it's wonderful. But thank you guys. I hope this guide helps you. And now that we're going to Gold League, again, more things will be added on to it all. So I'll see you guys in Gold League. And until then, much love. Take it easy. Good luck to you. And I'll see you there. Bye, guys.